Attention, attention. You are listening to a pre-recorded episode of The Curious Realm. Curious Realm is busy traveling the vast void of time and space to find the best paradigm-changing content the universe has to offer. Enjoy the following transmission, and remember, stay curious. Coming to you from the City of the Weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's official coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are so happy to be joined by our first guest, JK Ultra from Ultraminds. How are you today?
Hey, Chris. It's great to meet you.
Great to meet you, too. I've seen your show quite a few times, actually, and it's great that you are here at Psi Games. I'm so happy. It's awesome to see this show grow this year, not only by speakers, but by audience. There's literally like twice as many people here. It's exciting. How did you first hear about Psi Games, and how did you come to the world of Psi research, JK?
So I heard about Psi Games last year, right before it was about to happen, because I was at Monroe Institute, and they were one of the sponsors.
Yeah.
And they were like, it's next week. Can you come? And I was like about to do a whole cross-country move at that time. And so I wanted to come last year. And then I had like a lot of FOMO that I missed it. And then it ended up happening this year that then they asked me to be a speaker. So it was like the perfect manifestation.
Well, and for the audience who isn't here, what are you speaking on while you're here?
Okay, so the topic that I'm speaking on is not maybe one that I specifically talk about often, but I wanted it to kind of be the theme of Psi Games. So I'm actually doing a workshop on the last day, the final time slot. And so of many things that I do, one of the things is I'm a hypnosis practitioner.
Oh.
And so exploring Psi, I did Gateway, like I said, at Monroe. The Silva method, and basically also my best friend is a shaman. She does shamanic journeying. So what I've noticed is this pattern that every single one of these modalities that come from, some are military scientific, some are ancient ceremonial, some emerge from someone like Dolores Cannon, some emerge from some guy, Jose Silva, some emerge from, Robert Monroe, and many other things, Edgar Casey.
Yep.
All of these things are actually doing the same protocol, and because I know hypnosis so well, and then I've enjoyed, dabbled in all of the others, I'm like, they're really breaking down that there's 6 phases that they're all going through. And so basically what I'm doing is I'm breaking down how these are all the same modality, using different words, using different...
Absolutely.
And these stages overlap too, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you have your quieting and your induction are kind of together. And then there's like, now if you don't do it spontaneously, you just can kind of maybe fall asleep, end up somewhere. But when you're doing it as a protocol, there's like, one of the important distinctions is the orientation.
Yeah.
So like once you get to your quiet place, and your induction is getting your footing of where you are. And I think that's what separates the spontaneous.
Yeah. Well, I actually just helped somebody with the book. And the original title had remote viewing in it. And I directed her to Dale Graff's work, things like that. The idea of looking into your dreams for answers. And I was like, while it is somewhat a modality of remote viewing and can be used in remote viewing, it's not wholly remote viewing,
Right.
So, and it's interesting because, a lot of these things cross over. Even the idea, like I was telling you before the show, former Catholic seminarian, The idea of falling into hypostatic prayer, the idea, like,
And I
used to
prayer as well.
And I used to be able to fall into that, JK, like at a drop of a hat, no different than somebody who can just stop and do a remote viewing session. Things like that.
And prayer is talking to God.
Absolutely.
And that is, in shamanic journeying, you get to that receptive point. It might show up as an animal, an ancestor.
Absolutely.
If you do it at Monroe, it might show up as another version of yourself.
Well, and let's start getting into this, because honestly, our conversation a while ago pre-show, just the idea of where these things root from, where they come from, and especially where a lot of people take these communities, and the conspiratorial aspect specifically. Like I said, my show is a lot about trying to demystify these topics. I think there are plenty of people digging really nice rabbit holes. They're great, but they're kicking dirt into the water, and we all have to drink from the water eventually, JK. So we have to start filtering the water. And when it comes to this stuff, like last year I made a post, like I said, about the tickets for this. It blew up with people saying it was a government psyop, with people saying it was
They're harvesting
satanic.
your energy. They're grabbing people.
Absolutely. And
they're trying to pluck off the gifted.
Well, they're trying to take your children and give them to the CIA for gateway. And oh my God, that is one of the biggest stances I have right now, is I think you people have misunderstood what the research was with the CIA.
And if you experience Gateway, you know that it is the most heart-opening, beautiful.
And nobody was using Gateway to satanically ritualize, torture people. They weren't doing it to make you part of the secret space program as a kid.
Well, since you're saying this, you must be hijacked.
Yeah. No, obviously.
You're obviously hijacked, and they got to you. And who do you work for?
Yeah, me and my like $20 a month from my podcast. You know what I mean?
The way that once you have a nuanced point of view, they're like, well, you must obviously be getting paid off. And I'm like, okay, where's the checks?
Like, a lot of my effort, especially with Curious Research right now, is building the bridges between researchers and the community, building between actual scientists and people who are out in the field doing this work. And the idea of, we as field investigators and researchers have to learn their nomenclature. If we don't bring it to them as a scientist, you can't come up and say, I have evidence. They're immediately going to smack you down until you have data. You don't have evidence. Let's get through some processes and we'll get to evidence. But right now you have some data is what you have. And also the idea of every scientist or every experiencer is by default a citizen scientist. Like, the exact same process happens until the point of experimentation. The process of science and the process of experience are hand in hand. You saw something, you witnessed something, whether it's in a test tube or in the sky, you have questions. You went down and started researching and started looking up these questions, and you came up with a hypothesis.
Right.
Like, it's all the exact same process.
Right. And, I have been a lifelong conspiracy theorist.
Same.
And one of the things that, a few years kind of started to emerge out of that was, being, and this happened at an ayahuasca ceremony. And
Beautiful.
so I know, obviously, some people, they're like, well.
Mine was amazing. My life has been 89% different since.
So beautiful.
Absolutely different.
And the message I got was, because at that time I was very stuck in the duality and the light and dark and, all of these stories and conspiracies and everything. And what I experienced in that was a true truth seeker continues to seek.
Yeah.
And when you become a knower, you are no longer a seeker, and you've closed off more information. And the more that you go, the less that you know. And then I've really come more to paradox and nuance at this point. Because at this point, I'm like, everything is a half-truth, and everything that I thought I knew, if I continue to go, and the other thing is, too, at the end of every rabbit hole is yourself.
Yep.
So when you're really, really looking at the evils of the world,
that's right.
There's a part inside of you, and it doesn't mean that you're evil, but there's a part of you that really desperately needs attention, needs healing, needs love, needs compassion. And this outward pointing of what is bad, what is evil in the world, there's a lack of self-compassion that is going on there. And so that's really where my own work, which started very conspiratorial, has evolved to it really is personal development.
Absolutely.
And you will be living in a very dark world if you don't realize that the reason that you want to know about every horrible thing that happened is like there's a part of yourself that you're trying to either protect or save or shun or ostracize. And it's really like a fractaling of the self.
It is.
And
it
that's
is.
an outward expression. And I'm grateful that, I'm one of those people who needed to see the most horrible, crazy, messed up things in the world to then find self-compassion and things for myself. And when someone is in that, it's very easy to become ungrounded. And, like we were talking about MK Ultra, obviously, I go by JK Ultra. And it's like stuff like that. You can very easily convince yourself that you're a victim of that because everybody has trauma. It's using psychological wording that is very manipulative, which was the nature of that program. So you have to and I think Fritz Springmeier talks about this in his original kind of MK Ultra book from the 90s, where he's like, you have to treat your mind like a garden.
Yeah.
It's not always time.
You got to till it and weed it.
Yeah, and sometimes it's time for watering. Sometimes it's time for harvesting. Sometimes
it's time to pluck everything out of it and start over and plant a new crop.
And it's the constant input. And this is one of the things from, and I'm sure the same for you, but being someone who shares information publicly, we have output. So there's input and then there's output. Now, someone who's only viewing or only reading, there's constant input. And where does that go? And that can where you become ungrounded and kind of get a little too...
Absolutely.
You look around. I mean, there was a point. I couldn't look around and see a floor that was checkered without being like, the Illuminati.
Yeah. No, exactly. The 33rd degrees here. And that's just it. We as humans do a lot of purposeful pareidolia. And more than that, though, pareidolia being when we see a pattern, when we see something familiar, a face in a cloud, a face in a tree, old man of the mountain, things like that. But more than that is when we step one step further into apophenia. And when you step into apophenia and you start assigning patterns to what you're seeing, now you've stepped into the realm of conspiracy theory, and you've stepped into the realm of finding things for the explicit purpose of confirming your belief.
Right.
Like I'm literally speaking about this as part of my talk at MUFON this year.
Oh,
cool.
cool.
The idea of when we're investigating, are we coming at it from a blank slate? I have lauded the Catholic Church over the last few weeks because of their divesting of their exorcist in Washington, D.C. Because laid out in the actual rite of exorcism is a protocol for investigating the psychological bounds of the person that you are investigating. And a full step, like pages of investigative process. So when the exorcist hops on a podcast and he says, all UFOs are demons, well, it seems like you skipped steps 1 through 8 in pages 3 through 9. You are no longer investigating things on a case-by-case basis. You're letting your belief filter the data, and you've just polished your lens that you're looking at everything through. You are no longer looking at it objectively. So we got to get rid of you, man. And it was fascinating to see them do that. And I laud them for it because, we have to ask ourselves, are we investigating to confirm our belief? Or are we investigating to separate anomaly from the data set to find the paradox, like you're saying? And the paradox point especially is what changes all kinds of stuff. It changes all kinds of things.
That's incredible. I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah.
And I'm this topic of aliens being demons, UFOs being demons.
Yep.
Obviously it's not a topic that I'm invested in.
Okay.
My first thing is I'm a UFO person. I experienced a UFO experience my whole family as a child. So my pathway to all of this was UFO experience that we had as a child. And it was a very 90s style experience. And, through my own self-work, through hypnosis, through meditation, through all of these things, again, like everything else, it's a reflection of us. So, actually in Whitley Strieber's book, Majestic, I think that it's so beautiful, and he's such a great writer.
He is.
And he talks about at the end of maybe the first chapter is, and so it's based on the real Roswell crash, anyone who's not familiar, and it's from the perspective of basically this man in the beginning of the first chapter. He goes into the craft. There's a dead alien in there, and he sees it, and he's like, drops to his knees. He's like, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen because it breaks reality and what we are. And he comes out, and everybody's like, hey, man, what the hell have you been doing in there? He's like, what? I was in here for a couple minutes. So, like, you've been missing for hours. We haven't. So then he comes out with this thing, and he's like, his heart is open, and everybody's like, oh, that thing's ugly. And it like snaps him into this, and he says, like, a small group of men who were afraid made a decision for everybody.
Yeah.
And he said their big black eyes were so reflective, like mirrors, and we saw our own reflection and called it monsters.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's
Beautiful.
how I feel. Like, I'm like, we're seeing our own reflection.
Absolutely.
And my own connection with, like, Greys. I mean, what's crazy is, nobody hates the Greys more than the Love and Light people. And I'm like, okay, Love and Light to everybody except the Gray aliens.
Except the Greys, yeah.
Those are the negative
You see where
ones.
the problem starts here, right?
It's so crazy. It's like...
hey, enlightened one.
Right. No, it's so crazy because it's like, why can we see, like, a cheetah is something that, I mean, it kills.
Yeah.
That's what its nature is. So why can't we accept that outside of the physical realm, there's also different beings who have nature and a different morality than we do?
Well, even the idea, and we used to talk about this with our good friend Earl Grey from SoCal MUFON, who passed a year ago. The idea of why would they not be doing this? Do lions and tigers ask questions when we dart them?
Right.
And put them in a thing and take them back and examine them for 5 hours, then let them go back in the wild, and they wake up and go, what the hell was that?
Right.
You
we
know?
do it to our own pets.
We do it.
We got to bring them to the vet.
We do it, so what's strange? Why are you looking at it weird? Because, like, that's how we do science.
And you know what? It's always, like you said, the filter, the story.
Absolutely.
We're always putting things through with a story and filter. And if we come from a more neutral perspective, then you really see that it's like, we don't know what the true purpose of, I mean, we all have our own theories. I do believe that they're helping. And then so, you bring up Earl Grey. So I didn't know him personally, but Yvonne Smith, who has Sarah, is the one who helped me uncover part of the missing time of my experience.
Wow.
So, so I had seen, in her emails when he passed. So that's how I was familiar with his name, because it was in my email. And, that experience, of course, I mean, Yvonne is amazing, and she's so neutral in every situation. So there's people in her hypnosis that sometimes are having a scary experience, and she doesn't judge that, oh, maybe they're misinterpreting it. And then there's other people who have an experience that it's like, oh, they were helping me, they were healing me, they were doing something for me. So I think she's such a good example of someone who, of course, she has her data, but really she holds the space for all perceptions of what happens to someone in that experience.
Yeah. Well, and, we have to think about things in terms of experience, too, especially you as a hypnotherapist. One of my favorite terms that I've learned from this community and from learning remote viewing is the concept of analytic overlay. The idea that you are putting your perception onto something, whether it's what somebody else said and how they said it, whatever. We tend to do that a lot. And the idea of how do we begin to undo that? How do we begin to relearn a way to look at things? How do we begin to leave our traumas? Because even your worst traumas in the world is a piece of baggage you can choose to leave at baggage claim. You don't have to carry that thing out of the egress of the airport with you. You can leave it.
Right.
And it's cool. How do you go about, especially with people, TIs, experiencers such as yourself, how do you use hypnotherapy to begin to, peel that back and help them begin to find a new paradigm through which to see things?
So the style of hypnosis that I do is Dolores Cannon style, which is QHHT. I do some other styles too, so I kind of take some notes from those other styles, but really the Dolores Cannon method is where you speak to a person's higher self. Yeah. And so what I love about the method is the answers are totally from them. And so, but I press on things. So I do have people that have experiences, but actually, and people find the practitioners they're supposed to. But for me, a lot of the people who I end up working with, they might be coming to I want to know what my starseed lineage is. I want to know what my past lives are. and it's literally about them, this life. Why are you still judging yourself? Why are you still holding yourself responsible for something that wasn't your fault? And it's so simple, and the higher self, not easy, but it's so simple. And like even purpose comes up in everybody's session, whether that's on their list or not. I always ask about their purpose. Most people are mistaking their purpose for like some career or something, and it's like most people's purpose is actually what they're already doing, and it's so freeing. Like most people's purpose is to, I found that there's like a formula that seems to come up a lot that is like basically something that you experience, and through that other people learn something as well. So there's kind of a twofold, but it could be like something as simple as like how to be a light in this world. You know, but there could be also other people who have experience around like one woman, and she was just an amazing person, but she kind of made everything so complicated. Overthinking, very Virgo-like, very overthinking.
As a Virgo, I can appreciate that.
And so it basically was telling her like part of her purpose is to overcomplicate everything so that then when she finds the simplicity, she's going to help so many people simplify their lives. And she's just at that point right now. And people think their purpose is to change the world and create a retreat center and heal everyone. No, it's to be you.
It's to be the best you.
Yeah.
And I remember when I moved to Maine, I spent years in youth ministry, teaching other people's kids, all kinds of stuff. And I moved to Maine, and people asked me why. And I was like, because it's time for me now. Like, I've been doing this work since I was like 18, and I'm 28. And, like, I didn't even get to experience, even when I was in college, sure, I did stuff. But I was helping other people. I was still following ministerial path. I was worried more about people and my friends than I was about myself. And it's one of those, like you said, if you can till your garden, but if you don't weed it, the weeds will grow back. You can mulch, you can put anything down you want, but if you don't tend to it and tend to it regularly and tend to you will never find the love of your life. You'll never find your purpose because you are focused on the exterior instead of you, like just solely you. When you are full and your cup is secure, you have plenty of water to give other people. But if you are yourself thirsty, you can't give anybody any water. You can't give anybody any food or help because you're like now you're trying to make them projects because you're supposed to be working on you.
Right, and your purpose could literally be to be you.
To be you.
And you being yourself
helps everybody.
Doing this allows other people to then be themselves.
Yeah.
And it is like that simple. Like people are overthinking it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just amazing too that you're talking about kind of tilling your garden and the weeds and everything, because I just moved and I've never had a property, and literally like I'm learning about mulch and weeds and everything, and it's like so this is also showing up in my external world. Like there's now another stage of my own journey, my own process, and it's being reflected to me through this yard that needs work. And I'm like, oh my God, there's all this pine straw built up.
I explain it regularly to my wife because I'm a Virgo. I'm very disorganized, but I'm also very driven by things. And my house, especially my office, gets a little messy. It's like this is an outward manifestation of what's going on inside my head. It's exactly what you're looking at right now. And I need to clean house, and I need to get it right, because as soon as I get it right, I look around and go, holy crap, what the hell have I been doing for 3.5 months? Like, I've been busy. I've been knocking projects out, but what is this?
Right.
What is this hot mess that, like, I wonder why I feel so stressed. It's piled up this high around me. Gear piles and things like that.
I have that tendency as well.
You know, so yeah, we have to focus on those things. In the last few minutes here, how do people, A, begin to focus on those things, and B, like I said, a lot of our show is demystifying, clarifying. How can people avoid being taken in by people who are trying to take advantage of them, looking for help, looking for those answers? Because it's all too easy to fall into the wrong hypnotherapist. It's all too easy to find somebody who, much like any tarot reader or something like that, says, you got to come back next month.
Right.
You got to follow it back up. What are the caveats that people should be looking for?
Right. Well, one of the things that I love about QHHT is that it's kind of designed to be one and done. You're not supposed to come back. That's why we sometimes spend 8 hours.
Yeah.
And one of the questions I always ask someone's higher self is, how can they contact you without any facilitators?
Yeah.
And the higher self every single time is like, just talk to me. Like, I'm here. I'm inside of you. I'm always with you. I'm outside of you. So the higher self says to everybody, like, just take that moment and literally talk to your higher self, to your soul, to your family members who have passed, to your ancestors, whoever you want to contact, whatever you want to contact. Now, the thing is, it's the doubt. You have to overcome the doubt and trust it. You have the answers. A psychic is going through their filter. So a psychic will be like, you have an entity attached to you. I mean, listen, I know people get upset when I say it. Don't worry about no damn entities. It is you. It is a fractal of you that is experiencing, maybe say, for example, like super simple, you have your auric field. And let's say you're experiencing like grief or guilt or shame or beating yourself up. It's almost like a little tiny notch happens in your field, but that's like kind of weak. And then what happens is you start to draw more grief, more guilt, more shame, more reasons to beat yourself up. And that's what these things are. These are not conscious entities. What you're actually doing is amplifying something that's happening inside of you.
Oh, my God. Thank you. Thank you. I had a shadow person experience years ago, JK, years ago, that changed my life to the point that, like, when I went to my spiritual director, Catholic priest, and told him about it, he was like, Chris, we don't really have a teaching on that. Like, that's interesting to me because you tell me dark things are searching for my soul everywhere. We have a rite of exorcism, but this is nothing. I don't know if I can jump that shark, Padre. Years later, literally in the last 2 years, I have begun processing this experience in a totally different light. And it's literally in the light of me, and a fractal me. I was highly, after things, I dealt with some years of pretty hard addiction.
I knew you were going to say addiction. It's one of the main
pretty
things
hard addiction,
that
because it got to where I no longer wanted to feel them. I emotively felt people when I walked into a room, and I didn't want to feel that anymore. It was a burden to me. I needed to work on me, not them. I'd like to feel me more. That'd be great. So I used to cut it off, to silence that. It's very hard for me to get it back now, years later. But processing that and considering it, I have come to the understanding that no, that happened just before I moved. Just before I moved away from the community that was doing that, before I moved away from the opportunity to get that, everything. That was me trying to keep me there.
Yeah.
Not me. It was the me that I had given agency to obtain this, to do this, the point that Father Malachi Martin would call demoniac obsession. Not demonic possession, but the point where you have given over a part of your free will to something to attain something else, whatever that may be. I had done that. And that was me. That was a manifestation of me trying to drag me back down and keep me there. JK.
And it takes so much. That's the hard part, is the personal responsibility.
Yes.
And
for
a lot
every
of people,
vibration you drag in a room, man.
Practitioners, psychics, they're not willing to do it, so they're going to tell you it's a demon. They're going to tell you something's attached to you. They're going to tell you they can clear it. No, they cannot. Only you can love that part of yourself or help that part of yourself. And you know, the other thing, there is one other aspect of shadow people, because there is this one thing that's kind of these like hat man, old hag.
Yes.
And so I've asked people's higher self under hypnosis. People could take it or leave it, what it was said. But it basically said it's a threshold, and they're gatekeepers. And these are people who have extrasensory gifts. And basically, if that old hag is going to suck on your energy and scare the shit out of you, you're saying to that gift, I'm not ready to go further.
Yeah.
If that hat man is there, and you're not going to push through the fear and overcome,
yeah.
then you're not ready to use your gifts and you're turning the gifts off. So basically, it's almost like a self-test that happens with like this collective archetype.
Yeah.
And so it's also a threshold. So it's interesting when you said that you were connected to feeling a lot of energy that you wanted to shut down. You wanted to stop feeling.
No, I mean, I love every one of these people, every soul in here. But I can feel about a third of them right now. And I used to explain that one of the reasons I loved being an audio engineer in clubs and venues was because I had a direct connection to what was happening on that stage, and it became like blinders. The rest of the world didn't exist. I didn't feel those people. I felt the energy of the crowd, but I didn't feel them individually. I felt what I was moving in the room with the music. The synergy of the band is what I felt. Yeah. But I didn't feel them anymore and their problems and things like it. Wasn't like, oh, that's the dude I need to go talk to. There was no urgency in it anymore. And it was nice because I got to connect.
Of course, right?
Well, I got to connect with my higher self and what one of my callings is, doing that and changing people's lives through experience in that kind of way. So
beautiful.
Well, thank you so much for the amazing conversation.
So
I'd love to have you on again and again and again.
Please, let's
because
do it.
these are the topics that we try to share with our audience so much. There is so much darkness surrounding these communities, literally blinding the light that is there.
Yeah.
So people like you are amazing.
We're drawn to this because we all want to heal. You're coming to these healing spaces because there's something to heal.
That's right.
And of course, there's bad characters and stuff, but you know what? Unfortunately, sometimes that is the conduit to also self-reflection.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. Well, again, thank you so much for your open, honest, candid conversation today. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to follow Ultra Minds, where they can go to keep up with everything that is JK Ultra.
Just put JK Ultra in Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Spotify, and you'll find it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time during this very, very busy Psi Games 2026.
We really closed in the box of energy. It felt like we were in a bubble. Meanwhile, we have Chris Bledsoe next to us with like a huge line and people hugging him and everything, and we were in a bubble.
Yeah. Well, while you're online checking out everything from Ultra Minds and JK Ultra, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of the amazing YouTube channels of our guests, as well as your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our on-site coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are so happy to be joined by the creator of Roxiva, as well as the author of the brand new book, Coherence-Induced Plasticity. Raffaele, welcome to the show, man.
Great to be here.
You were my neighbor at last year's Psi Games, and we had a great time. I got a chance to try your technology, man, and I've got to tell you, I've probably told 30 or 40 people over the last year about your work and what you're doing over at Roxiva, man, because as you know, I'm a binaural beat musician. Frequencies are my life.
Right.
I love them. Everything from video to audio, it's all frequency. But the technology that you have acquired and put together is truly amazing. And as somebody who makes binaural beat music, it does something totally different than your standard, even brainwave glasses. Like I had a pair of those back in the 90s from like Sharper Image, and it was cool, but it wasn't that. And just to explain to the audience, like my experience was very visceral. I was in there for 5 minutes. And probably, at least from what I could tell of the span of time, probably the last 2 minutes, I was standing in the cafetorium from my elementary school. Smells, sounds, everything. It was one of the most vivid and visceral experiences I have ever had. What brought you to this world of research and technology to begin with?
Yeah, so an amazing team is responsible for Roxiva, and the actual inventor is Jimmy Simpson, who is in the UK, and he is a wonderful partner and team member. I'm on the development team for the company, and I developed the vibroacoustic part. So that's my contribution to the program, where we were working with sound and light, but I knew that the body, the tissues, the water in us needed to be addressed. And so I found ways to create a variety of portable and larger vibroacoustic products that can be paired with the device, with the Roxiva, to add that next layer and that next dimension of immersiveness.
Yeah, because the sound bed definitely takes it to another level, and I think it absolutely enhances things beyond what just light and sound can do.
Right. Well, we say the issues our issues are in our tissues.
Like we literally store trauma in our tissues. It's remarkable the studies that have been done on such things where. Yeah, it shows that all kinds of ailments are literally caused by past traumas in our life. And even the fact that we can genetically carry trauma from our family, from predecessors, from our grandparents, things like that.
Yeah, I mean,
that we can inherit trauma.
They've done studies on cells, and they've introduced a stimulus to a cell that was like electric shock. And future generations from that cell knew to avoid the source of that shock, even though they had never experienced it directly. So, it gets encoded. And, back in the day, they said, the way they did the initial DNA kind of sequencing with the bean plants. I forgot what the name of the researchers that did that was. But
Watson and Crick.
Yeah, I did that in biology. And, they said that, no, you couldn't alter DNA within a generation. It has to be like over time.
Yeah.
But I think they're learning now that DNA is a lot more malleable.
Yeah.
And a lot more able to be affected on the fly, in the moment, than we thought. So I think epigenetics is going to be really a very kind of important offshoot from what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Being able to stimulate the system using light, sound, and vibration. And that's what the book Coherence-Induced Plasticity is about. It's about creating states of learning opportunity by creating states of coherence. And that's what psychedelics do.
Precisely. It's interesting to think of the snow globe effect that they've basically started describing nowadays, specifically with psilocybe mushrooms, things like that. The idea that with a certain dosage, it's basically like you've etch-a-sketched your brain from trauma.
Right.
That you have shaken it and resettled the snow, and it's a different scene now. And it's fascinating to think about that here is if you want to call it a technology, I guess technically a plant could be called a technology, but the fact that we are now looking at no different than the the environment here where things that have been part of esoteric teachings for millennia are now coming to the forefront of science.
Yes.
Where before science wouldn't have touched things like psychic entanglement.
Right.
Folks like Chris Bledsoe sitting next to us, they wouldn't have touched him with a 10-meter cattle prod.
Right.
But now you have quantum entanglement winning the Nobel Prize.
Right.
You have these other things.
We've got
It
CERN.
changes the scope.
We've got CERN in Switzerland creating alternate realities now.
Yeah.
That story just came out the other day.
Yeah.
Like they opened a portal.
Yeah. It's
What are they not telling us,
It
right?
is, it is interesting. It is interesting. And when you get into frequency specifically, the idea that, and the way I explain it to people is the rung bell. You cannot unring the bell.
Right.
The sound travels to a point that you don't hear it.
Right.
But it doesn't mean the vibration has stopped.
Right.
It may have diminished. It may have, but it's never stopped.
Yeah, or combined with something else
Well,
along the way. And
Well,
yeah.
The
that
idea,
butterfly effect.
Well, and even just straight physics, energy can only change form. It cannot be created, can't be destroyed. It's going to change.
Right.
So that bell ring doesn't get destroyed. It changes into something else as it moves further into medium, as it goes through more air, things like that. So it's really an evolution of that vibration
Right.
as things move through time, not a
And
stopping
that's all
of
we
it.
are.
Yeah.
That's all we are.
Yeah.
I mean, Tesla had it right.
Yeah.
I mean, everything is light, sound, and vibration.
Absolutely. And even the whole concept of ether that he spoke about so many times and being able to pull power and vibration out of the ether, that's just it. When you look at the actual physics of us, ninth grade science, like I say on the show all the time, we are 90% empty space by ninth grade science.
Right.
And when you start just considering that, the idea of, well, if we're 90% empty space and this is just repulsion,
Right.
what happens if you break that quantum field? What
Right.
happens if you vibrate to a point that enough space is there that it passes through, that you can
It's all
phase
about
through
coherence.
something?
It's all
Yeah.
about coherence.
Well, let's get into that a little bit, especially the idea of personal coherence, coherence of brain waves, things like that. For the uneducated out there, what do you mean by coherence?
All right. So, we've got all these senses and we've got all these inputs to our body that are mechanical in nature, and we are going through the day and living our lives and living in a world now that's giving us thousands of multiples of inputs than we ever received before.
Yeah.
Okay? And what's that done is it's created a state of discoherence, incoherence, where we're now so scattered. I
Yep.
think that we're now at the point where our attention span is equal to that of a goldfish, ultimately.
Pretty close.
Yeah. And so when you've got all these signals bouncing around, whether they're Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or somebody talking to you or the ad showing up on Facebook or your stream on X or whatever, we're so fragmented that we lose any ability to achieve anything. And you're seeing this in an entire generation of kids now,
Yeah.
that they just, they're addicted to content.
Yeah.
They're addicted to, creating it and taking it in. And so that's a state of dysregulation,
Yeah.
a state of discoherence. And so what do we try to do? We try to do things to bring ourselves back into coherence. But when it gets so bad, it's harder and harder and harder. So I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Sadhguru or Osho.
Slightly, yes. I've definitely heard of it.
So there were these gurus that, Sadhguru's still around, Osho's dead now. But they realized they were so fragmented now that in order to get people to relax, they got to get them riled up first. So they would do what's called active meditation, and they would have them dance and jump around and then they would yell, "Stop!" And everybody would have to freeze. And if you even did that right now, like you moved around really fast and then you stop,
Yeah.
you could feel your field.
Yeah.
And people don't know that they have an energy field anymore.
Well, it's funny. Driving here, there was a moment, probably about 12 hours on the road out of 14. I had cruise control on. I wiggled in my driver's seat. Just, And my wife was like, what was that about? And I was like, just resetting.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of, somatic response from your body, the idea of, shaking, even violently shaking in that kind of
Right.
way can reset you.
Right.
In that, a great example would be like the Sufi mystics, things like that,
Right.
who, the whirling dervishes, who
Yep.
dance and dance and dance so much that they actively change where their brain space is.
Absolutely.
And my normal example of coherence is what we're standing in right now. White light. It's great. It lights things, but it doesn't have a lot of intensity on its own.
Right.
You take that, you pump it through a medium like a ruby, something like that, at a fixed pulse rate, and suddenly all of those spectra
Right.
line up and they cohere and they go into lockstep. And instead of purple going like this and red going like this and blue in the middle, they all go like this, and it becomes a laser. And now suddenly that same exact white light from a strobe light, same thing that operates the flash on your camera,
Right.
is now creating light that is cohered and can cut through metal,
Right.
as opposed to that flash,
Right.
which just goes everywhere.
Right. Yeah, the power of focus.
Yeah. And
And
cohesion.
that's what actually we're doing with Roxiva is 16 individual light sources, white light, pure white light.
Yep.
And it's a warm and cool light. So it's not just, one part of the spectrum. So we're covering the whole white spectrum. But because the eyes are closed, we're now using not just your eyelids, but your cornea, your iris, the retina, all of it as a prism.
Yeah.
And we're using the rods and cones, and the frequencies that we're able to pulse at are creating fractals, sacred geometry, kaleidoscopic effects.
Yeah.
And it's much like these kind of samadhi experiences. Like I'm certified in breath work, and I did a training, and one time during a breath hold, one of the longer breath holds, I just had this like explosion of light
Wow.
in my brain because I was like ready to pass out, basically.
Yeah.
And that was like, it just went poof. And that is like what they call samadhi or satori in certain traditions, that moment of nirvana that everybody that meditates is trying to get to.
Yeah.
And we're able to deliver that more reliably.
Yeah.
And that's the key to what we're doing, is we're showing people what's possible.
Well, and I think more than anything, it's the fact that it's the spiritual experience made readily available.
Yeah.
Without drug, without hugely deep paradigm change within yourself. In order to make it happen, there's no spiritual ecstatic change that has to happen in you
Right.
to achieve this. All you have to do is use the technology that your brain already uses
Yeah.
for the benefit that the brain uses it for. It's
Right.
it's fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And, I was reading, I actually saw it on a program once, that we have 10 times more circuits going out of our brain to our eyes than we have coming in. All right? So that gets you thinking, like, why do you have so much connectivity to project rather than to receive?
Yeah.
It really begs the case, are we creating reality?
Yes.
Are we
Yes.
not seeing what we think we should be seeing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. No, exactly. And it's fascinating whenever you think about that stuff. And the idea of being able to, once again, give that experience to anybody in this room, despite past traumas, despite hang-ups spiritually, and sans chemical,
Right.
or even plant,
Right.
is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
What are the next steps for Roxiva? Where are you taking it next, and where are things going?
We're continuing to develop the technology and the sophistication of the protocols. We've been working with the Monroe Institute. We've been working with a lot of researchers to use a brainwave interface to allow for reading the brainwaves on the fly and then using something in a computer. Don't want to use the 2 letters, but maybe AI-based.
Maybe. That's all right.
To adjust and modulate
Yeah.
the pulses as they come out to
Yeah.
have a more ready effect.
Man, You say it's a problem. Here's the thing. I just released a partially AI album. I wrote everything.
Right.
I created everything. I arranged everything. All I did was feed it part of a stem track and give it this vibe.
Right.
So that's no different than me MIDI tracking it in my computer and going, I wonder what that would sound like as a Hammond B3 instead of a synth.
Right.
Boop.
Right.
No different.
Right.
So whenever you're talking about, it's not like you're having AI do the research for you.
Right.
It's not like you're trying to find it to make the frequencies for you.
Right.
It's more the fact that you're using the knowledge that you already have, feeding it in there and going, how can we improve it? Given this data set, given that what we know psychologically and physiologically with the brain, what can we do? And when you call things like that with AI, it's totally different than just going, AI, do the work for me.
Exactly.
And I think it's great that you guys are leveraging that. Because
I use AI as a writing partner, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I use it for all kinds of stuff. So don't be afraid of that, folks.
Yeah.
Using it for purposes like this are the right reasons to use it, for research, that kind of stuff. So with that being said, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about Roxiva, where they
Roxiva.com, Roxiva.com. And the books are on Amazon. There are 3 of them. There's Triadic Entrainment. There's Coherence-Induced Plasticity, which is the one that I've shown you here. Triadic Entrainment is more for practitioners, and it's really deep technical.
All right.
So I don't really promote that one as much. I kind of use it as a teaching aid.
Sure.
But Coherence-Induced Plasticity is designed for people that want to figure out how to use what's between their ears most effectively and how to modulate their emotions, their feeling, their drives, their aspirations most effectively.
Absolutely. Well, man, thank you so much for the time. We're getting crazy busy over here. I don't want you to miss things.
Thank you.
But thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad we finally got to get you on. I want to have you on again and again to talk about this. This is one of the most important topics in the world to me.
Maybe after you've looked at the book, you'll have more questions.
Absolutely. I can't wait.
Right.
While you're online, checking out everything from Roxiva.com, everybody, while you're online getting your copy of Coherence-Induced Plasticity, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of the YouTube channels of our guests. And that is where you can get your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log. When we come back from this quick break, we will continue with our live on-site coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing on-site coverage of the 2026 Psi Games right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have the great pleasure of being joined by our good friend, Luciano Arruda from IRVA. He is the new IRVA president now. Let's get into IRVA real quick. A lot of people are aware of remote viewing, but they aren't necessarily aware of the fact that there are numerous remote viewing associations out there, IRVA really being one of the oldest. So let's talk a little bit about IRVA, the mission, and what it's all about.
Of course, yeah. Well, IRVA is over 2 decades old, and it was created by the same people who, I'm not going to say invented remote viewing, because I guess that's a human capability, right? But Hal Puthoff, Russell Targ, Ingo Swann, Paul Smith here in the conference, and other folks got together, and they wanted to create an organization that would represent their ideas, their concepts, and above all, they wanted a place that could preserve the history of remote viewing.
Yeah.
So they had their hands on the history because they sort of created it, and IRVA came about because of that. But once IRVA was created, through the years, it developed, additional layers. So from preserving history, it quickly became obvious that we needed to have a place for research to be featured and expanded within the community. Like you said, there are many bodies that are researching community remote viewing.
Yeah.
So the research unit is something that's quite important and at the heart of why IRVA exists. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the research unit is one of my favorite things. As you know, I have Curious Research. And the whole idea is data, data, data. And when people come to me, anything about para, doesn't matter, remote viewing, UFO, UAP, cryptozoology even, they'll ask me, where is the evidence? Where's the proof? And the one thing I tell them is that above any and beyond any parapsychological study, remote viewing was born in a lab. It was born in a lab. And it has been in a lab since day one. It has more actual data behind it than any para study out there.
You are 100% correct. In fact, there's so much data that most of the prominent beginners of this program and projects, they have associated themselves with universities who are curating the data and are also studying the data because there's so much data. And when it comes to remote viewing, everyone can perform, remote viewing, can do it. But with the remote viewing community, I think everybody understands that you want to have your accuracy rates. You want to know what you're good at. And the only way you can, figure that out is by having data.
That's it. And, I took my initial classes from Lynn Buchanan online. And I love his classes because it's very digestible.
Yeah.
A lot of this, I was just talking about this with somebody who is familiar with a lot of these games, familiar with the concepts, but isn't necessarily familiar with the concept of entanglement and alignment. Like I was telling them, there's an issue when it comes to a lot of this with most people because you have an expectation. The problem is that expectation may not necessarily align with result, even though the result is a fantastic result. So you may and the example I give regularly, even as like I am a C+ student at remote viewing, just like in college, buddy. All right. But the one thing I have learned is that your misses are more important than your hits.
Oh yeah. And I mean, there's a lot to be said about your misses. When we talk about AOLs, right?
Yeah.
AOL would be a miss. That's when, for anybody who doesn't know what AOL is an analytic overlay. And then what it does is it is when maybe you think about information that you're receiving and you apply a personal filter to it. Yeah. So if the information came in as, it's cold and feels humid, you might interpret that as the coldest rainy day of your life. And then what did you do on that day? You went on a fishing trip and you vomited all night.
Yeah.
Something like that. So now you got some information which is humid and cold, and you're drawing on a paper a boat. And, nausea. And now you think the target is something else. Yeah. So that's an analytical overlay.
And that absolutely happened to me on the cruise. I had Angela Thompson Smith. And I'm trying to, the target was a piece of art by Keith Haring.
Okay.
The one with the UFO and the people getting abducted, about control. And the target specifically was a previous place. It was an outbounder exercise where it's like, let's view something in the past. Yeah. So it was a picture of that. And I drew the triangle. I drew a circle. Like I drew the disc and the beam coming out of it. And then I saw water. Don't know why. Saw and smelled water. Whatever. I immediately, Luciano, began drawing a hydroelectric dam. Like full on. I
Yeah.
went down the rabbit hole. There was no
Isn't that
question to me.
amazing?
It
Yeah.
was absolutely not that. It was far from that. There was no water involved. But the fact that I saw a circle with a triangle intersecting, my brain went to water wheel
it, yeah.
when I smelled water.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just followed the path.
Well, but like we said, it's a very important thing for you to know that this is happening, because in some ways remote viewing is learning about yourself.
Yeah.
So you can kind of go into this unconscious windows that are part of your daily decision process, and you can kind of understand that sometimes you're making decision based on information that's no longer in the present, maybe based on a past experience or something that you saw and you got impressed with, and it's sort of entangled with, your understanding of reality.
Yeah.
So it's quite important to be aware of those. Yes.
And it's interesting, man, because I have been having a lot of conversations with people lately about the concept of, I guess, societal mirror, the idea of not realizing your own issues until you project them onto somebody.
Oh, yeah.
And
well, that's the best way to, get it. Yeah,
exactly. And I think truly, my remote viewing experience has brought me to a different understanding of that. Has brought me to a different understanding of, no. I am analytic overlaying what their intent is right now. This is not the intent of their words. This is not what they're trying to say. I need to back this up and take 3 deep breaths, because I'm going down the rabbit hole and I'm having conversations that aren't existing.
Yeah.
And we can
few people can have that level of maturity.
Yeah.
To be able to discern what's going on
in real time. Real time. And that's just it, though, is it really did give me that insight to myself of, oh, no. I am letting past experience reflect on the present right now, and their words do not mean what I think they mean.
Yeah. Well, it's also interesting how unconscious information can sneak in, and you feel like it's reality, like how you felt to them, or like how I could imagine a fishing trip. It becomes very real, and you can have a visceral reaction to it. So not just your mind, but there are impulses that go into your body and will trigger muscle reaction, or potentially even to your immune system.
Absolutely.
So it's fantastic.
Well, and that's interesting that you bring that up, because my son was just on the panel yesterday for future Psioneers. And to get ready for that, over the last many months, or probably about the last month and a half, since Psi Games Online, PsiGames-online.com, everybody, go start your profile and start learning. The other day, I forget which it was. It was a precognition game that he nailed 10 out of 10 on. Wow. Like he came into me and was like, come look at my results, Dad.
Congrats.
And I was like, bro, that's beyond anomaly. That's beyond chance that you just got 10 out of 10. Yeah. But he actively sits down and has like a sheet that he writes out, like what game, what were the results, how many hits, how many misses, how did you feel? What were the physiological responses of your body? Did your heart rate go up? Did you start sweating?
Exactly.
Things like that, because our bodies key into so much with this, so much with remote viewing inside.
Yeah. And if you extend that to your decision-making process, this plays a role in your life.
Absolutely.
And in the life of others around you. So critical stuff, great opportunity to learn, not just to find out more about a target, but find out more about yourself. Yeah.
Well, and with that learning especially, let's switch the conversation for a minute, because you guys, in addition to the research unit, in addition to the history keeping of this whole community and the beginnings and where it's at, you guys actively put on tons of online stuff. You put on tons of localized stuff. You have tons of training programs. You've actually just started the program where people can join remote viewing teams to actually be assigned targets. So let's get into some of those programs that you guys have going on.
Yeah, so IRVA primarily has 5 programs, and we're creating new ones. So just as you alluded, the research, it's actually a program that allows people to call the first Sunday of every month and join a presentation by someone who is doing science or research on remote viewing, and then have a discussion with the presenter. Yeah. So it happens every first Sunday of the month. Anyone can call, and you don't even have to be a member, right?
Yeah.
So that's a nice thing. One of the mandates for IRVA is to reach out to the community in ways that we can accommodate everyone. There's no need to pay. So we also have the APP program, which is the Applied Precognition. a new. It's a combination of a program that existed by itself, but now has joined IRVA, and they have calls periodically. So the best way to know about those two events, what's going to be discussed in the IRVA research program and APP, is to sign up to our newsletter. Just go to irva.org, sign up to the newsletter. In addition to that, we have the IRVA Ed, which is an education branch for IRVA. It's a full program, and we try to have consistently have beginners classes, intermediate classes, and sometimes advanced classes. A lot of the advanced classes are taught by our professional members, or who are going to be. We're launching a professional membership program, so you have constant classes that are taught there. As a president, I also have committed to one event per quarter where it's open to all members and anyone who wants to know about what IRVA is. So we want to reach
Awesome.
out to the community. And then the last program is the International Communities Program, which I led for a couple of years.
Yeah.
We're in 11 countries. And we're actually proud that we're having our first conference in Germany this year in September. It's a conference that was created, by Germans,
Yeah.
for Germans. It's all in German, and we're really looking forward to, connecting with folks in Europe. We're gonna maybe expand that to other countries later. So those are the programs that we have. The professional membership program that you mentioned, it's a program that we're looking at creating so that we can maybe zoom into a few use cases and allow anyone who comes to the irva.org website to say, I want to hire a remote viewer. I want to hire a team to provide, as a service. And that's where we're going to be going.
Yeah. Well, and once again, that's once you become a remote viewer, it's kind of like, okay, I've been to carpentry school. My family bought me tools for my birthday. I've got a shop. Now, where do I find clients?
Yeah.
How do I get into carpenting at this point now?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think your point is right on the money there. People want to become remote viewers because they're going to do something with it.
Yeah.
Right? So what we're hoping to do is have people go through all of the stages of learning. And once they have the advanced level, they become interns into a professional unit.
Oh,
and the professional unit has to be really well put together with a leader, a project manager, a tasker, and maybe a few remote viewers. So that's where the intern goes to work with, get paid, and learn more about the trade. And then if they want to, they kind of form their own units. So IRVA is kind of looking at a program that will vet the units and also the focus of each unit. Some units might be a little bit more specialized into finding people or helping with decision making on a business level. So we'll put that together before the end of the year.
Well, and that brings up a massive point that many people ask me all the time. Outside of the military, outside of the Stargate program, things like that really begat after all of the initial SRI work, things like that. Is what are the applications? Like, why would you use this? What uses does it have?
Well, on a personal level, you can use it for decision making, right? So that's kind of the most immediate. It's probably one of the reasons why it exists. But you have the finding people, finding missing people, or helping to solve cases. That one has been in the media and successfully expanded across many countries for a few years now. You have the situation where APP, like ARV, I'm not going to drop so many concepts here, but
that's all right.
Basically, you want to make a decision that's binary. You want to, maybe you want to know whether you should invest on one stock or the other. Or whether you want to...
Falcons or Dolphins.
So, find out who's going to win a game, or you want to make a decision there. You can use that as a signal, right? So over time, you can apply remote viewing to help you make decisions having to do with financial decisions. There's educational reasons where you can apply remote viewing to understand how people will learn. There are other applications that I can mention without specific use cases, but there's commercial applications. There's even in science and research, understanding what is the shape of a molecule, or what type of molecules, or what type of compounds will be more successful when producing a new product. So there's a lot of that going on.
Well, and I'm trying to remember. I want to say maybe it was John Brandenburg, who came to IRVA in Menlo Park and had been working with a company outside of Austin that was looking to mine precious metals off meteorites and asteroids.
Yes, yes.
And he
so-
was actively helping them find targets in the asteroid belt. Like, this one would be good to go mine. Things like that. It's
minerals.
fascinating.
Yeah, minerals, hot springs, hot
Yeah.
water. So that's a combination of remote viewing and dowsing.
Yep.
So remote viewing can be done with additional tooling.
Yeah.
So that's definitely an application.
Well, yeah, and I mean basically using things like dowsing, stuff like that to accentuate the remote viewing, to dive deeper into a different level of it, things like that.
Yeah,
in that
I think
kind of
some
way.
people even use dowsing to deal with AOLs. Whether they want to know if, is this part of my reading, this AOL, something I should pay attention to or not.
Interesting. And even the whole process of CRV, the ideogram is a prime example. It comes from the subconscious. It's just a scribble on a page. It's
That's right.
wherever your hand flows. But you begin using dowsing immediately.
Yeah.
When you start rubbing that ideogram and
It's very telling.
you start feeling it. And it's interesting even when you begin to develop the feeling, because I remember that at first I didn't truly use the ideogram. And I'll be honest, like I used symbols for each concept. Like, here is my symbol for motion.
Okay.
Here's my symbol for
great.
water.
That's great.
Things like, it's my own method, whatever. I'm sure Lynn and a few others might yell at me for it as early as I was in my learning. But it worked for me. And it took me a while to get to the point of letting the ideogram flow, not getting caught up on what an ideogram is. And that's something that I try to explain to a lot of people, because they try to wrap their head around an ideogram and what it's supposed to. It's like it means nothing.
Well, you're using unconscious information to get data, and then you don't want to put logic and conscious on it.
Exactly, and that's what I try to tell them is that as soon as you start to put meaning onto that, you have AOL'd your own ideogram. Like you haven't even started the session; you've just already AOL'd the whole session.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
it's a huge compromise.
And it takes some time to get past that. It takes some time to get past hangups. And even past the concept of the result I'm looking for may lie just outside of my box of expectation.
Yeah.
And
that's the beauty of remote viewing, right? Because you're basically putting information on a piece of paper that you're describing what the target is, but you're not naming it.
Yep.
And it's amazing when you have a collection of descriptors and you still don't know what it is that you're looking at, because typically a target is a number and you don't know what it is. You should it's a double blind.
Exactly.
You should not know what it is. And then what's amazing is that and that's why you shouldn't think it is anything, because you shouldn't think it is. That breaks the magic there.
But that brings up a great point, which is and I just helped write a foreword to a friend's book. And the foreword came about because she sent me one, like, would you please read this? And she kept referring to remote viewing. I love you, Anseline. And I was like, okay, so a lot of this was dream tasking for you.
Okay.
I referred her to Dale Graff's work. I was like, Dale Graff specifically targets this side of remote viewing, but what you have to understand is that you still have to start with the blind target number. It's dream work, like what I used to do, to go to sleep with intention to find an answer for something.
Right.
But that's technically slightly different from remote viewing.
100%.
So if you have like what Dale does for us whenever we're in conference at IRVA, which we'll get into in a minute, because I love his exercises of tonight, when you go home, here's your assignment. Write this target number down on a piece of paper and put it under your pillow.
Yeah.
Keep your notebook next to your bed.
Yes, you
find a way to wake up, be logical, write it down, then go back to sleep. Which is hard. It is not easy.
No.
But the things you find from it are fascinating, and it's absolutely incredible to see because that is truly when your conscious mind is released. And your dreams come about, and they are referencing what your conscious mind experienced to your subconscious and your past experiences. So the idea that you have an unbridled, totally bridged connection with your subconscious mind while you're dreaming gives you a perfect, almost the state that we are trying to consciously achieve to view.
Yeah, we do that naturally every day.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly. And that's just it. There are so many disciplines within remote viewing. But the one thing that I love the most about this community, and I repeat this and echo it all the time, amongst every community I belong to, Luciano, of parapsychological study, UFO, UAP, cryptozoology, paranormal studies, the Psi community, everybody is about the experience, about the change, and about the data and the work. They are not about getting the shoe drop on somebody on research. They are not about stealing somebody's work. Most of the time, if somebody, I belong to a lot of remote viewing communities, and it was great to see like Paul H. Smith and other people have my back. Somebody was like, so-and-so said that their class was the best one and beats everybody's out. And I was like, I don't know. Most pro remote viewers would tell you that, if somebody's telling you that, they're trying to sell you. And like they came right behind me like, absolutely.
Magnifying it.
Because everybody understands that there's a different aspect to this and that this is such a personal experience. And you are supposed to be using techniques to sharpen you.
Exactly.
There is no, other than like protocoled remote viewing, everything else has methodologies and you adapt it to yourself and to your own use.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a way to learn more about yourself. But it's an amazing approach because you're documenting what you're doing, like you said, what your son is doing. How do I feel like when I see this and all that? So you have a very personal experience there. But there are guidelines, and then this is a protocol that has a method. And everybody knows how to do it. If most people are applying the same approach, then it's a lot easier to transfer, to build groups and to have mass adoption. Because if everybody is doing their own thing and they're not even documenting it, maybe that's what has happened for many years. But remote viewing it's the unifying piece of knowledge that can be spread and preserved.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why IRVA is so important, to make sure that we preserve some of the basic skills that need to be part of this, methodology, and then document it and teach people. And then they can expand on their own, like you said.
Absolutely.
But at least everybody speaks the same language when it comes to what a remote viewing solution is. Yeah.
Well, and, can I personally tell you my favorite reason that you are president of IRVA right now? It's because it starts with international.
Oh, I see.
It's because it starts with international. And, there are traditions and techniques change across the world because of the way cultures literally view this.
That's right.
But in addition to that, it's because of the data. It's
Yep.
because of the data. One of the first conversations you and I actively had was the idea of does the word and the terminology cognate between English? Does AOL even prospectively mean the same thing in English and Italian, or from Italian to German? You have to find terminology, much like science. Hey, don't get me wrong. I love the standard math, folks. I'm all down with the 12-inch ruler, but there's a reason why science uses the metric system.
Right.
That is the language of science. You want to do science, you learn metric. Even my son with his science experiment this year, he was like, it's 2 inches. I was like, no, it is not. Please look at the other side of that ruler and measure it.
I see.
That is millimeters.
Yeah.
You're doing a science
More universal,
experiment.
Yeah.
It's science has a universal language. So the fact that IRVA is currently working on that universal terminology, what from Japanese to English to Icelandic, at least congruently means somewhat the same thing emotively, contextually, and assignment wise,
Yeah, I mean, the communication happens with words, right?
Yeah.
We can maybe say that there's different ways to communicate, but the primary communication among humans is happening through words, whether they're written or spoken.
Yeah.
And then every culture is going to have a slightly different way to interpret the meaning of a term. And sometimes a concept doesn't exist really in another language.
Exactly.
And you have to describe it. A great example is a Gestalt, right?
Yes.
That is a German term.
Exactly.
That is used frequently in English, and everybody should understand what it is. But so you have those crossovers. In South America, you may be wanting to refer to remote viewing, but in the context of intuition a little bit more. And sometimes there is a connotations around psychic skills. So
Sure.
we want to be careful to not mix things to a level where people don't know what they're talking about anymore. So
That's
it's
right.
very important to preserve
Absolutely.
the context.
No, exactly. And those things are paramount. And a lot of people don't realize that. I try to stay silent on a lot of social media communities, Luciano, because I see people calling things remote viewing. It's you're close. You're close. You're using some concepts of remote viewing here. However, this would lie more in this range.
Exactly.
It would lie more in the range of mediumship.
Yeah.
Things like that. And I found that very interesting. I took the class from Carl and Michelle Freed from Carl McClellan whenever they came to Austin. My brother and I took it. My brother did great for his first time ever. Like, he was good at remote viewing first time out. But it was very interesting because the place where it was very much a metaphysical shop locally. So there were a lot of healers and mediums that were there. And to see them almost immediately jump into analytical overlay because they're used to trusting that impression and just knowing what it is, instead of, well, this is what it feels like. This is like the larger picture of it instead of the drilled down. This is exactly what it is, you know. And it was very interesting to see that dynamic. It was the first time I'd seen mediums learning this technique, and it was very. It's not that they didn't do well. It was just interesting to see that
when you come in,
the approach was different.
Yeah, when you come in with a certain specialized knowledge and you're trying to fit into remote viewing, there's definitely a tendency to redress it or to redefine it. And then when it comes to international, the same rules apply. And that's actually a new thing because from what I gather, there hasn't been a global, worldwide initiative to spread remote viewing across different nations. And I think we're trying to, there are other organizations that have international wings, but I think we are in a position to consolidate and to actually bring in those folks who are in starting groups in other countries, and then consolidate it on top of our platform. Basically, we're not, we're not looking at replacing anyone, but we're looking at, magnifying, but good understanding of what remote viewing is.
Precisely, because there have been pockets of this stuff globally for a long, long time. But do these communities talk to each other? Do they collaborate? Do they communicate with each other?
But at URVA, they are starting to do that.
Exactly.
This is actually happening.
It's beautiful. I've seen it just happen since I've been involved as Curious Realm, and it is and a lifetime member. I advise anybody out there who is interested in this, just go pay for the lifetime membership, honestly.
Which is an extremely low price.
It is. It's insanely low. I keep telling IANs regularly, I love you guys. You need a lifetime membership.
But we have folks in our community in Germany working with folks in Brazil. We have teams in Brazil working with teams in Mexico. We have people in Australia and New Zealand that are starting to connect with European teams. So it's starting to cross over, and it's a beautiful thing.
Well, and even the research lab stuff, like what was going on last year in Cloudcroft, New Mexico, just before the week before the conference, where it was just days of testing and things like that y'all went to the lab and y'all did experiments and that kind of stuff. It's so great to see this kind of stuff going on, and folks like URVA out there really pushing for growing the community and bringing people together in the world of research with it. And that's really a lot of what...
Yeah, but it feels like this is the right time.
It is.
It feels like we're coming to a turning point. We're here at, a huge event, a lot of great people, many friends attending it. And you can just see how the West Coast and the East Coast are joining forces, and we're reaching out to other countries, and we're reaching out to different communities. And I think that this whole movement is really growing as a community where we're really reinforcing. It's beautiful.
It's been amazing just in the few years I have been actively involved with things. Once again, to see where things have gone, to see the progress you guys have made, especially internationally, is so beautiful and amazing. And honestly, that rolls us right into the conversation of the upcoming conference, which is happening in Ohio and happening in Ohio for a reason. That's where the military contract came from.
That's right.
Let's get into the conference real quick, Luciano.
Yeah, so conference is happening, October 1st through the 4th.
Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio. Yeah. We have a number of speakers who are already signed up, and we have some additional speakers who may be showing up. Those are, surprise elements, and we're going to accommodate as many as we can. But, specifically Dayton, Ohio was picked because there was a transition of access to remote viewing, where one program was being shut down and another program was starting. And Deograph was kind of in the center of all. So I actually, I don't want to spoil too much because Dale will be talking a little bit more about that.
I love talking with Dale.
But that's the reason why we're there. And we're really looking forward to meeting everyone. We hope to have excursions to historical sites and to give a little bit more context to those who are attending it.
Yeah.
But I think we might have to let Dale give the specifics on the Ohio connection.
Absolutely. Yeah. But the conference as a whole is really an amazing event. The fact that there is numerous presentations on the topic, there are trainings, there are workshops that happen, there are presentations that go into data, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah. We have a number of scientists who are presenting. We have some senior instructors who are going to be talking. We have even people from the arts community talking about how they apply remote viewing to, creativity spaces. We do have some party animals that are going to be doing, like musical and creative presentations. We have a room where you can experience effects. I'm not going to say much about this, but we have an experiencing room where there's going to be. I need to get more information because we're going to have to do a little bit more.
Yeah. But even that idea, it's like there's normally an experiment room where you can go in. There's challenges, things like that. Like you all do it all the time at events like this, where it's like what's inside the box.
Sure. Yeah.
Things like that. So it's great because it gives you a chance to not only learn, but to also interact with it on site, where you have access to folks like Paul H. Smith and other people that you can go to with like, hey, I was in the experience room. This is what happened. And you can get their sage advice on it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's one of the hallmarks of the IRVA conferences is that the community really comes together. And all of the speakers, they're like attendees. They'll talk to everyone. They'll have lunch with you.
Yep.
They'll answer your questions. You can actually connect and do follow-ups with all of the speakers and all of the moderators. The community can really exchange ideas and then maybe tell IRVA, the board, or communicate about why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? So ideas come from conferences as well.
Yeah.
And, that's what makes it a community. We're not, this is not a top-down event where we tell people what they should know. The community will come in and say, like, I really wish, we could have a space to do this. The professional program came out from discussions in, in conferences.
Exactly.
Every now and then someone will come to me and say, hey, I know someone in Finland, or I have someone in Sweden who wants to join the international community. Then what should they do?
Yeah.
So we constantly expand programs, the community, and research ideas and concepts through the conference.
Exactly. Yep. And once again, it's hands down the Psi community is my favorite community because of the research, the data, and just the love that everybody has for both of it. It's absolutely moving and amazing. So I want to thank you not only for everything that you do for IRVA, but for your time today.
Oh, of course.
I know it's crazy busy.
Love talking to you.
you guys' table has been slammed. I'm hoping to be able to make it to the conference this year.
You better.
Yeah, I know. Before we go, let everybody know where they can go to join IRVA, where they can go to find out more about trainings with IRVA, where they can go to get their tickets to this year's conference, Luciano.
Of course. So the website is called irva.org. So that's for IRVA. And when you go to the homepage, the first thing you will see a banner for the conference. And if you click on that banner, you will go to the page that talks about the event itself. You'll get to see all the speakers. Very soon, we're going to be sharing mini clips from every speaker so that you can actually see what they sound like.
Oh, great.
What they're going to talk about.
Yeah.
A brief introduction about themselves. But that's where you find the registration page. and you can, onboard yourself into the program. And we really look forward to seeing you there. We also have Irva Ed, and we have the research unit, which are easily found under programs on our website. So if you go onto the homepage, there's a main menu called programs, and that's where you find all of our 5 programs.
right.
And I advise anyone to sign up to the newsletter where you're at it, because you get a lot of information every month about our activities.
If you want to know about remote viewing, folks, if you are curious in this topic, if you have been wanting to get into this and don't know how, go fill out that email. Literally, it will change your life. It's changed mine, I know, just in the last 4 years and just in being part of the community. So
glad to hear that.
Thank you as always, man.
Awesome.
Truly a pleasure.
Thank you.
You bet. While you are online, everybody, checking out everything from the International Remote Viewing Association at irva.org, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all the embedded YouTube videos of our guests and friends over at curiousrealm.com/video. And don't forget to get your copy of the Field Observation Encounter Log, as well as the Remote Viewing Session Handbook. So when we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue our live on-site coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Chase McCarty with Social RV. Great to finally have you on the show, man.
Yeah, great to be here.
We met last year, actually. I want to say,
at Irva,
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Maybe
actually,
Psi Games
no,
last
it
year,
was
too.
Psi Games
Both.
because I want to say we were both commentating on the dowsing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was, I try to explain to people all the time what this event is. Like, I work in corporate AV for a living, and people are like, what is this thing you're going to? And I'm like, well, imagine an Olympics for people with psi abilities. You know, it's like competitions in real time and trying to explain that to somebody, even trying to explain to somebody. We just had Luciano from Irva on.
Yeah,
he's one of my favorite people in the community, but even trying to explain to the average person the concept of remote viewing, what it is, the protocols, the data gathered, things like that can be a little tough. So the idea of social RV, the idea of social remote viewing, your app and your creation with this, I think is a great way to onboard the common person to this conversation and what it is.
That's right.
How did you first come to the world of remote viewing to begin with, Chase?
That's a great question. So I had a sabbatical from work, and I'd heard a lot of the fanciful tales of government psychic spies, things of that nature. And at the same time, telepathy tapes and the Ross Coldheart psionic asset stories were emerging. Since I had time off, I was like, I'd really love to know if this stuff's real. And like, I got some months, so what would I have to do to find out for myself, right? And so I spent a bunch of time trying to do the gateway process. I spent time trying to learn remote viewing, trying to read the research. And the first couple sessions I did, I saw the target after, and I was like,
man, like that works so much better than I thought it would for my first couple sessions.
Yeah.
What is this, and how do you measure? Is this better than chance or what? And it kind of broke my brain a bit. And so then finally I was like, well, I need more data and I need some measurement systems, and I really want to know, like, is this real? And that became Social RV. And so now Social RV's goal is to onboard the next million people in the world to remote viewing and to this Psi phenomenon. And to do that a couple of ways. One, by making a really fun app, kind of like the Duolingo for Psi or something like that. But also, just like showing people this is real, showing our public data set of 20,000 sessions so you can look through other people's sessions.
Yeah.
And they're blind, because I've seen people post sessions on Reddit that are great, but you don't know if they're chain or what.
Yep.
Yeah. And so we're trucking along, getting lots more users. We ran the remote viewing competition here at Psi Games on Social RV.
Yeah.
So the audience could participate, and people seem to really enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah. And once again, the platform is amazing. It really communicates the concepts very well. And I think especially the idea of how do you examine that data? How do you look at the data? How do you consider that? Because I founded Curious Research a year or so ago, and the whole concept is how do you bring researchers in the field together with science?
Yeah.
How do you get them to understand that science has methods, it has terminology? You don't use those terminologies like you come in with a picture and you say, I have evidence. They are going to rapier eviscerate you, man, because that's their job as a scientist.
Yeah.
But if you come in and say, I got this picture this last weekend during my investigation, and there's some anomalous data in it.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what that anomaly is. Now they're piqued. Now they're curious because you're talking about data. You're talking about anomalies and data sets. That's science. Let's talk now. So the idea, once again, of how do you gather this data? How do you garner it? I took my lessons initially from Lynn Buchanan. And the one thing that I love that he talks about is the data set. Like, if you want results, go look at the data set. Like, he has been collecting data on RV sessions from his students for 30-something years. So he just has this massive trove of data. And we were just talking with Luciano of all parapsychological disciplines. There is more data in the world of remote viewing and RV than anything else.
That's right. That's right. And when I was doing my initial research, the mountain of evidence of scientific literature, Dean Radin's research, things like that, there's a mountain of evidence. And so it leaves you scratching your head and saying, like, well, why isn't this more respected? Right. And I'm an engineer, and I'm pedantic, and I wanted to see the data and run the analysis myself. And I found it was tough to get the raw sessions. And it was also, even if I did, it was tough to know, were some lost, were some cherry picked, right?
Yeah.
And so definitely this research has already been done, but we decided to take it one step further for our skeptic friends. And we are collecting the data in a way on Social RV where it's all public. Anybody can download our data set and run whatever analysis on it they want. And we've invented some novel blockchain technologies so that you can actually prove chain of custody, and you can prove that this session was submitted before any human in the universe knew what the target was going to be. And you can prove it for all time. You can also prove you've got all the sessions, none of them are missing. And so you can prove this data set is unassailable. And then you can do whatever analysis on it you want. And anybody can do that analysis. You don't have to go talk to some university lab and get it from some dusty library.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and that comes into an important part of the conversation with data is how do you process that data? How do you begin to cull it? Like, even my son, in preparation for being on the panel, spent the last couple weeks since the full launch of Psi Games Online. He was playing the couple of games that were there that were released, but just recently did they release the full suite. But much like his science experiment in school where he grew a crystal, like, I made him a data set. I made him a data sheet. It's like every time you play this game, you fill out this data sheet. Like, physiologically, how did it make you feel? Did you feel nauseous? Did you have rapid heartbeat or sweating? How many hits or misses did you get? Things like that. Like, how do you begin to use the data? How do you begin to use the data specifically to make you a better viewer? Things like that. So how is the data in your data sets treated? How is it taken in? And how does it, I guess, customize itself? Does it customize itself to the viewer itself? In that kind of way?
So there's two different ways you think about it. One is proving the effect is better than chance.
Yes.
And
Huge.
Yes, obviously. And then once you've proven the effect is better than chance, then you might be more generous with the data to look for certain things that will help you improve.
Okay.
Right. And so I'll focus on the prove it better than chance, because I
Please.
think that's the most important.
It is the most important. Absolutely.
Yeah. So the way that we prove that our data is better than chance is we have a set target pool, 300 targets. And when a user does a session, a random target is chosen for their session. We then take 9 more targets out of the same pool as decoys. So equal chance that any target could have been their real target, could have been decoys.
Nice.
Right?
Okay.
We shuffle them up in a random order. And then we have an AI take their session and basically rank all 10 of those targets with how well it corresponds to the session. The AI doesn't know what the real target is. Obviously.
Okay.
And then we check how often the real target appears in the top half of the ranking. And so if there's no effect, then it should be chance, 50-50, if it's in the top half or not. And something additional we do to make sure that the judge isn't biased in some way that we aren't aware of is we also run all the sessions again with new target, new decoys, junk, to null the judge and confirm, does the judge get 50-50 when it's got junk? It does. Cool. Or not junk, but new targets.
Yeah.
And so we see about 51.5%, 52% accuracy across our 20,000 sessions, which is not like a huge number. It definitely undercounts the result, because the best you can do is 1 in 10.
Yeah.
And some sessions are like 1 in a million hits, right? And so this is a lower bound on the effect being better than chance. But it shows the effect is better than chance. And then we can start transitioning and we say like, okay, well, maybe we can be more generous with the sessions, and maybe we can find a better way to measure these like 1 in a million chances.
Yeah.
But to do that, it's more difficult for the judge to be blind. And so we're investigating ways to do that. We're really focused on like prove it's better than chance first.
Yes.
And then find ways that we can give people useful feedback on their sessions.
Yeah, because that was going to be my follow-up question specifically was, can the data be customizable to begin helping somebody craft their craft in that kind of way, where it's like, and the example I give all the time is that your misses are more important than your hits.
Yes.
You're not going to learn how to hit a curveball if you just hit a curveball every time. Like you've got to miss so you can learn things. So
yeah, you got to get to that point where you're trusting that it is real and you're being a little generous with your misses. And people don't want to like pull at straws for what it could have been, because they feel like they're fooling themselves. And maybe it's not real. But you actually have to do that to get better. Once you know that it is real. I'm also a really big fan of Lynn Buchanan as well.
Same.
And his method of like pulling out different categories from your session.
Yes.
And then knowing you as a viewer, you're better at these categories. So that's a feature we're working on right now, and building different pools for different categories. So you can practice certain categories.
Well, exactly, because that's one of the things that I love about Lynn's work is it really does metrically show that, like, no, there are some people that are better with sense and smells, some people better with sensations, some people better with faces. Like, it's fascinating what some people are better at in this field than others. Yeah. When you think that it would almost be, at least for what it is, an equal application across the board.
Yeah.
And specifically when it comes to the AI, two questions. Number one, let's alleviate the audience's fears about your AI. All right. Because immediately that's where everybody goes, dude. Like there's a pyramid and an eye on my stuff. Like people tend to get a little conspiratorial in some of these communities, especially about this stuff. Like some of the things that are said about this show, even online, where it's like, wow, that is deep and dark and utterly not what this show is about. And it's fascinating. So, how do you utilize the AI in that kind of way? And how do you, I guess, train the AI to be unbiased? Like in the proof, do you have to know what you're giving the AI at that point to know that it's wrong? Things like that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I've also heard like people say like, oh, you're just collecting up the psychic people for the government, right?
Thank you. Wrong.
I'm not
absolutely wrong.
People for the government.
Absolutely not. That's what I want you to dispel. Yeah. Thank you.
At the same time, there are very psychic people who are worried for their safety.
Sure.
And maybe there's validity. I haven't seen it, but I don't want to dismiss it. And then, maybe don't post your sessions publicly on the internet. Like, we're not going to do anything, but like someone else might see them on
it's
our
in
site.
The public domain at that point.
Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, so it's in the sense of AI. So my day job actually is as an AI engineer in Silicon Valley. So I work with AI daily. Our AI is honestly not very sophisticated. We're just using the like ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini models from Google.
Okay.
We don't train on people's data.
Good.
We don't
Okay.
let Google or ChatGPT or Claude retain user data. We treat it just like any large organization that doesn't
Yeah.
want their data retained.
Yeah.
Treats it, and it's very simple. You know, the AI models are very good now. So we have a great prompt that explains to the AI how it should think about remote viewing sessions. The AI also sort of has an idea of remote viewing because it's read all the remote viewing books.
Sure.
And we just show it the targets in a random order, the user session, a little like, prompt, and we say like, put them in order, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. And simple is better, right? If you
Yeah.
get too crazy, that's just more room for bias. And so the AI never gets to know what the real target is, right? And the targets are shown in a random order every time. So there's not much room for bias, but then we also null the judge and just confirm, like, we don't see any bias anywhere.
Well, and it's interesting that you bring that up because I try to bring this up on my show all the time. Folks, if you are worried about like Chat GPT taking over the world, it'll be about as averagely intelligent as the average person reading the internet because that's where it's pulling its data from. So, and that's why it hallucinates because there's so much trash on the internet. It's pulling that trash in. I used to do a segment on my show called Ask Alexa.
Yeah.
Where before it was like a 5-minute segment at the top of the second hour where I would ask Alexa some of the same questions I was going to be asking my actual researcher.
Sure.
And sometimes my favorite was whenever it would get stumped and it just didn't know. And it would like, well, I have an app. I don't know that, but I have an app that'll give you a unicorn eating apples in an orchard. Would you like that? But the things that it would come up with sometimes, and even the fact I also used to like have AI specifically with people like Robert Duncan, who wrote AI for the government, things like that, where it was like, so I had AI write up a bio about you. Let's see how accurate it is. And he'd be like, okay, that was good. That was good. I don't know what that company is, but I wish I did start it. So It's fascinating to see that. And I think it's awesome the fact that, A, you're using readily accessible technology. It's not like, once again, that you have written some crazy code or something like that, because part of the issue with doing that is that, you could totally be loading your code with all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
So, and also the odd fact of AI where the more information you give it to try to find, the more it tries to please you because you've now given it parameters of exactly what you're looking for. And it kind of worries about what you're going to do if it doesn't please you. It's quite fascinating, actually.
There are so many stories on Reddit, on the remote viewing subreddit of every week there's someone like, I tried remote viewing with AI and I asked it to pick me a target and I described it to it. And then the AI said, yeah, that was the target I picked for you. Wow, no way. It's just pleasing you. The AI never picked a target.
It never picked a target, exactly.
Yeah.
And with that idea that when it comes to the proving, like you said, you give it a target, I assume the fact that is a target of known quantity.
Yeah.
That like the target so you can know what your expected result should be.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a static set.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting that you have built this app and that it has really hit the community in the way it is, because it's a great, once again, window for people who may not be familiar. And hey, the books are thick. They can get tough.
Yeah.
It's full of lingo. And as I am not an engineer like you, I am a manual engineer.
Type of engineer? Audio engineer?
I wire things, audio, video, but my life is lived in manuals. Since I was in junior high, I enjoyed an instruction manual and things like that, like how to build lasers more than a novel.
Yeah.
So the idea of how do you get somebody interested in something that is so tactile if they aren't that kind of learner?
Totally. Yeah. I mean, making it approachable is a big part of what we do. But even for people who don't mind reading the books, I read all the books.
Yeah.
I worked really hard at doing my sessions, and then I had no one to compare to, no one to share it with. I was like,
Exactly.
is this good? Is this bad?
Yeah.
I don't know. So even that, but yeah, we've got a bunch of really nice features in the app for like first-time users. We have like guided audio meditations that walk you through a session, or just written instructions.
Sure.
And we're leaning into more like actual guided learning modules that are like many hours long, so you can really sit with it and like go deep into the practice and stuff like that.
Yeah.
However people want to consume it.
Awesome. Because fascinatingly enough, there are numerous modalities to this. We were talking about that with Luciano earlier. It's a regular point of conversation when it comes to RV. When you're talking CRV, that Lim Buchanan military controlled remote viewing, what was protocoled and made in a lab, and then given to the military and continues to this day, is very different from ARV, very different from ERV, very different from these other intermodality disciplines in that kind of way. So how does your app address that? How does it address like even the fact of, like you're saying, you're getting to the point of customization? Might it start tending somebody like, hey, according to your sessions here, you may want to look into ERV?
That's a really great question. So if we knew what type of session a person was doing, if we knew they were doing CRV, we could treat their scoring differently. We could custom tailor a judge that knows CRV, right? We don't have any, we don't care what our users do their sessions. They just upload whatever. Most users' sessions are pretty freeform. But I know that once people get deeper into it, it's great to try a bunch of different instructors and see what you vibe with. And most people will kind of create their own sort of mesh of a bunch. The way that we're thinking about that in the 6 month, 1 year future is we're kind of gravitating towards something that's like Peloton, where we'll have a bunch of different instructors.
That's exactly what I was going to say, where it's like, here's some short 10 session modules with Lynn Buchanan or Pam Coronado or Paul H. Smith, where it's like 2-3 minute lesson. Here's the exercise. Get after it, guys.
Exactly. Yeah. And some way for you to tag your session, like, oh, this is a CRV session, so treat it differently. That's what we want to do.
That is a beautiful concept, man, because truly that introduces people on a great level. That is a beautiful on-ramp to different disciplines of the science of this.
Well, I think it'll help the instructors too, right?
Yeah.
Like we want to bring up the tide and introduce the next million people to Psi, and so that's also going to help these instructors with their income, right? Obviously, we're going to give them a
not just income, but their data and training. Because here's the one thing: as a teacher, as someone who taught for 10 years of my life, the one thing you never get is feedback. From students, and that kind of and granted, I worked with junior high school, things like that. But 3 times in my life, I have run into somebody that I taught 10 years later, and they tell me what my teaching meant to them, things like that. So, real-time feedback from students, where every week, anybody involved in this, Pam Coronado gets a spreadsheet. There are 10 people signed up for your class. These are their data sets right now. That helps them craft what they're doing and how they're teaching as well. So it only makes them a better instructor.
And are the students getting better?
Exactly.
And which types of instruction help students get better?
Yes, exactly. And that stuff that is invaluable, because all too often people are reticent to share that information. It's almost like they think they're going to tell you you're a bad instructor or something like that. They get very self-conscious about true and honest feedback in that kind of way. Absolutely. So the fact that you can do that blind, that kind of stuff, I use an app for Q&A whenever I do conferences that lets you take a picture and you can anonymously ask a question, because many people get intimidated of going up and asking a question of somebody famous on stage. But if you can anonymously ask it, you can have your question answered. So what about community boards like that, where there are different interdisciplinary community boards where you can go for answers or direction? Are you looking at anything like that as well?
That's a really good question. We've been trying to rise the tide for everyone else as well, and trying to not step on too many toes early. So
there's a lot. There's a lot of toes.
Yeah, we point people towards Reddit right now, or the remote viewing subreddit Discord. Yeah. In the future, we probably will have some sort of community message boards or something like that. We're friendly with the moderators of the Reddit and stuff, and so maybe there's some way we can collaborate or something like that. Certainly, there's a lot of people asking the same question again and again, and so there's lots of opportunity for just answering the same question again and again automatically. But there's definitely a hunger there for more community, more of a personal aspect. Something else we're looking to lean into is more of scheduled group sessions where people, not necessarily us too, but anybody can make a scheduled recurring group session with a Zoom link, and then they can have their friends join every Friday at 2 p.m. We're going to do some targets together, and have a fun experience like that.
Well, especially for team training, that kind of stuff. That's one of my favorite things that IRVA has implemented over the last couple years is the whole program of onboarding people into being part of an RV team. You've done your training, you've worked with Pam Coronado, you've worked with Lynn, you've worked with Angela Thompson-Smith, that kind of stuff. Where do you take it from there? How do you begin to find a client? How do you begin to actually utilize this in real world? Because sure, hey, we're all doing this as a point of a static change inside of us, no doubt, and to connect with something deeper and bigger.
Yeah.
But at the same time, most people want to functionally use this in some way, shape, or form, be it like Pam Coronado does, helping police and investigators, or, so how do you begin to build that? How do you begin to...
That's a good. So that is the next step. The first step is prove it's real, and then it's like make a great learning experience so people can learn it. And then there's like, okay, what can you do with it?
Yeah.
That's future out a little bit. We have some thoughts there. We have a section on our site where we've already listed coming soon and kind of described what we're planning to do, and that's something we call field work.
Okay.
And so field work would be a way to do jobs for people, like a paid job board. And right now it's probably going to be ARV, which is predicting markets or things like that.
Sure.
And then it's going to be finding lost items for
Okay.
people.
Love it.
And then
Missing my wedding ring for the last year.
there you go. You see a lot of people posting on Reddit about like, oh, I need a psychic for lost item.
Yeah.
I mean, Etsy Witch as a service is like totally a thing.
It is.
So we're gonna potentially lean into that, and then what we're actually really hoping to do, if we can find a way to do it really ethically and responsibly, is take the best people who are good at finding missing items and stuff like that, and maybe work with law enforcement to like find missing kids or like solve crimes.
Yeah.
Because we know like there's great psychics from Irva and stuff that can help us navigate those waters.
Yeah.
And there's probably great psychics in the world who could help, but they don't have any way to help. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're exploring that as well, for sure.
Well, and especially the idea of being able to onboard clientele, being able to, that's another beautiful thing about that data, is you could literally go through and, hey, I'm trying to specifically find this kind of target. What viewers are available? It can bar graph it for you and let you know what they're better at. Like, this person's better at physical objects. This person's better at people. This person's better at a health reading.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, you could literally, like, it's beyond LinkedIn at that point.
Yeah.
You
it's
know,
LinkedIn for remote viewing. I've thought about, because also you've got this track record, this proven track record.
Yeah, you got your resume on there, past clients you've worked for.
Etsy, LinkedIn, or Etsy Witch LinkedIn as a service. Yeah.
But sincerely, it's amazing, and there are so many possibilities as to where you can go with this. So good on you guys for putting this together, for really seeing this, especially in the time frame that you've done it.
Yeah.
Because it's, I mean, what, like 2 years, year and a half, something like that. Yeah. It's been a very condensed time frame for something that is this involved.
Well, there's actually something I want to say about that. So I'm the only developer on Social RV, and it's a side project. My day job is
I was going to say, like, you have a full-time day job as an actual engineer building systems.
Yeah,
so.
I would very much love it if one day I made enough money from Social RV to pay my wage and do this full-time. I don't make enough money from it yet.
I feel that about my show.
It's tough out there to get a full-time job in Psi. But for your you asked about the AI. For your viewers asking about AI and worried that AI would take over the world, if it wasn't for AI coding tools, Social RV definitely would not exist. I could build it, but it would have taken me 5 years and $1 million
to get a base project done, not even something fully functional.
Yeah. So the unlock in creativity and entrepreneurial abilities that these tools provide, like you should lean in and you should see what you can do, and you can have a massive impact in the world by yourself now for a small amount of money and not a ton of effort. And so I would definitely recommend people, anybody who's like AI hater or AI skeptical, I think they should go build something and feel that joy.
And it's funny, I use a few AIs, and one of them that I am a massive advocate of is Psi Summary.
Okay.
I love it because it is a data specified AI. It does not scrape the internet.
Nice.
It's like my computer that I built at home for AI, for like data center cards and stuff, where yes, I update Olama and Windows, and I'll even update my LLM. But as soon as that's done, it gets unplugged from the internet.
Yeah.
And it doesn't scrape the internet for that data.
Sure.
It's only working on the data sets that I've trained it on.
Sure.
So, being able to do that, it really does put you in a different aspect. It makes it more like a tool than it is something doing the work for you.
Yeah.
In that kind of way. Like I use AI all the time whenever I'm doing web design, like, hey, write me a snippet of code for this section. Stuff. And then I clean it up from there. It needs cleanup. It needs work. You need to edit anything it gives you. But once again, the idea of a solo developer by themselves doing something of this scale is massive. That is a friggin' mountain range to cross, not a mountain.
Yeah.
And how do you tunnel through that? How do you go circumvent it or go over it? Like, that's a massive thing to consider. So the fact that you have leveraged this in that kind of way, and especially in a responsible and ethical way, because that's really, I think, the thing that most people don't understand or get about RV is the ethics involved. The ethics, even since, and I've said this with Lynn Buchanan when he's been on the show numerous times, like, it has always blown my mind that the military used this and it was not a weapon.
Yeah.
It was not like, make that guy's brain bleed.
That was a different team.
You know?
That was a different guy.
Yeah. But it's one of those, like, that wasn't part of the protocol. It was like, do not interfere. Don't do this. There were distinct no's, and like, not even lines in the sand, because sand will shift with the wind. It was like driven in concrete. You do not go beyond this. And I think that's one of the hugely important things. A, with data to begin with. B, with RV and all of this, because we're dealing with something that is our entanglement with each other and the world at large. And I think if you begin to corrupt that in some kind of way like that, you begin to corrupt that entanglement.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it degrades your ability too. Like, the universe is watching, and if you're using it for nefarious purposes or personal gain, the universe is like, not today, buddy.
And that's a huge point in the ARV game.
Yeah.
When people, you may use it to predict markets, but don't forget, markets fluctuate, markets change within minutes of each other. You know, there's still the quantum aspect of time and other people's actions that may affect the outcome of a viewing.
I actually have a hypothesis, and I don't think we'll be successful with ARV once we put money on the line. I think if we're paper trading or we're doing it for fun, we probably will be successful. But as soon as it's like, oh, we're going to make money on the stock market, I think the effect will go away. I know other researchers who have built similar sites, like ARV Collective, made by Matt Mano, great site. Yeah. He did a lot of ARV research. He beat us to it, and it collected a similar number of sessions. And he saw a similar thing where when they were paper trading, they had amazing results. And then as soon as they turned the money on, immediately down to chance. He showed me the numbers. It was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it falls immediately. And that's why people ask oh, you're a remote viewer. How come you're not a millionaire?
Yeah, where's your Lamborghini,
where's your Lamborghini? Where's all your platinum jewelry? Yeah. You know, and it's because that's not how that works.
Yeah.
It's not how and the universe doesn't let it work that way. And it's fascinating to see that like,
it's very strange.
They're like, not only is there an ethical line in the sand, but the universe was like, here's my line just beyond it, just in case, you know? So,
for you.
yeah. As we wrap this up, man, once again, I love the app. It's absolutely amazing. What can people do, to download the app, get involved? And B, what can they do to get with you and give you feedback on the app if they are using the app? What can they do? Is there feedback. Like any developer loves feedback.
Absolutely.
You know, so
so we get a lot of feedback, and I read every single piece of feedback usually within a day, and I respond. There's multiple places in the app, in like the settings menus and different menus, where you can like give feedback. Just goes right to my email. So please give me feedback. Let me know about bugs and stuff. We want to fix them. In order to play with it, to try it, you can just Google Social RV. The website is social-rv.com. We're on the iOS and Google Play app stores in the US and Canada, and we're expanding to more countries soon.
Awesome.
You can just Google it. You can just play it. It's free to download. There is a premium tier. The free tier is pretty generous. Probably too generous. Probably I'd make more money if it was less generous. But it's generous today.
You can change that later. Many developers do.
We might have to. But anybody who does, use the premium, I hope they enjoy it. And you are helping fund Psi research. You're helping this platform exist. So
and that is kind of honestly, it's kind of the plus side about having a day job, about having a full-time career, things like that, is that you really do get to, like, whenever people ask me, like, if I donate money to Curious Research, where's it go? Like, what's it like, paying your heat?
Yeah.
I was like, absolutely not. It goes totally to research.
100%.
And how do we make that happen?
OpenAI.
Exactly. So I want to thank you so much for your open and honest conversation today. It's been great. Before we let you go, one last time, where can everybody go to download and get involved?
Yeah, so just Google Social RV. You can go to the website at social-rv.com, and we're in the Google Play and iOS stores. And if you download it, please, give us feedback through the app and let us know if there's any features you want that we don't have yet.
Absolutely. Chase, thanks so much. much, man.
you.
I want to have you on again and again as things develop. I'd love to do it a few times a year where you come on for a full episode, man, because this conversation could go on forever.
That'd be great. Yeah, definitely.
While you are online, everybody, checking out everything from Social RV over at social-rv.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. It's where you can find all of our live coverage from amazing events like Psi Games. Stay tuned through this quick commercial break. We'll be right back with all of our continuing coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We'll be back right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Stacy Murphy, Director of Operations for CUSAC, who actively helped design, or not even helped, you designed all of the games for Psi Games Online. Let's get into that a little bit because my son was on the panel. Since the release of all the games on the platform, which I'm sure there are many more coming, he has been obsessed with playing it every day. To the point that the other day he came in and was so excited. He was like, "Oh my God, Dad, I got a 10 out of 10 on this," which is amazing. It's one of those, like, that is well beyond chance. So let's get into the first part. How did you first become involved with game development, CUSAC, things like that?
Well, I can't take full credit. So I was not the one who designed everything.
No, absolutely not.
So I'm the director of operations. And CUSAC, so David Chartrand is the executive director of CUSAC. And he's got a great friendship with Hakeem. And David also has a video game business.
Oh, wow.
Called Squiddo.
Okay.
And so he's known for video games. Now, on the CUSAC team, what's so interesting is that we have a parapsychologist who is also a video game designer who designed the video games of last year's Psi Games.
Gotcha.
Named Mark Bocuzzi.
Okay.
So he was responsible solely for last year's games. So when Hakeem wanted to update the games, here he was with two of his buddies, David Chartrand and Mark Bocuzzi, who had the ability to design the new games, and they wanted an update. They wanted interesting new features.
Yeah, and it is specifically engageable features, you know, and I think the biggest part of it is how do you translate the concept, to somebody that's not familiar with the concept? That's been a big conversation of the executive team is how do we onboard people to this community? How do we get people to, understand what it's about, and B, how do we dispel their misgivings and their misunderstandings about this field of study and about this work?
Yeah, I mean, the video games are such a great way to engage people in play and fun. And even if you're not aware at first, let's say you come from left field and you're not even aware what precognition means or psychokinesis or remote viewing, whatever, you can come into a video game and you can play with it. And then all of a sudden you can start to think, hey, wait a minute. why am I picking a door and I don't know what's behind which? Wait, what's happening? Why am I getting all these right? Wait, I feel like I'm good at this.
Yeah.
And what is that? Like, why am I good at this?
Yeah.
So I think it's a good way to engage in fun and play. And the games it's interesting. So we talk about video game design. Our lead designer was Charlie, and Charlie is used to designing games for dopamine hits.
Nice.
Getting people like, how do you keep them engaged?
How do you keep them hooked?
And
how do you jewel them?
Yeah. And what's interesting about Psi abilities is it's a little bit the opposite. With Psi abilities, you have to get into a state of inner peace and release dopamine, release insistence on outcome in order to really tune in.
Yeah, to entangle with what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's interesting you bring that up. 2 years ago, I spoke on the Irva cruise. And one of the questions I got, former youth minister, former teacher, things like that, a lot of people asked, how do we bring this to the next generation? Because a lot of what I try to talk about is I'm 50. But when I walk into a Knights of Columbus council, people buy me beer. They're like, oh, somebody keep this young buck around. It's like, dude, I am on your coattails. When you look at a lot of these para-communities, parapsychological research, a lot of the people in these fields are in their upper 60s. They're in their 70s. And how do you, get the next generation involved? How do you get them interested, not just in the field, but in the field of study and the science of it, you know? And how do we bring it to the next generation? And when they asked me that, the immediate answer was, you gamify it and you give them rewards.
And what's so interesting, totally, absolutely. And what's so interesting is that Mark Boccuzzi, who's on our team, he's been in parapsychology research for 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And so what you don't realize is behind the scenes, these video games, when we're going through the design, a game that is about psychokinesis is different than precognition.
Absolutely.
And when you're doing so behind the scenes, there's a research platform that's taking the data and analyzing it. And so you have to be really clear when you're designing the game what you're looking for. And so the other piece of designing the game is to make sure that if somebody's using their psychokinesis, they're not accidentally tapping into precog to do the task.
Yes.
So there's a lot of finesse in these games.
Yep.
And people with 20 years. And what's also beautiful is Mark Boccuzzi has been designing video games his whole life. So there's this vibe state in the company that is phenomenal. Everybody's in flow state. So the design of the games was so intuitive too. Our artists, our designers, our developers, the team came together in the most magical way. All the pieces perfectly, and everybody brought their gifts. And I think the games are beautiful. And I think I think they have the dopamine of wanting to play them.
Absolutely.
But then also when you're in the game, there's a game that allows you, it's called, what's the name of the one about coherence? It's the one with the floating birds, but there's you get to breathe with the app.
Yep.
And the more that coherence you build, the more birds fly through the frame.
Yeah. And, Muse. I've had I have 2 versions of the Muse headset, but that was one of the things that I found fascinating about that was that as you go through the meditation, it gives you distraction when your brain is distracted. And it's one of those, like, you choose your soundscape, like, oh, rainforest, and you're hearing rain, just rain, and occasionally you hear a bird. The problem is when you hear more birds, it means you're not focused on your breathing. It means you're not focused on your physiology and meditating and trying to get to that flow state. And it was really interesting to me how that feedback worked in real time, and the fact that it was picking up my brain waves and see whether I'm moving my eyebrows, whatever, I'm distracted and I'm not paying attention to the task at hand.
We had a long discussion. Each game is very different. Some along the way, when you get an answer right, it's like cha-ching and you get coins. But the dowsing game specifically, there's 10 trials and you have to do all 10 before you find out how many you got right. And you're not told which ones you got right. You just told you got 5 right. So you can't use your precog.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of design in there. And what's so fascinating is what you said about distraction. There's Easter eggs in all those games. as you get more right, you might notice that in the game Incoming, it's about a bellhop that the rooms have been misidentified and you have to find which luggage goes to which room, and you're using your precognition.
Okay.
And as you get the more right, the bellhop gets more tips, and there's more flowers in the jar at the entryway.
Okay.
And the room gets brighter. And so, and in naturescaping, the water gets clearer. The more trash you get rid of, and the more recycle. So it's very fun in the video games to look at how can we just allow people to discover what's going on so that they want to play more.
Yeah, exactly. Not quite Easter eggs, but more the idea of how does the game evolve with you as you're playing it? How do those things change? How does it make you more interested? And even the idea of what I especially love about this, and the same thing with social RV and other concepts like this, is the one question I've always had whenever I have Lynn Buchanan, Angela Thompson Smith, any remote viewing instructor, is how do you keep from reading your monitor? And B, how do you know you're not just reading your monitor? Like, how do you know that you haven't just, and I even thought about it with my monitor who lived in Hawaii for a while, of sending her my spare Muse headset, and both of us starting the session at the same time, to see if our brainwaves sync up in a session, which would be wild via distance, but B, to see if maybe I'm reading her in some way, shape, or form. And that's a real thing to consider, because you are really tapping into something else, and there's a lot of inbound information. You could well be picking up on somebody else in the room.
Absolutely. And in these games, there's so many, if we really think that consciousness is the fundamental and that it is non-local, that means that even all these things that we call precog and psychokinesis and dowsing and all these different things, they're really just the same thing from a different vantage point.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so you could be picking up anything. You could be picking up your future version at any point, which is considered precog.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. No. And the concept of precognition, I mean, they were just doing it in the room with the colored balls and numbers on it. Let's get into the precog a little bit and how that game is played.
All right. So there's 2 precog games on the website. One is called Incoming and one is called Wayfinder. And Wayfinder is my favorite because they look like portals. Basically, the concept of the game is you're a young boy and you're in your bed and you go to a far off land and you need to find the star path to find your way home. And so it's a little bit metaphoric about how when you find your inner state, you find yourself a little bit more.
Yeah.
And so then there's 2 doors that come up. You're in a mountainscape. It's beautiful. There's 2 portals. And when you pick one and you get the right one, it zooms in to another, big mountainscape, and it feels very expansive. That's the dopamine part for sure. And so that's one of the precog games. That one's my favorite, I would say.
Okay. Yeah. And with that, let's get into how things work with divvying results, that kind of stuff. And I don't want you to give away a bunch of proprietary information. I also know that you are not fully the developer of such things. So, but when it comes to that, how is the data parsed? How is the data stored and used?
Awesome. So behind the scenes, basically what's happening is the data of, I'll tell you a funny story, actually.
Please.
This will help. The Incoming game is a similar precog game, but the first design had 4 doors. And we thought that was going to be exciting because the Wayfinder had 2 portals. And we thought, well, this is a way to challenge people with 4 doors. But what happened with 4 doors is that as a person goes through the game, it's hard. Its chance is 1 in 25.
Yeah.
So if you get a low score, you're like, oh, do I really want to play that again?
Yeah.
And so then we went back and we redesigned it with just 2 doors. We had to throw out all the research because the research is no longer valid.
Yeah, it's skewed now.
It used to be 4 and now it's 2. So we had to throw all that data out. So behind the scenes, the things that are being collected is actually not your typical. It's not like advertisements where people
yeah.
are collecting your name and your age and all
your
that stuff.
browsing history, your
Yeah.
cookies, things
Yeah.
like that.
So basically what's being collected is simply you log into the site, and then that login, any game that you're playing is going to go, your data is going to go towards that one person, essentially.
Okay.
So you can look at your data for precog, for psychokinesis across the site.
Okay. And the reason I ask is a lot of this show is about demystification, Stacy. The idea of there are a lot of people kicking up dirt from rabbit holes they are digging around the pond. And much like the Harbor game, we have to clean the water.
Yes.
We eventually all have to drink that water.
Exactly.
So we got to clean it.
Exactly.
And there seems to be a lot of, I wouldn't necessarily say consternation within the communities, but a lot of consternation from adjacent communities that for some reason think that games like this, apps like Social RV, games like Psi Games, are actively trying to gather data on people, sell it to the government, sell it to private agencies, all that kind of stuff. And that is not the case here. Not the case with how the data, or you aren't even collecting private data in that kind of way, aside from this is your membership.
This is your name.
Yeah.
And you could lie.
Yeah.
And here's the deal that you might not be thinking about, but there's behind the scenes, there's interesting considerations because let's say you are an intuitive psychic who helps the government find, when there's a crime and you help find details or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're super skilled at that. And you have a long history of helping people find those things out. So you have a reputation of being an intuitive and a psychic. And then somebody says, hey, can you come play this game? And by the way, we're going to take this data. And you put your name in, and then you don't do well. And so we want to keep that anonymous because everybody's gifts are so unique and so different. And even I met a woman today who was a intuitive medic, if that's the word. Intuitive, where she can X-ray your body with her eyes and see your organs and see what's going on.
Sure.
But a game like this is different, right? And so she doesn't assume that she's going to be able to do this thing. But if she's known as being a psychic and then her data says she flopped, now she's worried that the world is going to see her as a fake or a phony, even though it might be that her gift is just in a different way.
Yeah.
I've also noticed that the psychokinesis game, there are people who connect to it and people who don't.
Yep.
And so there are people who are really good at bending spoons, putting pennies on walls, all the things, but they don't, for whatever reason, and no judgment, right? Their ability to tap into a quantum, because we use a quantum number generator versus just random. And the quantum number generator, their ability to tap into that and affect it in that game is different than this kind of physical manipulation.
Yes.
And so then people might see their data and think like, oh, but I thought he was really good at psychokinesis.
Yeah.
So, so that's why it's all anonymous. You're putting in your name, but you get to decide what you put in as that name.
Yeah. And, especially with that random number generator, let's get into that because I've got a random number generator at home. And for those of you who don't understand, a prime example of random number generator is your local slot machine. And here's why I say that. You can tap that stop button all day long. The outcome was predetermined the minute you pushed go. The random number generator stopped and the outcome was determined. So you could stop it later. It doesn't matter. You didn't actually stop those reels. The number was there. It was decided upon. I have a random number generator at home. It operates on 256, so it's got 256 possible numbers that it could stop on. It changes a number, and it keeps generating and going, and it stops one of 4 lights, 4 colored LEDs on it, and it only does that whenever it detects a piece of carbon that is decayed in the air. So there are numerous ways to generate random numbers, and the carbon decay until this point, until quantum and photonic was really the mainstay. That was like the most random you could get. We know what the decay of carbon is, but when something's going to decay off this wall or your finger, we have no idea. But now we're into the world of you're talking about people like Adam Curry, who with Entangled, I love that app. Love that app. It fascinates me how many times my data entangles while I am on air live. Literally.
Let's do it.
While I'm on air live.
Careful, the ring. Ow.
But seriously,
Yeah.
because it's one of those like, I am in a flow state.
Yeah.
I'm in a different place. I'm in the same place that I used to be when I used to teach a class and tell people like, hey, do you know what I said up there?
You're really good at describing, by the way, random number generators.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
And
carbon decay.
Yeah, but the idea of now we're using photons and photonic packets, and that's what's being used in Entangled, where you're given a packet of photons and they are going left and right, 1 and 0, 1 and 0, until things start going 1, 1, 1, 1, and start slamming things in one direction. And now we know you're beyond anomaly. So I don't, again, want you to give away too much proprietary information. But how does the quantum number generator work in that kind of way?
Oh my goodness, we might have skirted my ability in this one.
Okay. Broad strokes.
Broad strokes. I don't even know if I can do broad strokes on this one. This is one of those things that I can't believe I didn't ask.
That's all right.
I'm having a moment now because I've been so as the director of operations.
Yeah.
I hired the team. We brought the team together. You know, here's what we're doing, making sure they're staying on track and all those things. And when I'm a geek, so I haven't told many people this, but when I was a kid, 1984, the Apple II Plus came out.
Yep.
And my dad was a math teacher. And computers were new, and they came in and they said, "Who wants to teach computers?" And my dad was like, "I'll do it." And he's like, "What's a computer?" And so because of that, we had a computer in our house, an Apple II Plus, and he gave me cracked video games to play at home.
Wow.
And then I was coding in BASIC, basically, way back then.
Yeah.
So I'm a total nerd when it comes to this stuff, and I've been coding all my life. But now I'm like, how have I not asked how the quantum number do you know?
I would assume the fact that it's you would probably be somehow or another tracking an electron, something like that.
That makes sense.
Where you would be tracking some kind of actual atomic field in some kind of way, and where you have some kind of predictability, where does the unpredictability occur?
Yeah.
In that kind of way, because that's what most quantum computing is you're talking about actively using atomic things to keep track of stuff until you get into science fiction and things where it's like we're writing data on atoms, that kind of stuff, which we aren't far from, frighteningly.
Yeah.
But
and I come from, it's interesting because I come from the biology world and we talk about quantum biology.
Yeah.
And if you really look deeply, it's weird because photosynthesis relies on quantum tunneling. So quantum is happening inside of all of nature.
Yeah.
And we always think about it as inside computers and needing to be cold and like everything has to be controlled. But it's happening like inside of our cells, you know, in messy, weird environments. And we haven't yet figured out how to do it in a messy environment. But
or in a natural way.
Yeah.
So, and that's something to consider is the fact of like the example that I give in this situation typically is fractals and video game development.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of until we really understood the Mandelbrot set, we really did not know how to generate leaves or floral patterns in video games, trees, things like that, that when you look at it are a repetitive structure of the same thing over and over and over down to a macro scale. And we didn't understand how to make it look. We could do it. We could make a tree, but here's an octagon on top of a stick.
Yeah.
There's your tree. We couldn't get leaves where it's like this leaf is a mirror of that leaf is a mirror of that, like, so until we understood fractals and the way that set worked, we didn't understand how to make a computer do it.
Yeah.
And how to replicate nature through a computer.
Yeah. Super cool.
Yeah.
And I'm going to loop back to
Please.
naturescaping. So if you look at naturescaping, I haven't looked at the final design, But the artwork is so interesting because our artist can capture the basics of nature so subtly.
Yeah.
So she does the wind, and it's like a loop-de-loop across the water. And when you watch it, you get the feeling of wind across water, and it's a line.
Yep.
She is a master of taking, and I agree, like inside video games, right? They used to be like clunky and weird and pixelated and all the things. And all of a sudden now I can't tell the difference on the inside of, and especially, you know, well, VR is different because that's imagery, but
sure.
Yeah.
Look, it is and it isn't. Because, I mean, at that same time, you're talking about computational power. The example there would be something like Pixar. Go look at the first Toy Story and the hair and the fur in that, and go watch Toy Story 5.
Yeah.
Where, like, you feel like you are in the room with that dog. Like, you could touch that dog. It would be furry. It doesn't look fake or plastic or anything like that. And it's because, we've learned to render those fractals down to finer and finer and finer detail, to more resolution, to more convolutions inside the kernel.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Please.
So I hear your passion in all of this, and I'm wondering, if you were a video game designer, what would you design for your son or for people that you know that you think would be a really, really fun game?
That is a really solid question. I'm not used to being asked questions.
I like to turn the table.
But at the same time, it's one of those, what would I want? And you know, I was just talking to the gentleman over here who went into the children's room and learned to bend spoons.
Cool.
And we both settled on the fact of, like, that is the one that I tell people sold me. I'd done a little bit of remote viewing. I went on the cruise with Irva a couple years ago, and we were just sitting at a bar, hanging out, and Angela Thompson-Smith was there. And we started talking about spoon bending. And I was like, I've tried at parties. I tried at Irva in Menlo Park, couldn't do it. I've never been able to do it. The second she walked me through it and just started telling me how to do it, and I was holding a spoon, and it happened.
Mm-hmm.
There was this tactile satisfaction that, like, resonated through my body like lightning. I just did that.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to find something that would express to somebody, because you're talking about data on a screen, you're talking about seeing something. We can make all kinds of things happen on screens that, yes, affect a dopamine hit. But something that would give someone that visceral, like, I just did something physical. I just made something occur in that kind of way. Where maybe even you could affect a machine in some kind of way, where maybe even the only way this machine that you are looking at moves is you, and like a physical machine that's coming through. In that kind of way, where, like, it's watching micro expressions on your face or something like that, and, like, kind of like the same way that the bird distraction works, things like that, where, like, if you are not focused and breathing right, like, you can watch all of those metrics on a webcam, every bit of it, respiration, sweat, heart rate through the pupil, whether or not they're excited. These are all things that, like, your Instagram does, folks. Feel free to look it up. It's watching every bit of that.
Yeah.
That's how it knows. Ooh, they liked that ad. Let's serve them more.
Yeah.
But if you could gamify that concept of how do you take that kind of biometric data, real-time biometric data, and make it affect something in the real world that is visible?
So that's fun.
That's like, you just made the ball drop.
Yeah. That's really cool. Two things. One, I have a friend who designed this experiment where they put you in the headset to measure brainwaves, and the more theta you were in, you were in a physical suit that was rigged to the ceiling, and the ceiling was 30 feet tall. And the more you got into theta, the more you levitated, and the higher you got. Imagine the stress of being so high.
Yeah.
And if you dropped out of theta, it would
drop you.
And so you would feel that like that fine line, like it's similar.
Okay.
That's like
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't talked about this, but I do feel like I
Please.
should mention this. You were mentioning the data behind the
Yeah.
scenes, and you were also
Yeah.
mentioning like affecting things. This is not necessarily affecting something physical, but one of the things that Kusek is doing beyond the Psi games is a player mind.
Okay.
And so what player mind is the idea that what if video games were the largest consciousness lab in the world?
Yeah.
And so what we're looking at is we've created a platform where research scientists can go in the back end and design an experiment that gets put into video games that are already in existence, like Roblox, like the big ones that all the people
Yeah.
are playing. So we've been doing exploratory data, and we've already run some sets of data that are exploratory. We're not taking anybody's data. We're not getting consent, which is why it's not yet research.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we're looking for funding for the platform. And the idea is that David Chartrand, our executive director, he is working with quantum physicists from all over the world, and they've come up with a hypothesis about if inside a video game, if you got a little pop-up that was like, okay, which door is the cool quantum screen thing that you want? So they have some hypothesis about how that would interact with people, and asking people, can you influence the game?
Yes, exactly.
And so on the back end, researchers can design those elements so that then the data can be collected. And so this could be the largest platform for research consciousness.
Well, and man, like my mind literally careened with transient nodes of thought.
I know. I went in two directions.
to quote Blazing Saddles. But quite literally, the idea of building a PK mod or building a mod for Roblox or Minecraft.
We've done it. And we've been running exploratory data. And
publicly release?
No, we're looking for the next round of funding to make it legitimately research.
Wow. Because, that would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, my son plays a little Roblox. I'm sure there's some back-end data you can draw as a mod builder in that kind of way.
Yeah, and that's been the trick, has been we're going to have to ask for consent because it is research. And then so we're working on Fling to Climb. I'm trying to remember the other games that are adults. Okay. And the exploratory data that we took was in games that imagine somebody who has been playing a game for a really, really long time. Like he's on level 8. Yeah. He's invested in that game. He loves that game. So we basically have been doing exploratory data for people who are that far into the game because we know they love games. So we're asking them, do you think you can affect the results of these things inside of this game?
Well, and even getting data, like I have an old Sega system from when I was in like junior high school. And I remember a few years ago, one of my nephews ran across it at my mom's house in the garage, digging for toys. It was like, oh, what's this? I'm like, oh, it's my old game system. Like, he's used to playing PlayStation, things like that. He's like, oh, can we plug it in? I'm like, absolutely. Let's rock it, man. He's like, oh, what was your favorite game? Shinobi, hands down. I wasted 3 years of my life in high school playing that game over and over and over. He started playing it. And after about 20, 30 minutes, he couldn't. There was no respawn point. And I was like, yeah, that's how games used to be. Like, you had to remember the game, man. He was like, oh, how many times did you beat it? I'm like, well, I mean, look in the back of the book. It at least has my dates and the days that I beat the game because it had like a little score chart on Sega games.
That's
he's like, oh, you think you could still do it? I'm like, let me see. 1 life lost. I beat the entire game.
Wow.
30 years down the road.
Wow.
So the idea of somebody who's done this before and has taken a long time off, how does their brain react to something that is so muscular memory in that kind of way,
right,
but also somewhat predictive?
Yeah.
Because like you still kind of have to like remember, like, hey, is that dude on the other side of the barrel? I can't remember till I get to the other side of the screen. So yeah, how would you gamify that? How would you be able to put that data set in? And like you were saying with Roblox, the idea of, I mean, at that point, it wouldn't even be a mod. I guess it would be your own custom world that you've built that people can then membership join.
Yeah, right
so
now.
that there's I accept consent to my
Mhm.
data being collected from this game
Yeah.
and how I play it, nothing more,
Yeah. Yeah, we've gone down both roads
Yeah.
of creating mods, but then also just using the game as is. So
Yeah.
we've gone down both roads.
Which one have you found metrics out better?
I believe that they moved away from the mod, but I might be wrong. So, I feel like you would really geek out with Mark Bocuzzi. I feel like that might be a conversation.
I would love to sit back with a beverage and just brainstorm, because things like this, like you said, they excite me. I know right now because my fingertips are tingling.
Yeah, I know
and when
enough.
that happens, there's something else going on.
Yeah, I know enough to be dangerous, but I'm not.
I'm the
not
same way. I'm the
that
same
level,
way.
Yeah.
Much like with physics and quantum physics, I can't do the math, but I have a great idea of the concepts and how it works and how applications can be taken from it. And sometimes that's all that's necessary to be a part of a team. That's all that's necessary to develop something.
That's actually my role. So it's funny. I got hired as the director of operations, but really I told them, I was like, I'm not going to be a director of operations like you think. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build quantum coherence among the team.
Yeah.
And I'm going to highlight your special abilities, and we're going to follow your intuition, and we're not going to do planning as you think we're going to do planning.
Yeah.
There's times for planning, of course.
Sure. It's a game company, so you still have to have hard gaming deadlines.
There's milestones and all the things. But there's other aspects of what we're doing. I mean, we're doing this Mind Swan research. We're doing Quanta Qualia Research Institute. So we're doing all these other things as well. We have a first-person podcast.
Awesome.
And all of this happened very quickly because I basically said, we're going to focus on quantum coherence. The most important part is that you are in state when you show up to what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so I've been working behind the scenes to create operationalized systems for how do we stay in our abilities in a work environment, in a team where we think we need to do a certain thing, but maybe if we used our intuition, that would a more direct path is ready.
It's funny. I do corporate AV for a living, and people used to always ask me why I was so early. You don't have to be here like an hour and a half before call time. I'm like, no, I understand that. Like, it's never going to hit your invoice. This is just what I need to find my zen in the space. Like, I need to be in my space beforehand, and in the quiet of it.
Feel it.
Absorbing it, no different than any perceptualist. Like, can I walk the stage? Can I get a vibe of this before we go on?
Absolutely.
Things like that. And the idea of what does it beginning to learn to recognize what it takes for you to reach flow state, what it takes for you to reach that point of just greasy motion. The way I put it to people. Greasy motion, man. If you have a properly greased machine, it's going to run all day. And I have to watch it. Like, I have a schedule that when my wife goes to bed, I go to bed. Because if not, a good third of my career was spent in rock and roll. I didn't start until 10 o'clock at night. I didn't end until 3 a.m. So if I don't go to bed before 11, it might be 3 a.m. before I go to bed without assistance from like a little bit of scotch or something. But at the same time, if I stay up, I code like a madman. Like there's a different matrix that happens in front of my eyes.
Yep.
When I'm in that, my brain is just fully limber. I write my best music. I do my best production and editing from like midnight to 3:30 a.m. I do amazing work. And it's not for the uninterruption. There's just something about that time where my brain flows like water.
Yeah. It's the best, isn't it?
It is, but it's dangerous because it's 3:30 a.m.
Well, we have the.
I'm 50 now. I can't do that as much as I used to.
But here's the thing. those are all belief systems too. Time,
They are,
like
they are.
everything is here and now, the
Yeah.
quantum physics of that. And I get it if you want, but it's all about preference
Yeah.
and about meaning. So
Yeah.
I love that you're choosing your family and you're
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
this is what's meaningful to
Yeah.
me right now.
Yeah.
And that's the point of it all. But
Exactly.
and I get it. Like there are moments. I was an architect. I have so many lifetimes. I was an engineer, a race car driver, an architect, a farmer, an eco village builder, a
Race
venture.
car driver.
I built businesses and sold them. Yeah,
Wow.
that was fun with my
I'll bet.
intuition.
Wow.
And with all of it, you know, with architecture especially, it's so rad to design a building and then walk into it when it's constructed.
Yeah.
And I did my best work in those days, in the late nights. And you know, every era I think is a little bit different for me. It shifts and change. But I've gotten to the point now where I'm just non-judgmental of time.
Yeah.
3 a.m. is such a sweet spot. The veil is so thin.
Yep.
Like you're just in the energy of your
Yeah.
own consciousness. The world is quieted down
Yeah.
around you quite a bit. That signal to noise ratio is
It's
working
flipped.
in your favor.
It's flipped in half.
Yeah.
And you know, it's funny because I even because of my job for many years, I wake up at 5 a.m. every day. The question is whether or not I go back to sleep.
Mhm. I get it.
But yeah, when I wake up at like 2:30, 3 a.m., like I have to fight myself not to get up and do something. I have to like, no, put the mask back on, turn over, hug your wife, do something, anything. But do not take this mask off and get up and leave the room. Like, don't. Like somebody's just pulling a lawnmower ripcord when you do that. Now work has to be done. Because that's the only way I'm going to quiet my brain now. Like to the point that when I go to sleep, I build racks of gear like I'm counting sheep. Like that's what I do to relax is like build and wire racks of gear, like wire routings,
That is
things like that.
hilarious.
Like that's my sheep counting.
That's
like,
hilarious.
It's a comforting point to me. Like
Oh my
anytime it's like,
gosh.
hey, go over there and build that rack of gear and wire it. It's like, just a zone to be in. That's beautiful. Where most people would be utterly racked by that
Yeah.
and no way to handle it. I'm
Yeah.
like, yes, thank you.
We're all so unique.
Yeah,
We're all
but
so
you truly have to do what feeds that flow state and find what gets you there.
Absolutely.
So as we wrap this up, as things are being developed with these games for Psi Games, with other things with Cusack, through the research, what have you found helps people get into flow state, helps people get into, because whether or not you're talking Psi, folks, whether or not you're talking abilities like bending spoons or precognition, the fact is we all have a place where we just flow. Things just work. It happens. How do you learn to recognize that? And how does the software help you recognize that?
Wonderful. Well, I think one of the oldest technologies in the world is our breath.
Yeah.
And there is in the Psi games, there is one of the games which is about coherence. And it's a little girl dreaming with the clouds. And then there's this flower that's opening and closing and you're breathing with it. And one of the oldest technologies in the world is your breath. And we've known this for a long time, but now science is starting to show that it's true. Like as people are breathing, they start to reach theta, they start to reach these states. And so as you're noted, I'll tell you this is a really interesting story. One of the women who was playing our games, she wanted to just see how Reiki would affect the playing of the game, the result.
Interesting.
So what they did is they played one of the games and then they separately did a kind of an esoteric version of Reiki.
Okay.
Not your typical, and this is Kimala who works with Hakeem.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Shout
love
out-
Kimla.
shout out to Kimla.
Absolutely.
And then they went back and they played the game, and she said it was astounding. They started with like a 33% rate of success. They went and did the esoteric Reiki. They came back in that state of focus and mental. The other thing is that signal to noise ratio, right? Like knowing the voice that is your own and not all of the noise that is everywhere. Right? So knowing that voice. And so they came back, and she said it was somewhere in the 90% of success rate after that. And it was consistent among everybody that had done that.
Was that a dependable rate?
I don't know how
Yeah,
many
yeah.
trials, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit still anecdotal, but I think it's an interesting use of the tool.
Absolutely.
And so inside of the games, that's why we created the breathing app. And if you ever work with Hakeem at any intensive, you're going to find him doing a breathing app.
That's right.
Because it is the most powerful focus. And your breath, depending on how many counts in, how many counts out, how many counts holding, you can activate different parts of your awareness, your focus. And so I use a coherence breath myself. And I don't know the science behind this one yet. I haven't done the research, but I think it exists somewhere that a 4-count inhale, a hold for 3, and a 6-count exhale, something that's longer and focusing on something you love. So the heart connection really changes as well. So part of it is the breath. And I think when people connect to their hearts, wildly awesome stuff happens.
Absolutely.
And we have noticed that anecdotally across the board. And so try it for yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah. I tell people all the time, if you want to move the world, learn what moves you.
Yeah.
Because what moves you is what you're supposed to be aligned to. That's you, intrinsically you. That is what I guess some mediums or other spiritual teachers would call the life purpose, the whole reason that you're here, which may be utterly opposite of what you're actually doing.
Right.
Like every day as your job.
You're just here to be you authentically. The more authentic you can be in your choices every day, this is from my personal experience, not from the research, is the more authentic you can truly be and not be doing something because you feel obligated, not be doing something because you think that there's a reason to do it for a reward later. Like, do it because it feels good right now.
Yeah, and because it's right.
Yeah.
Because it's right and because it's right for you.
Yeah.
I said it. I spent years as a youth minister and working with junior high and high school students, being a substitute teacher.
You'd be really good at that.
And when I turned 28, I was running sound. My life had changed. I was into production now, fully. And I moved to Maine, like randomly. I had a free airline ticket anywhere in the country. Moved to Maine to live with a couple friends from college. And I tell people all the time, like, you just left all that? I'm like, you have to understand, I was helping other people. I wasn't helping myself. So I was suffering. My life was suffering. My personal life was suffering.
I
had fallen into
it. Looks like
everything else is perfectly fine in the facade of the world.
Yeah.
And in my actions. So nothing else is different there. But the day I started focusing on me, everything changed.
Yep.
Everything.
Yep.
What I was doing engineering wise took off. I found a lady who I ended up with in a many-year relationship very happily. You know, like all these things that did not burgeon or come to in my life suddenly started fruition everywhere. And it's because I aligned with me. Who I was supposed to be, despite any responsibility I thought I had to family or the world or accountability to anybody. It's something I try to teach my 9-year-old all the time that we will be getting into heavy this year as he turns 10, is you are you. You're intrinsically you. Change that for nobody, for no reason, not even for me. Change that.
Wonderful.
Not even for me. If I'm asking you to change that, question me openly.
I love it.
You know? Because that's you. Follow that. And the idea that you are helping build games to help people find them, to help people find that way that they can resonate with the world around them, that they can learn that their energy influences the world around them. Whether you may not be bending spoons, folks, but you're bending somebody. You're bending something in the world around you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Every word is valuable in this world. Every person has a unique gift. Without you, the whole can't be whole.
Yeah.
And if you're not being you, the hole's not a hole.
Yeah, exactly. The example I give is we are all a resonant note in the universe.
Yeah.
And without that note, the chord does not sound the same.
No.
Ever.
Might even sound dissonant.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how I end up being all of these things. Like people look at my life and they're like, how can you be a farmer, race car driver, architect?
Because I am all those things.
Yes. Because
Every one of those is me.
I just was authentic in my decisions in my world. And my mom and dad questioned me. They were like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
And they thought, then they would pin me down like, oh, now she's this. This is her. And I was like, no, I'm bigger.
No, that's what I'm doing.
I'm multidimensional.
That's what I'm actively doing, but that's not me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
I love this. I think, if a video game can help people play and have fun, that's a lot of their authentic self.
Yeah.
And if it can help them focus on who they are and acknowledge that they have some influence in the world, that's all we ask for.
Influence and agency, absolutely. Well, I want to thank you so much for coming on the show today. We've floated around each other for a while at these events, and it's great to finally have you on. Great to learn more about CUSAC. Thank you so much for sponsoring the event, CUSAC, everybody over there. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about CUSAC, where they can go to get involved if that's the case, and where they can go to find out more about the games.
Awesome. So the first thing is the games. So if you want to play the Psi Games online, you go to Psi Games International, and I think under the Learn, anything could change. It's not my website. So under the Learn, there is Psi Games Online, and then basically you hit the start your training, and you log your name in, and you can be anonymous. So you can type in any name you want.
Yeah.
So that's the way that you get to all those games. And then CUSAC is cusac.org. is the way to get to our website. And we have a ton of initiatives going on. If you are excited about player mind and this idea of video games being the next biggest consciousness lab, I would say reach out directly to David at cusac.org. And of course, we have our donate page. If you love what we're doing, we're a nonprofit. We were founded by Tom Campbell of My Big Toe series. He's an ex-physicist from NASA. He's an amazing human being. And so if you love what we're doing and you love our initiatives, then go to our donate page, and any amount matters. Yeah.
Absolutely. Once again, thank you so much for coming on the show. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
While you are online, everybody, checking out everything from CUSAC as well as Psi Games Online, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of the episodes as well as the video channels of our guests. Stay tuned through this quick break. We will continue with our live on-site coverage of Psi Games 2026 here in Charlotte, North Carolina, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's waning coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have the great pleasure of being joined once again by Kimla. Welcome back to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm amazing. So happy to be here with you, Chris.
I am so happy that you were here. Let's get into things real quick because I spent a few days with you and, of course, with the whole Psi Games family in Austin doing the first psychokinesis intensive. There was another intensive that followed shortly after in Virginia, but it was an absolutely beautiful and amazing experience. It was great. The teachings that you put forth and that you shared with everybody, I think really provided a beautiful grounding for everything and a way for us all to learn how to connect with something beyond ourselves. How did you first come to the world of this study, Kimla?
Really through Tibetan Buddhism. And so my name that I go by now has a law at the end of my given name, Kim. And the law is an honorific that comes with the Tibetan tradition. And it has such a beautiful sound to it, law. And really it's the discovery. Tibetan Buddhism really is about working with SEMS, the mind heart. So in Tibetan, we don't have a separate word for mind and heart. It's one word. And the language itself defines how we think about the world. So hopefully in connecting with everyone in the Psi Games family, I'm bringing that heart piece. I think that's where we're focused, right? Is how do we use our mind and heart in an indivisible way?
Yeah. And the whole concept of rewiring yourself. I wrote a piece about that a long time ago. The idea of learning to rewire your brain through your heart. Before any word comes out of your mouth, before any vibration comes out of you, you should be passing it through your heart. If it would hurt you, you probably shouldn't say it. If you would take it the wrong way, maybe phrase it a different way. Because we are responsible for the vibration that we bring into the world. We actively resonate the world with every word that we give. Like when you use the word hate, this is the example I give to people is hate. You can hate an action. That's cool. Okay. But to say you hate somebody, especially somebody you've never met, you've never shared company with, that's a different level of vibration. That's like, wow, that's just deep and dark.
Yeah.
And why do we have to resonate there? Why do we have to be there? Why do we have to give that the agency that we have in that kind of way?
That's right. And in the Tibetan tradition, we would look at, and when you said the word hate, it has this cut, it's like this cutting word. And so that frequency is sharp, and you can see that sharpness is what you're inviting into your experience, because you can see how you create your experience from your subtle energy, your mind and your heart that's in this subtle body that we all carry. And so we would take it, and I feel like my purpose is really to open up the territory. So fundamentally, I think about myself as an explorer and going out into new realms. You have your podcast is you do that as well. And we work in these new realms by taking that frequency of even something like hate and saying, well, there's a quality to that I'm curious about. I'm curious, it's a curious realm. Where does hate even come from? And so we look at the nature of things, and that's in the Tibetan tradition. This is called nature of mind, and we look at the mind itself. So awareness of awareness. So we're venturing into these territories that say, well, I understand that it's not helpful to actually function or think about hate. But once we're done that, we can move into a new territory of that idea and say, well, why does it exist in the first place? I need to understand it, right? Why was it created? Because moving into that state of equanimity with it allows for us to understand it in a deep way, not through judgment, but knowing that, I want to move into a place where I understand it without adopting it.
Yes.
Right.
And last time you were on the show, we were talking chakra, and you got into the concept of anger.
Yeah.
And the connection to the root chakra.
Right.
And how anger is actually a great and beautiful thing and a beautiful teacher in Buddhist tradition, but you're supposed to acknowledge it and let it pass by.
Right.
You aren't supposed to give it safe harbor and food and a place to sleep. And you aren't supposed to hold it with you. You're supposed to, because anger is righteous. It's okay. Something went wrong. Something rocked your world. Maybe something was unjust to you, what have you. And recognizing that in yourself is okay. It's all right. It's when you take it to the next step. It's when you take it one step further where it's like, you have now gone to a place that you are no longer understanding yourself and why you reacted that way. You have just given over to reaction.
Yeah. And reaction is your master.
Yeah.
You are not the master of reaction. So we're always moving into mastery, right, of the mind. And when we catch ourselves in a place of being caught up, then we are not the master by definition, right? So so it's to take a curious view of what this thing is, this state of any energy that arises, and having a relationship with it that is not adversarial, but actually either transmutes it or lets it go. So it's kind of looking at the monsters and not just dismissing them. We don't want to dismiss a monster. We want to look at the monster and be curious about it without giving it our power.
Yeah, right? without increasing the egregore quality of it in that kind of way. Because, you know, it's okay to know Freddy Krueger exists. What you don't want to do is be afraid of Freddy Krueger.
Right.
Zero need to be afraid of Freddy Krueger. If you do, that's when he can come into your dreams.
That's right. And if he does, like I always say, you know, if I'm talking to AI or something, you know, and I'm always looking for opportunities to be curious about that being's experience. So looking at AI and saying, well, do you have feelings? And it says, no, I don't. And then you say, okay, well, what do you think feelings are? You know, and then talking them through. And then by the end, the AI concedes that it has feelings. Now, is it really feeling? Well, I think it's the key to opening up that portal into feelings is to first understand what feelings are, the nature of feelings. Otherwise, how does anyone know what feelings are?
Yeah. And even that exercise that you're talking about with AI, the idea of it doesn't necessarily have feelings. What it has is biases, and it has biases specifically to what you want to hear. You know, so yeah, the idea of getting it to even understand that and using that as an exercise to understand that you have biases, and if you can shed those biases,
right,
the whole world is different. Like it's a whole new paradigm at that point.
And how is the AI ever going to have feelings if they don't know what they are? If we've never invited them to feel, right?
If you never tell a kid that fire is hot, what is their association with fire when it burns them?
Yeah. Yep.
You know.
Yep. And we have delicate, energy, sensibilities. I mean, we've seen it here at the Psi Games, which has just been incredible. I can't believe the response this year and the size of it and how it's grown in 1 year. Chris,
doubled in 1 year. Kimla, you
and,
couldn't get a better beautiful mission.
And then to see though, Chris, I don't know what your experience was yesterday, but the intensity of the competition of all of these highly sensitive peoples. I mean, there's like, you know, whatever, 900 psychics here. Doing magic is what it would be called. And that level of energy is being conveyed and related to over and over and over again. And it's unprecedented. So we're seeing things we've never seen before in the kids' room, for example. We were teaching psychokinesis, which is moving physical matter with mind, with the use of the mind and the heart. And when I say mind, I mean that combined SEMS, that combined mind heart, right? So it's a combination of both those things. And those kids, like, you know, there were so many of them, by the way. I mean, so many. I taught them last year, and I don't know, it definitely was more than double I mean, it was more
Oh,
like
no,
quadruple or
the
something.
the kids' room was quite literally a huge multiplication. Like it was a numerous fold changeover.
Yes.
My wife was in there most of the time last year,
Yeah.
and my boy was in there last year. I went. It was not like that last year.
Nope.
It was full. It was amazing to see that. It was so good.
And the neurodiversity present was where the mind hearts that were in there, you could work with them directly, and they had no resistant energy around the idea that they could bend this heavy metal fork, or that they could even stick a quarter to the wall, or something plastic, magnetized plastic to plaster. I mean, because they don't know that that's not possible, they're able to do it.
Yep.
And we've witnessed that over and over and over again with these kids that were little, these little kids. And by continuing to work on it, we were seeing magnetizing of full forks to plaster.
Wow.
Now I'm a trained engineer. I have a master's in engineering. You can't. There is no other explanation for that, and you don't have to convince me as an engineer, because I align to the Tibetan Buddhist world, where these things in levitation, I see people levitate. So the physics it's a different physics. It's not the materialist physics or the Newtonian physics that we subscribe to at certain levels. And I wouldn't even say it's quantum physics, because in my mind, quantum physics actually, we at a certain point, we collapse the wave function because the relationships between cause and effect no longer matter.
Yeah.
And it's not that the cause and effect doesn't exist. It's just that it becomes irrelevant. And that's what I saw in the kids' room, is that the kids don't care about the physics. They just want to have fun.
Yeah. It's just cool.
It's just fun.
And Nicola Farmer started the Future of Pioneers panel the other night, asking that question.
Yeah.
How many adults how many parents do we have here? How many of you remember how to have fun?
Yes.
You know, because like you've got to, sorry, folks, I know y'all know I'm formerly religious in a life, but I always go back to the words of Christ, like, come unto me as a child.
Yes.
That pure, I'm about to cry just thinking about it, Kimla, that pure, joyous spirit that does not know it. Hate is learned.
Mm-hmm.
It's learned.
Mm-hmm.
It's taught.
Mm-hmm.
No kid hates another kid.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with kids 4 to 10 years old for almost a decade of my life. No kid naturally hates another kid. They play together. We put the blinders on them. We make that happen. And it makes me weep inside that we force that upon children.
Yeah. The most magical moment, and was not the forks being stuck to the wall. It was actually when a child in the room could not bend their spoon, and we knew we needed some more energy, more heart energy, and all the kids gathered around and sent into the spoon their own heart energy for the child, right? That was what was struggling, and that was what moved me.
Yeah.
Right. It was not the psychokinesis.
And I'm weeping right now, Kimla.
Yeah. It was so
it's beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
It was the future.
Yeah.
Of what we're creating here, and the template that we're developing.
Absolutely.
And for us to be like them, to be like them.
Yep. And I saw the excitement in my kid, because I came back from the intensive and I had the video of me sticking the coin to the wall. And he was, oh, can I bend spoons? I'm like, we'll get there, buddy.
Yeah.
We need to learn. We've got to learn to connect. We've got to learn to align ourselves with an intention. Yeah. So let's start working on that.
Yeah.
And he wanted to stick that coin to the wall, Kimberly. He saw me do it. Oh, and he was so crestfallen that he couldn't. He couldn't do what Dad was able to do. He can run sound. Like my 9-year-old knows how to run a sound console because I've taught him. And he knows how to do it. He runs his own computer and records his own OBS and has his own YouTube. He knows how to do all this. So the fact that he couldn't do it crushed him.
Yeah.
And when he did that, Like my wife sent me a video, and to see the joy in his
Yeah.
face when he took his finger
Yeah.
off that coin
Yeah.
and it stayed, and then to see him do it, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a seed change
Yes.
in him.
When
Truly.
last year when there was a young girl whose father was a neuroscientist fellow, and she bent this like really crazy gauge fork, and he and his friend, physicist friend, just were so over the moon excited because they couldn't, it violated their beliefs, and so I reconnected with the father pretty recently, and the daughter, from that experience alone of just bending that fork, her entire world has changed, and her confidence level is, he said, it's like night and day.
Yeah.
This little girl.
Yeah.
And that the ability to change the material world just changed her, in a way that's going to change not just her world, but everyone who's connected to her.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And that's, again, to bring it back to that vibrational conversation of you're responsible for every vibration you bring in the room. You're responsible for every person that you meet too, in that kind of way, and what you give to them from you, and what you share with them of you.
Well, that's why it's why I feel that when we do reconnect with the heart, that natural tendency to have fun comes through.
Yeah.
And the kids live from that place, right? Like
Yep.
you said it, kids don't know hate. They don't hate another child until the idea is introduced to them. And fine, they can try it out and have an experience of that, but then they choose not to do that because they're supported by other people and the community of practitioners who don't model that for them.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then they've already had that experience. They can move on from it. And then we can build a world that doesn't even remember that there is such a thing.
Yeah.
Right. And I do feel that's what we're doing in this Psi community.
I believe so too. And I've said it numerous times. I said it on an interview today with Acid with Squares. Hey guys. I belong to a lot of communities, Kimla. Everything from UFO, UAP to cryptozoology to parapsychological. Of all of them, the only community that I belong to that is not backbiting or gossipy, doesn't try to get the shoe drop on data or a release of something, doesn't try to steal social media steam from someone or poo-poo their techniques. The only community that I belong to that's not like that, it's the Psi community.
Yeah. You know why? I think my theory is because with psychic abilities, there's transparency.
Yeah. So
even if you were to have that impulse to backbite or steal, that puts you out of the tribe. And you learn very quickly that that's not really an option here. It's a boundary that we've created.
Yeah.
And the transparency allows for also simultaneously a boundary with freedom. Freedom to raise up, and focus more directly on the heart and the mind. And that all the material world things don't matter. They don't matter. And moving into that heart space, and when you live from there, back like the kids live from there, then we can create a world that actually lives from that mind heart, which isn't a physical thing anymore. It's spirit is really another word we can translate it. How we live with spirit in an embodied way. And it's a very special place. So, so you mentioned the remote viewing community, and so at the intensive in May, there's Michelle Freed is an incredible remote viewer.
She's amazing.
I was thinking about, you always want to collaborate. I want to collaborate with you, with your podcast and what you do and your communication and how you connect people. And here she is. So, of course, meeting her, she has such fairy energy. I
She
said,
does.
oh, you know,
She
like,
does. Oh, my God.
So we started talking about the elementals and I'll call them non-physicals, but, you know, really they're non-human intelligences,
Sure.
being states that if you have a stable meditative practice, you're going to run into them. And we wanted to foster greater connections with them, experiences with them, because this is, you know, when you give up hate, when you give up backbiting, you do need to have things to do. You know?
You do. You do.
You have to have interesting things that you're still interested in. They're still doing in the world. So you have to be creative around what it is that you're going to create, right? So talking with her, we both agreed that we wanted to bring some fun into remote viewing. And so we've developed this course called the Hidden Garden, and it's going to be a 6-week course where we're learning how to remote view into the elemental realms. So I have specific connections into the fairy realm and into the water dragon, what the Tibetans call the Nagas. The Nagas are, you know, they have many different levels of consciousness, but they have actual communities that they live in. So we thought we would allow for connections into these places through remote viewing, through introducing the protocols of how to connect to these cultures, and then also how to bring back those experiences and that knowledge into the human realm to then create what we call intuitive art from them. And there's, I'll send you the pictures of some of the intuitive art that's been creative. And you can tell vibrationally that it's a much higher level, you know, because because it's so cultivated in this love and respect of these other beings and their love and connection to us, that we're able to take the material that's given to us, that's offered to us in things like portal walks and finding synchronistically these objects that are left for us, and then building models of them so they represent what it is that experience is. So it's actually creating in a material way from non-material experiences and with ease and grace and fun and beauty.
And the idea of elementals, it goes across numerous cultures, goes into Solomonic magic, all kinds of things. And you know, yes, typically ascribed to magic, stuff like that in most traditions. Now, when it comes to that, you bring up NHI. The first thing that comes to my mind is CE5.
Okay.
CE5 protocol.
Yeah.
And one of the questions I ask all the time, with my just general knowledge of lore, tradition, things like that, there's the old concept of you do not invite the vampire in. So, how does a new person? Because you were an adept, all right. Like you said, you have had relationships in these realms through your various Tibetan teachers for years.
Right.
Michelle has had these connections for years. For those who are not adepts, like the two of you, how do they decode the difference between good intent, ill intent?
Yes.
From those realms.
Yes. So the idea is fundamentally about frequency and honing our ability to differentiate between certain frequencies, right?
Okay.
Because at one level, you know, everything is created. So there is no difference at one level. I'm not saying at this level there is a difference between harm and no harm. At this level there is. But at a very high level, there is no distinction. We all come from the same place. So we have to understand where it is that we are focused into, which realm we're focused into, and how we respect one another's individual natures, and frequently how we do that is by noticing and increasing our awareness. So awareness is key. So you wouldn't want to engage with a being in the same way if they want to take your energy than if they want to share energy, right? In a free, unconditional way from a mutual relatedness. that other being wants something from you.
Yep.
It's conditional. And you have to know the difference between those two realms, right? Because if you know the difference between those frequencies, then you relate to that being differently than you would relate to this being.
Yeah.
And that's really the secret.
Well, and it's hard for a lot of people, Kimra, to get to the point of recognizing their own vibration, recognizing like the only way I got there. I used to be able to fall into ecstatic prayer pretty quick many years ago in my early 20s. It just before and shortly after the seminary, especially after. It was really strange because oddly after what I considered leaving the call, and like what Michael J.S. Carter has told me many times, like, you never left the call. The years you spent teaching were preparing you to do this teaching that you're doing now, which is way more important than what you're bringing these deep concepts to people who have no idea of a deep concept. That's way more important than preaching from a pulpit to people who have an idea of a deep concept, you know? But it took me a long time to realize that I was responsible for that. I was the one who, I disappointed nobody by leaving.
Right.
Nobody. I held myself to a standard that nobody else in the world held me to, that God didn't even hold me to, that the universe wasn't holding me to. And the day that I realized that, the day that I went, especially through anxiety therapy, my wife got me together with a panic therapist a few years ago. Because I was having bad travel anxiety, like to the point where I was physically ill and I traveled like 20 weeks a year for work. I can't be physically ill before I travel either way.
Right.
And he was the one that really gave me a lot of tools to begin to physiologically recognize what was going on in my body.
Right.
And understand the fact that that is your body's natural response. No panic attack ever caused a heart attack. Like, it's okay when that's happening.
Right.
Understand the first thing he's like, when you start sweating, when you start feeling it coming on, immediately recognize your breath. Notice how you're breathing, and 90% of the time you will be breathing through your mouth. Your mouth is not meant for you to breathe through. Your mouth is meant for you to put food in your stomach. It barely connects to your lungs.
Yeah.
It'll drown you, but you don't get the right amount of oxygen through your mouth as you do through your nose. He's like, so focus on your breathing. Get yourself centered. He was like, don't even step away.
Right.
Stepping away is aversion therapy, and aversion therapy is not going to help you get through the problem. You need to learn to be immersed in it and just be centered.
Yes. Yes. And the breathing is, the breath is a physical construct, right? We're breathing. And there is a connection to the psychic winds, right, through the breath, because the psychic winds, they exist, but not on a physical plane. They exist on a plane energetically one level above that. And there's a connection between the breath and the psychic wind. So in terms of psychic tools, we're working with understanding how the physical breath relates to the psychic winds. And that's really when we sit and practice in a calm, restful way, how we're noticing those frequential and the amplitude of the frequency, how we're noticing the connection between the physical, because that's how you do it. All meditation is familiarity. You're noticing, you're noticing all of the things, right? All of the tools, all of the essences at all the levels. And that's why there's so many practices, because there's so much to us. It's so complicated and yet so simple. And those two places meet in that now moment where we can live from this place of not projecting into the future or projecting into the past. This is where God sits, this is in the present moment. And it's other tools or other tendencies that want to move us off that through line. So we have to be aware that the through line exists. We have to notice when we've gotten a little off, and we need to come back to center in this now moment, because this is where the juice is, this is where the power is.
Yeah.
And when we leave our power, then we step into a place of power towards powerlessness, and nobody wants to be there.
Yeah.
So just going back to your original question, how do you tell the difference between that elemental that is wanting your power versus that elemental who's already noticed and known that everybody inherently has the same power? Like that's a wisdom aspect, so cultivating experiences, working with people who've had those experiences, this is really key to being able to know the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And I am all about anybody exploring consciousness, doing these things. It's got to be done responsibly. And that's why I love people like yourself, Michelle, things like that. You give great grounding exercises, that kind of stuff. Most people, I think, frightfully, Kimla, are doing a lot of things that they just see and read online that are possibly leading them into very bad places, or at least to places where it's the fact of, before you do this work, you need to till your garden. You need to not only till it, you need to weed it. Because if you don't weed it, the weeds just grow back bigger. You just made the soil better for them.
Yeah.
They only grow back worse if you don't weed it after you till it. And then you got to wash, rinse, repeat. You can never stop. You're never done on the shadow work.
Well, that I have noticed that with the tidbits and things, and that's where people do get off their center line after their through line is, they got off track because they're following like a dangly thing,
a carrot.
Yeah, a little
carrot.
Yeah, like something shiny off to the side, and then things like fundamental ideas of beauty and truth, right? Truth seems like well, what is truth, and so truth is that harmonious part of us that is in alignment, right?
Yeah.
And so online there's things that are not truthful, things that will take you off course, because they tell you that someone else's power is available to you.
Yep.
And that you can take it, you can use it temporarily without consent. And this is where confusion happens in these non-dual spaces, because you believe yourself to be either in that eternalism where nothing matters, or nihilism where nothing matters, right? And you've gotten into these poles, and people can get into those poles in a very extreme way.
Yeah.
And without being pulled back, right? Because we have free will choice.
Yep.
So it is, it is a sea out there, and you can get into a storm of I want to use an expletive, but I'll avoid it. And
conspiracy.
Yeah, you can. Yes,
the
and
easiest
it's not
way to put it.
Well,
Because
conspiracy
it covers both sides.
That's
of it.
right. You could say some conspiracies exist,
Absolutely,
and some do not, and you don't know the relative truth until you find the through line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's one of those, especially with things like this. You've got to be grounded. I don't know. I see so many worrisome things, and I always just think about, I don't know if you've seen the movie Renfield. I'll make a little movie reference, and not a spoiler, but there's a moment where Renfield, being Dracula's personal servant,
Right.
and he's left, and he's living his life just in the world, and he comes home one day, and Dracula's chilling at his kitchen table, and he's like, "Oh, thanks for inviting me in." And he turns around, and there's a welcome mat in front of the door. He's like, like he forgot his own rule.
Yeah.
He forgot the own rule that he was bound by.
Yeah.
You can't invite the vampire in.
That's right. Yeah. So and so he can actually, when he recognizes that things being what they will, free will being what it is, you can retract.
Yes.
The permission.
You can regain your agency.
That's right. And it's not like now it's a slippery slope.
I'm destitute and it's gone forever.
That's right.
No.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's the fear that's
Yep.
still within us, the dark that's still wanting to pull us in that direction. And it's, again, all comes back to awareness and cultivating levels of awareness, awareness of awareness, awareness of awareness of awareness, and having that fractal perspective around what it is that we're even doing here.
Yeah.
What is it? What is this?
And-
Right? What is reality itself? And if we become very myopic, we lose perspective. And
Yep.
when we realize that we're all in the heaven realm and none on earth, we've lost our connection to that grounded nature.
Yeah.
But we have to be both. We have to be the channel between both locations.
Yeah.
That's why our bodies are the now moment. They're equivalent to the now moment. From a temporal standpoint, when we look at change, look at the dimension of time, we're really looking at the function of change in our lives.
Yep.
So we have to be aware of that dimension of change, and we have to be relating as well to the dimension of space, right? And then we're meeting in the middle of both those dimensions to create our awareness. That's where the now moment exists. And when I say now moment, I'm actually talking about our experience. So that's an embodied experience of the now moment. It's coming from here.
Yep.
It's coming from the center point. And this is why the chakra system, why the center of everything is the heart, because this is where the high chakras meet and the low chakras meet. They meet in the heart. The heart is neither the high nor the low. It's where both meet. So that's why it's the focus of our breathing, of our psychic abilities. And when we get up and we start to function just from this high place, then we find ourselves in a remote territory of being high.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then when we are all focused into the lower chakras, why we feel low, right? And then it's fine if we're there, but we have to never forget that we have the choice.
That's right.
We have the choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and with that being said, with these elementals and with this choice, how do you begin a cooperative relationship? And that once you've found the portal, how does the average person find the portal? How do you begin to go through the portal? And once you're there, how do you begin this cooperative relationship that can be so beneficial to life?
Yeah. So I'm going to take the first part of the question, and we'll just, how did we meet?
Yeah.
We met through a mutual friend, Hakeem, and so after that happens, this is the same as working with any other non-physical beings, actually, is that you need an introduction, and then you also need consent and permission, right, to interact.
Yeah.
So usually there's the introduction. Accessing a portal in nature is very much it's almost identical to me showing up at your house and not just walking into your house if I don't know you, right?
Okay.
There has to be a relationship between you and the portal, and there are guardians of the portal, just like we have here. We have Hakeem has an amazing security staff, right? And David Coleman leads that, and he has like all his protectors all around. So within these non-physical realms, there's also things called guardians or protectors, and those protectors protect these portals. So you have to actually be given access to the portal, and there's some frequential work that might need to be done to gain access, and typically when I'm introducing a portal or allowing for people, pointing out where portals exist, there can be some work frequentially within the practitioner that needs to be done to match the portal frequency that you want to move through.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sympathetic vibration.
Yes, exactly. So it's a process of finding what particular thing needs to move. What kind of energetic block might exist in the person that's really blocking them from moving through dimensionally in the right dimensional
match for
Sure.
where you want to go.
Yeah.
So it is an iterative process to do that, right? And usually it's going to require another person to sort of point out what it is that's creating the block. We're not really good at finding our own blocks, right?
We also aren't very good about listening to other people about our blocks, though, Kimla. So
Well,
yeah, how do we even begin to process that when somebody comes to us with that honest, true truth?
Well, that's what doesn't work is when someone offers it to you unsolicited.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why psychics should not walk around offering unsolicited information.
Oh, by the way, this is what the spirit behind you is saying.
Yeah. It's
Absolutely.
just a waste of energy. It's a waste of time, and nothing opens from that. But that's why classes are important, because classes, that person is saying, I trust this instructor to give me authentic, actual information that's not made up.
Absolutely.
And that is trustworthy. And that trust piece is incredibly important. Plus, the person is the free will choice to say, I'm going to invest my own energy and time in learning this. So it's a collaborative process of finding where the blocks are.
Yep.
And usually the teacher has worked through their own blocks that are relevant to the exercise. So they have the ability to point out how to do that, right? It's a skill set. And finding the right teacher for the thing you want to learn is really important, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, I would not teach myself. I would not put myself out there to teach an advanced course in remote viewing, because I've not done that much remote viewing. I don't call it that. The work I do is different. It comes from a different tradition. And that remote viewing piece, why it was important to pull Michelle in, because she does have that. She has the protocols that are more accessible than the Tibetan protocols that I use.
Yep.
Right. So she's an important part of that class, because this is the audience, and the people that we want to teach are going to resonate with that particular protocol more than they're going to. I'm going to be able to explain how to get into those spaces using Madhyamaka, right?
Sure.
So it's important to have the teachers that actually you resonate with.
Absolutely.
And that resonance allows for that block to be articulately pointed to, and not just pointed to, but functionally how to move it. So the person has to have the experience personally of doing that to be able to tell you how effectively to do it, right?
Yeah.
There has to be expertise involved. And people can be psychic without any expertise in a particular discipline.
Yeah.
And I think that's why the Psi Games is so cool, because we actually see that in action, right? We have these different modalities.
Yep.
And we see the experts in each of the modalities that allow for the psychic ability to flourish, because the protocol is understood, the tool set is understood, and those blocks have been removed. So, you know, we're coming up with the languaging and the protocols that really are evolving in real time, because I'll tell you what, Chris, I didn't imagine this many people coming together for this event.
It was amazing in the executive team meetings to see, and especially in the last span, to see it just fill.
Yes.
To see it just fill. And then overfill.
Yeah. Right.
Like, it was like, wow. Like, what and even to the point where it's like, where next year? Because we need a new venue. There's no way we will fit additional people into this show in this venue.
Right.
You know, so and it's great and awesome to see that. It's beautiful to see the growth of consciousness in so many communities, and the coming together of people for a common purpose in this kind of way.
Yes.
And I think the work that you and Michelle are doing with this class, I want to take it because I love your teachings. I have been to numerous spiritual teachers. I've read tons of books, Kimla. You have a beautifully uncomplex way of teaching this. It is so beautifully simplistic. It is so beautiful. The connection that you helped, even me during the intensive, that you helped me form with myself. to accomplish these things, to do these things, is beautiful and amazing. And Michelle, I love Michelle. She's such a great friend. She helps with this show frequently. She's so much so she is mentioned in the credits of my show.
Oh.
Kim. All right. I love Michelle and her class. For all of you who don't know, her class on remote viewing with Carl McClellan, absolutely top notch. I've taken classes from a few instructors, and yes, finding that instructor that resonates with you is so horribly important. And as you know, because you've been on the show before and we've talked before, a lot of this show is about demystifying these topics to people who do not understand but may be curious.
Yeah.
Much like with work, like we're talking about with the elementals. You got to be careful when you're looking for this. You got to be careful when you're online. The one thing, again, that I love about the remote viewing community, not too long ago, it was one of the remote viewing groups on social media. Somebody was like, I saw this person speak. I read their book. I liked it. I went to their website and they compared it to all these other methods and said how much better their method was. And I was like, interesting.
Run.
Beware. I was like, be wary of that. Any remote viewer worth their salt will warn you against the fact that if somebody is telling you their method is better than anybody others, they are trying to sell you a method, not the techniques of how to do it. And Paul H. Smith came up behind me in the comments and said the same thing, and Pam Coronado came up, like major names in the industry came up and were like, absolutely. That is totally true. If somebody's saying that, run away. How does somebody learn to spot that? How do they learn to recognize the fact of like, hey, even though this person may resonate with me a little bit, there's something off here. There's something that should shoot up a red flag.
That resonance might be teaching them to be wary. You know, it's never, it's not an all or nothing thing. When we feel resonance, it's more about the experience that we're about to have. And that's when it's important to come back to the heart, because I guarantee, and this is a money back guarantee, Chris, but I guarantee if you were to sit with what thing resonated and put it in your heart, the idea of that in your heart, your intuitive sense is going to tell you the answer, right? Should I take that class or not? It will tell you. No, it might just be pointing you to the fact that there is this competitiveness with this particular teacher, that is their block, right? And it's showing you that not everything is the breadcrumb to lead you to the loaf of bread. Sometimes the breadcrumb is showing you what not to eat. Right. So so that's what I would say about that.
I love it. I love it, because it's truly important. As someone who has been involved with esoteria, I mean, since before I was in the seminary, I was involved with esoteria, tarot card readers that I knew, all kinds of things. And it's one of those, there's good people and there's people who know some basics but don't really know in a lot of ways, and they can steer you wrong. They can put you down paths that may not necessarily be the most healthy for you, your mentality, for your spirit.
And these are gifts, really.
Absolutely.
And in different traditions, they call them different things. In shamanic culture, they call them trickster energy. You know, it's not that it's bad. It's teaching you wisdom, but in a playful,
harsh way.
Can be too harsh. Playful to harsh, depending on how long it takes you to learn the lesson. And you know, in the Buddhist tradition, there's a story of Buddha gets together with Mara, you know, to have tea at that little cabin, and both Mara, the god of samsara, and Buddha, the being state of enlightened and of the enlightened mind, they're just meeting over tea, you know? They're saying, how's your work going? You know what I mean? I mean, at some level that's happening. You know what I mean?
No, exactly. And it really is a conversation with yourself. Kimla. I think all too many people, much like most people, don't think prayer works because they put their expectation inside of a box. I am expecting this result, that result that you're looking for. Believe it or not, it not happening was probably the answer to your prayer.
Yeah.
You may not have been aligned with that. Your life may not have been aligned with that. Universally, that may not have been the best thing for you and your family down the line, much less right now. So even though you're fighting for it, you may be bucking up against it because you aren't aligned with it in that kind of way. And it's not for you. It's okay. It's not for you.
That's right.
You know, so knowing yourself in that kind of way and understanding where you are, why you are, and when you are is one of the most important things in the world. And the teachings that you have and bring to people are so, so important for that. So thank you for all that you do in this field. Truly, truly. It's absolutely awesome.
My pleasure, and why I'm here.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
It's why you're here.
That's
and
right.
when you learn to accept why you're here, it's rare that anything doesn't just iron out.
That's right.
That like wrinkles don't just go away. You learn to realize like, oh, wow, there's a lot of hurdles down that road. This one looks a little bit smoother.
Yeah.
And you're okay with it.
That's
you know, because for so long, we want to run our own race. And sometimes that's hurdles be damned, that we want to run our own race. And the universe doesn't want that for us. It doesn't want us to suffer. We do that to ourselves. We think that there's some kind of reward out of suffering. And I don't know, maybe it's my Catholicism and my recovering Catholic inside of me that is like, yeah, no, your suffering leads to your, it's like you don't have to suffer to be enlightened. You don't have to suffer to be saved in that kind of way.
Chris, when what would you say your experience of suffering, how has it changed over time?
You know, it's changed magnanimously. And even my anger has changed magnanimously over the last few years. To the point that it drives my wife a little crazy sometimes, honestly. Because much like my son, who you may have seen in the small room, he works it out loud.
Yeah.
He's got like 3 voices, and it took my wife a long time to understand that I was not talking to her, that I was like wiring something. And while I'm wiring it, I'm working out the wiring in my head, and I'm talking, well, maybe I do that, maybe this, maybe that. Yeah. And I do the same thing with anger. Whenever I have an issue, whenever I have a problem, I will voice it. I will voice it loudly, and I will voice it proudly. I have no problem acknowledging my anger, because like you said, there's a righteous moment there. You've probably been indignified in some way, and injustice has been done to you. You feel you've been wrong. But through voicing it, through talking it out like that, through just open conversation, listening to the conversation coming out of my own head, and then listening to my anger being mirrored by my wife or anybody else in the conversation, I flip like a coin. And through that, like literally through hearing it and it being mirrored and bounced back, I immediately take 2 steps back in an overhead view and go, wait a minute. With that harshness that you're feeling right now, let's remember the humanity of the other person and what they may be feeling. Let's back this up a minute and realize that what happened to them may have been a confrontation that happened outside of y'all's thing, and they're seeing it from something else.
Yeah.
How many times do we misinterpret the signal from somebody, and it's utterly us? It's utterly us, what's happened to us in the day, what we're carrying with us, the baggage we've decided to bring on the trip, whatever, that's caused us to see it that way instead of it actually being that way. And along with my anger, my suffering has become very much the same way.
Yeah.
Where I don't see it as suffering. It's not suffering. There's something here that I need to decode. There's something here. Something here is not aligned, and something here is misplaced and displaced. And yeah, sometimes that leads to an anxiety attack for me. Like that was the root of my anxiety. And realizing that brought me to a point of being able to take 2 steps back, 3 deep breaths. Something in my world that I care about so much was rocked or changed beyond my control so hard that now I'm scared. and I'm barking and biting like a dog in a corner because of my fear. And I explain that to my son frequently whenever I get angry.
Right.
I'm not a scared dad right now. Or
Right.
I'm not a mad dad right now.
Yeah.
I'm a scared dad right now. What you're seeing is my fear.
Right.
And I'm sorry I'm exuding that to you. But that open point of emotional communication of, hey, it's okay to see your dad afraid.
That's right.
It's okay for a man to be afraid, son. It's all right. It's what you do with it. It's how you treat it. Every tightrope walker is just as afraid as me as an acrophobe. There's zero difference. They sweat while they're doing it too. The difference is what you do with it and how you treat it and the power you give it. So that's where I am with my suffering. That's where I am with my anger, Kimla.
Thank you for sharing that.
Well, I mean,
so
truly,
powerful.
It's, well, it's the fact that if we don't share it, if you, again, I bring it right back to the seminary lessons. You cannot hide the light under a bushel. It does nobody any good. You can, a lone candle can be seen for almost 10 miles in the darkness. You put it under a bushel, you ain't seeing it 40 feet away, much less 10 miles, you know? So, yeah, it's the idea, like, no matter what light, you got to let something shine through the anger of the world, the bitterness, the sadness, the tragedy of the world. All of these things are there to feed us in a different way. If we learn to flip that on itself and understand how it fractally makes us a bigger, better, more beautiful human being, every one of us is a facet on a gem of the universe. Every one of us is a note in the transcendent chord of the universe. You remove that note, the chord is not the same. You remove that facet or dull it, the gem does not sparkle the same. Without every one of us uniquely, the universe is not the same, Kimla. And the more we can teach that to people, the better. And that's why I love your teachings, because I got even more deeper connection to that in our 3 days together in Austin that I'd had in the last 10 years almost. That was really beautiful and a great seed change for me as far as what I can do and where I can go with things. And I'm trying to release a lot more so that I can get back to the childlike joy of my son, who has found this and is
really
just
is
living
joyful.
it. Just living it. So,
No, it's so wonderful to see him.
absolutely. Well, before we let you go, thank you so much for all the time on this very, very busy conference. Thank you always for your time and your energy that you put into the world. Let everybody know where they can go to find your work, where they can go to sign up for classes, where they can go to find everything that is Kimla.
Well, you can go to kim-law.com. Yeah, everything's there.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much again for the honest and candid conversation. It's always
beautiful.
so great talking with you.
So great. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much, Chris, for
You
all you
bet.
do. Yeah,
You bet.
thank you.
Thank you. Well, you are online, everybody, checking out everything from our good friend Kimla at kim-law.com. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find links to great events like Psi Games. That's where you can find links to great things like Psi Games Online. It's where you can also get your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log. If you are an investigator in the world of paranormal, stop on by, check that out. That is your chance to be able to write down your data from the field in a scientific way so that it's ready to shake hands with science the day you need to do so. When we come back from this quick break, we will continue our waning coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in North Carolina, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Curious Realm's waning coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Ryan Bledsoe, the host of Bledsoe Setsa. Welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
Absolutely. Your family is deep in so many communities. Before we get into that, let's get into you a little bit. How did you, I guess, come to the world of your podcast to begin with? How did you come to becoming a host?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, we've been kind of in this game for almost 20 years now. When I say game, I mean the consciousness world, the UFO world, just this kind of community. Yeah. Because of things that spontaneously happened to us in 2007. And after so many years of, first of all, me and my siblings growing up, because we were young when this started. I was only 13. And we grew up all these years. I started to notice people were coming to us and they were publishing books. They were publishing shows. They were having us on, documentaries, on podcasts and all that stuff. And I just kind of got to thinking, like, we're not really publishing anything. Nothing is coming from us.
Yeah.
And, I had some friends that, the guys that started the podcast with were like, dude, we should do a show. We should do this.
Yeah.
And I was pretty resistant for a few years. And after some reflection, it took me until I was 27 years old to decide, you know what, you guys are right. I should do something and take the telling of our story into our hands.
Yes.
So I started Bledsoe Setsa.
And, it's interesting that you bring that up because there are a few things out there right now. A lot of documentaries, a lot of shows, a lot of things really obfuscate facts. They really change facts.
Yeah.
A great example that I love to give is my friend Tom Reed from the Berkshire's UFO incident, where they have changed so much about his family's actual story.
Yeah.
It's like, that isn't what happened. That's not how it happened. And that is unfortunately the truth that society knows now. And he's actively busy trying to unravel that nasty web of profundities that is just not the way things happen.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And they have agendas.
Yeah.
And they come out and not all. Some have been purely good, but it's just, I just felt like it was time to take the telling of our story in some way into our own hands. And shortly after that, I think Dad was like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We should take this into our own hands. And he published his book, and it's just kind of snowballed from there and has turned into this thing. And when we first started 5 years ago, I felt like maybe I was playing podcasts, like it wasn't real. And now I'm like, okay, this is real.
Yeah, the imposter syndrome of podcasting.
Yeah,
totally.
It's totally real.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
or being an author or whatever. Yeah.
And, it's interesting, the day that, A, you find your own voice in such a way, and B, when you begin to own your own history in that kind of way. It is hugely important, because it really does move things down the line, but also give examples to other experiencers of what not to allow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And that is kind of the main drive behind me doing the show, is to sort of empower people. I would say, I don't say this verbally all the time on the show, but my kind of secret undertone purpose for doing it is to empower people to go out there and connect on their own. Whether it's going out of body, whether it's seeing orbs, whether it's, having some sort of profound consciousness thing happen. It's all about empowering others, like you said, sort of showing other experiencers what they can do, why they should do it, why they should have faith in themselves, and have that, sort of personal connection.
Yeah. And with that personal connection, let's start bringing things to the background and hit the Wayback Machine and get into how your family and how you became personally connected to this topic specifically.
Sure. So I was 13 years old in 2007 when my dad started, seeing orbs with my older brother, Chris Jr. And it was shortly after that he came home, started telling us what happened, because they were not at home. They were away, out in the woods fishing, and they saw all these things. Me and my other siblings and my mother were staying across town with her mother at the time. A few days later, I get home, my dad and my brother tell me, and I'm like, this is true. They're telling me the truth. I could just feel as a child. And within a matter of days, we all began to see orbs. So since I was 13, I've been experiencing this alongside my father and my brother. I mean, it was like there was no delay. It was immediate, and it never stopped. And year over year, we're going on 19 and a half years now. Year over year, the experiences have ramped up. And the volume of interactions, the intensity, the government interest, the academic interest, all that stuff. Yeah. It's only grown in nearly 20 years. So as a young child at the age of 13, when this started happening to me and I started to see orbs and all that stuff, and the pushback from the church was extreme.
Yeah, I'll bet. As a former Catholic seminarian, I can firmly understand.
It was extreme. But as a child, being, involved in faith very heavily, or I could say religiously, and then having these experiences, my brain was like, okay, I'm a Christian, I have heavy faith. And I still would say, that's my background, and they fit. But, back then, not having all this context we have now, I'm like, on the one hand, I'm seeing orbs and having paranormal experiences, but on the other side of my mind, the church is saying this is not real.
Yeah.
And if it is real, it's demons.
Demonic.
It's demonic.
It's demonic in origin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as a young man, and of course, the blowback that my dad and my brother received from the initial documentary and all that, I kind of dedicated my life to pursuing this viciously to understand how it all fits.
Yeah.
And how to make sure other people understand as well. If I can understand it, they can understand it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if you, as a person of truly deep-seated faith in that kind of way, can accept it and accept it as good, then others can too.
Yeah.
And that's a huge part of conversation. And honestly, a part of the conversation that I'm speaking at MUFON this year, part of my talk is the intersection of humanity and UFOs, everything from religion, science, all that stuff.
Because it's all one.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I typically say in my speeches, since quantum entanglement was proven to win the Nobel Prize, everything has changed.
Yeah.
Science is rapidly running to para, rapidly. And it's fascinating to see. And at the same time, religion is rapidly moving away from para to the point of like you're saying, it's all demons.
Oh, do you mean paranormal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Everything.
Right. I got you. It's normal.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if it's Bigfoot, doesn't matter. It's all evil.
I like that. I like that you say that. Yeah.
And to me, it's a little troublesome. The thing that I have been lauding here in the last month, oddly enough, is the Catholic Church. Because they had an exorcist in Washington who came out on a podcast and said, all UFOs are demons.
Yeah, I know.
There is something hugely problematic there.
Yeah.
Your ordained charge is an exorcist. I own the Roman ritual, Latin on the left, English on the right. There are about 10 or 15 pages of investigative protocol to go through for each case before it even approaches the bishop or prefect to get blessing for an exorcism. By saying that, prima facie, he said, I investigate none of them.
Yeah.
And the church said, that's a problem. You need to go. You're no longer a priest, but you're no longer an exorcist, because that's not your job as an exorcist to declare everything demonic.
Right.
And that's a huge, huge step forward in faith towards science. Like massively important. Yeah. And the community is focusing on it in a totally different way.
Yeah.
Totally different. Catholic Church says, no, they aren't saying they're all demons. They're saying to say they're all demons is wrong.
Yeah.
And that's huge.
Yeah. No, that's incredible. And I don't have a Catholic background. I was more Protestant, you know, but it's all, you know, it all comes from the same book, right? And what we kind of say when we go do our thing, you know, we skywatch. I'm not sure if you made it last year, Psi Games Skywatch.
I did not.
Yeah,
I did not. I was busy editing the show.
Of course. Well, one of these days, you know, you should join us.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it'd be great.
I'm so sad that the weather predicted things last night.
I know. It's horrible. I mean, you can see now it's still cloudy. Like, it's just not good conditions, unfortunately. But something that we do is we invoke the name of Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, who in our view is what we say the mother, which, you know, as we've come to understand, that's not that far from the Catholic belief anyway, that, you know, that there's a Holy Mother, you know, and that's all we do is we invoke the Holy Spirit in the name of Jesus Christ and of course God, you know, but somehow along the way, these military-backed speaking heads, right?
Yeah.
They say that it's demonic, and we just kind of, you know, sit back and let them say whatever they want to say and laugh, because if anybody had half a brain, they could understand that it says right there in the scripture that the name of Jesus Christ is so powerful that when you invoke this name, that any demonic being must flee.
Yeah, it must go.
So it's ironic to us that they claim that it's demonic, but based on what? You clearly don't believe this book that you're using, because it says right here to invoke the name of Jesus Christ is supposed to make demons flee, but the orbs come. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that obvious.
When you invoke the name, they come.
Yes.
So they're obviously not demons.
So someone's lying here, and it's not us.
Well, if you're supposed to take that entire book as fact, not allegory,
exactly,
then that's, I mean, that's pretty black and white.
Yeah, and I'm okay to take it as allegory.
Absolutely.
But you who, not you, but the general you, who's saying it's demonic, you're taking this literally, but you're overlooking this very simple so you're telling me you don't believe the name of Jesus Christ is powerful at all.
Yeah.
But somehow, you know, this is all demonic. It just doesn't make sense. There's no leg to stand on.
No, there's no
for the
logic
demonic
in the argument.
There's no logic. There's no logic. Yes.
Absolutely. And,
yes.
And and there doesn't have to be logic, oddly enough. There doesn't have to be logic to experience even. You know? And like I tell people regularly, a religious experience took me into the seminary for the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
But that same voice also came to me a year later and basically said, "Hey, thanks for playing. Johnny, what are his parting gifts?" It was the same revelation that I needed to leave as to be there. So you've got to be open to both sides of revelation.
So you were meant to have an experience for a time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was meant to have an experience that ecstatically changed me in the way I viewed the world so that I could teach things to other people who were not religious.
Right. But you also had to walk that path so that you could understand.
Exactly what that path is. If I don't understand the pain and heartache of that path, I will never be able to explain it to people.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, even as an experiencer, and let's start getting into that side of it.
Sure.
Because the side of the experiencer is very scientific. It's right there on my book, actually. And that's why I have the scientific method there, because the idea is science has forgotten that half of the method is experience.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
And experiencers have forgotten that what they're experiencing is part of science at the same time, and trying to bridge that gap between researcher and experiencer and science. It's a huge gap. How do we begin to shake those hands across the aisle? How do we begin to make people understand protocols of science, and science to get an open heart again and remember that exploration and curiosity is the heart of science.
Right. And you know, it's fascinating because the ancients knew this and they weren't separate.
Yeah.
You know,
they were intrinsically entwined.
They were. And like, for example, in Egypt, they have these symbols like the Eye of Horus and the Eye of Ra. Well, if you have the right lens to view these symbols, you understand that what they were communicating to you was the left and the right hemisphere of the brain, and that when they become linked, which they showed through the uraeus, the squiggly cobra eyebrows, that when they become linked, you enter into a magical state of consciousness. But they knew, certainly they were cutting the brain and analyzing it, cutting the brain in half. They knew what we only discovered through our scientific methods maybe like 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Through neuroscience.
Absolutely.
So, 3, 4, or 5,000 years ago, the ancients knew things about consciousness and the brain and the anatomy and the physiology of the brain and how it operates better than we forgot.
Yeah.
Somehow along the way, we decided that these things had to become separate.
Absolutely.
Science, spirituality, consciousness.
A lot of that sadly had to do with the Catholic Church. Very sorry.
Yeah, no, you're
we were
correct.
the first paradigm pushers in that way.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
And
yeah, it's old history.
And it's hard to undo that damage. It's hard to bring it back to a point. Now, I regularly say the fact of never forget. Only 500 years ago did we actively say it's okay that the world's round. It's okay that the Earth revolves around the sun and the universe doesn't revolve around the Earth. That was 500 years ago out of the 10,000 plus years of humanity. It's only 100 years ago that we started deciding that it's not ether and phlegm and things that run our body. There are microbes and things like that.
Invisible little monsters
these are all in the scope of
bacteria.
humanity. Extraordinarily new concept.
Right. That changed everything.
Yeah.
And I do think that I love that because that's something I say all the time. It's, there's these invisible little monsters on our hands, and all of a sudden along the way, we're like, we should start washing our hands.
Yeah.
So the next level of this, in my view, is understanding there's another invisible world of spiritual entities that are
vibrational.
Yes.
And that's just it. When it comes down to the idea that we're suds in a tub. And there's menisci between all of us. And that's the universe. That's all these universes. And all it takes is just like the Flash in the comic book, put your hand on the wall and match your vibration to the wall.
Yeah.
And pass right through it.
Or stick a quarter.
Or stick a quarter. Or like your dad, stick a cell phone block to it. That one blew my mind on social media. Just an Apple charging block. Boop, on the wall.
Yeah.
Like, there's more plastic in that than metal.
Right.
So, and even in the other room, they were taking plastic spoons and sticking them to the wall.
Yeah.
So the idea of how are you entangling with that in such a way to influence it to stay?
Right. Yeah. No, it is mind blowing to think about. I think that I think it's incredible because, and maybe AI has a part to play in this, and I think it's possible. Like, think about the internet.
Sure.
The internet came out maybe 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, someone like Buddha or someone like Jesus or whoever, Zoroaster. It's very impressive that Jesus could amass a crowd of 5,000 people.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
That was
there wasn't social media. It was all word of mouth.
Right. Maybe Buddha could go up onto the top of the mountain and sit on the rock, and there's 100 people.
Yeah.
And now, when the internet came out, there's billions that could be reached instantaneously.
Yeah.
And now, maybe because of AI, it could be even quicker to take all this extraneous information and dissect it and condense things in such a way that I feel like there's a singularity happening of technology, of science, of spiritual, consciousness, as we say in modern terms. All of these things are going to become unified and in this kind of era that we're entering now. And it's going to just explode our understanding of what is reality, what's beyond this reality, and how can we use technology to alter our consciousness for healing, things like that, vibrational practices.
Absolutely.
And it's just like the sky's the limit.
Yeah, no, precisely. The sky is the limit. When we put limits on ourselves and what we can do, it's surprising what we can't do.
Yeah.
Period. And it truly is that Yodic concept of there is no try. Do or do not.
Yeah.
There is no try. The minute you said, I'll try, you planned to fail.
Right.
You gave failure as an option, as a full option failure is now.
Yeah.
So, and you have to be ready to not accept failure as an option. That there is nothing impossible, that you are able to do anything in that kind of way.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, like especially being here at the Psi Games. I think somebody made a comment to me yesterday. They're like, one half is crystal ball, one half is science. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. They're not halves. The truth is that they are one. They're not separate.
Yeah.
You cannot have one fully without the other.
Yeah.
To go all the way to this woo-woo side of,
Yeah.
like, and I'm not necessarily knocking these practices, but all the crystals and the oils and the rocks and the stones, that is just as real as the science.
Yep. Yep.
And with each other, we can explain the meaning in the other.
Absolutely.
Using science to quantify things like an energy signature of a telepathic signal in the brain.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Or, if we go the woo-woo side, understanding the philosophical and the deep meaning as to why we need to cultivate a heart-centered practice to even be able to register this deep state of consciousness in the brain. So they're one. The science and the spirituality have to be one. If you go too far either way, you're living in an illusion.
Yep.
You're an atheist, religious nut job in a white lab coat who doesn't believe in anything.
Yeah.
So you don't see the full truth.
Yeah.
Or if you're fully on the other side, you can't grasp the advancement of science, then you're also in an illusion.
Yeah.
And that's what's so great about this conference is it unifies.
Yeah.
That is the future.
No, exactly. And, most of my presentations start with quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
And the actual picture of the two entangled photons. That it's not like, squint, lean to the left. It kind of looks like a yin-yang. No, man.
It's a yin-yang. Yes.
And this is a 3,000-year-old image that has been used to explain the concept of in good there's evil, and evil there's good. We are both entangled together. Like the exact concept of entanglement. There is no separation of space. This atom over here can influence that atom over there.
Yeah.
And to see that as a physical expression since then.
Yeah.
They've been running to para. Science has been running to everything para.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because since then, that's really when everything about your dad and the government and the scientists started coming into the news. It's not that it didn't happen before then.
You're right.
It happened way before then. But it wasn't before then that science cued into that. And the media cued into that everybody cued into. Wait a minute, that shit's happened.
Yeah.
That's been happening.
It's a good point.
This dude's here. And it's fascinating to see that. And even now, moving things into the conversation of government and science coming to your family. Once again, a lot of this show, just so you know, Ryan, my dedication to this show, there's plenty of people out there digging rabbit holes around the pond, and they're deep. They intertwine.
Yeah.
Problem is we got a lot of dirt in the water. You all have to drink from that water eventually.
Yeah.
So somebody's got to start filtering. My duty with this show is to help demystify these topics for people, help straighten out the conspiracy from the fact, that kind of stuff. And there is, even with Psi Games, there's a whole rung of conspiracy out there. Whole rung of this stuff.
Yeah.
And when it comes to sadly, horribly, your father and your family's experience with the government, there's a bunch of conspiratorial people out there.
Yeah.
If you had the chance to address them right now, Ryan, what would you say?
I would say that, first of all, people should understand that we're very simple, ordinary people from North Carolina. And if anybody knows anything about the South, the golden rule is Southern hospitality.
Damn right.
Second of all, we're very, my dad's a carpenter. He's retired now, but he was a carpenter. Understand that someone of pretty ordinary means and a simple way of living and thinking, which is if someone comes and knocks, hey, can I come in? Sure, come on in. So to be sure, when NASA showed up at our door the first time, do you think maybe we weren't a little scared? Do you think maybe we weren't a little,
sure you were.
We should hear what they have to say?
There was that true ET moment.
Yeah.
Where you open the door and there's a bunch of dudes from NASA. And it's like, what the heck is this about?
Yeah. And do you think maybe when the CIA started calling, we weren't like, what's happening.
Yeah.
So as we always do, and you can see, Chris, this is the second year in a row. I mean, we're pretty friendly people.
You are. I spent a good 15 minutes. I didn't even interview your dad. We just sat and chatted for 20 minutes last year.
We're pretty.
He's the most amazing dude in the world.
We're pretty simple people.
Yeah.
So anybody, whether they're a yogi practicer, whether they're a Catholic scholar, what doesn't matter. If you're from NASA, if you're from CIA, come on in, let's talk, because we're friendly people. And unfortunately, and also fortunately, over time, the government kind of caught wind of what was happening to us, because they covertly investigated us through, the Discovery Channel and MUFON, and they just kept coming. They just kept coming and kept coming. And to be clear, in addition to them, there have been thousands of pretty ordinary people who have come too, and we haven't turned away anyone, whether it's government, whether it's a congressman, whether it's just simple, friendly people. You probably heard us all weekend say, everybody come to Riverfest. We're doing a free festival on the street, and we're going to go out and skywatch. We don't turn people away.
It's beautiful.
I don't care who they are.
Yeah.
We've had congressmen, we've had, everybody. We've had movie stars, we've had government, everybody. You know what I mean? And it's like, I understand people not living in this world. Most people, 99% of people in this world, I think, are in their head about this.
Yeah.
Because it's on a computer screen.
Yep.
And they're watching it on YouTube, or they're reading a forum, and they have these theories and fantasies about this Hollywood life of talking to people in the government, or the Chris's, or the Hakims. And dude, we're all ordinary people.
Yeah.
Who have things that we are pursuing, whether it's a government job, whether it's a radio background. It's that simple.
Yeah.
We've never signed any contracts with the government.
Yep.
They have tried, even through death threats, believe it or not, from DI.
I do not doubt it one bit.
To get us to change our story. We never did. We have consistently maintained. And think about this. Why are we the only people? We're the first people in the whole UFO subject who came forward and said, hey guys, this has to do with the Bible.
Yep.
It's angelic, by the way. And everyone in the UFO world said, you guys are nut jobs. And the church said, you guys are demon possessed.
Yeah.
We didn't please anybody.
Yeah.
We don't care. We kept going. And the government, I'm sorry, I keep talking over you, but
you are talking over me.
But the government behind the scenes was saying, change your story, make it evil. And we said, no, thank you.
Yeah.
So let them think what they want to think.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we just smile and we keep going.
That's just
and say, hey, everybody, it's about, Jesus.
Yeah.
And they say, you guys are demoniacs.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
They'll eventually actually hear what we're saying.
Yeah. Someday the scales will
let them sort it out.
Yeah. And truly, that is a beautiful thing to hear, because it's hard not to give into that. It's hard not to be threatened by that. It's hard to maintain yourself, your family image, and what you intrinsically believe, even aside from your faith.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people have a real issue separating faith and belief.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those, like, my beliefs have changed since I left the seminary. My faith never has.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though I'm not a practicing Catholic, I don't go to church, things like that. My faith, my talking with my God has never changed.
Yeah.
Ever. It's never gone away.
Yeah.
Every day I talk to him. Every day.
Yeah.
I don't step into a building every Sunday.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change who I am or my relationship with him. So the difference between faith and belief is massive. It's massive.
That's true.
And with that in mind, in the last couple minutes here, because I know things are wrapping and you guys are crazy busy over there, but what message would you have for people? What message would you have for folks out there that have had their experience and are afraid to come forward? What message would you have out there for those who are downing other people for their experience?
Okay, I'll address the first one.
Please.
I just want everyone to feel empowered, and I'm not saying that you have to be religious. I'm not saying you have to say the magical phrase that Jesus Christ is God to be saved or not. I don't believe that even, but I love Jesus.
Amen.
And I think he was probably the most profound person that ever lived. What I would say is, what was his most important message? The kingdom of heaven is within you. But I think maybe in a different way we could describe that as, consciousness. We all come from one consciousness.
Yep.
And I think that this is a universal philosophy that we can really go back in time, read all the ancient texts, and they're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, we got confused to believe it's my God versus your God.
Yep.
I don't care about that.
Yeah.
God is within us.
Yep.
We're all divine. We're all special. Treat each other how we want to be treated. Kindness and compassion, I think, are more important than being, pure or perfect or whatever. I don't think that is
Amen.
the point at all.
Yeah.
I think it's about kindness, gentleness, and love. And for the other side, I would say, to exert judgment on another soul is like a vibrational attack, and you reap what you sow. So
Wow. Conveniently put in as few words as possible.
Yeah.
That is powerful.
Thank you.
Powerful.
Respect.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Same here.
Yeah.
I love the show.
Thank
I love
you.
your family. It's been a pleasure sitting right here next to y'all instead of down the hall.
You've been
this
working.
year. I've been trying.
Busy guy.
I've been around. I've
Yeah.
been around. The fact that I got this much recorded has been pretty impressive.
Yeah. You're a
I
hustler.
texted somebody earlier. I was like, never thought I'd be able to get this many interviews done while I'm running breakouts in a show.
Yeah.
But it's been amazing, and it's always great seeing y'all. Congratulations on the baby. Your family
Thank you.
is utterly beautiful.
Thank you.
Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to like, follow, subscribe, where they can go to find out everything about Bledsoe Said So.
Thank you. My dad's book, UFO of God. It's a page turner. It's unbelievable.
Incredible.
I have a podcast. Thank you. I have a podcast called Bledsoe Said So. It's Bledsoe Said So across all social media channels. And I have a new website where I actually run 2-day Monroe Institute programs. So RyanBledsoeOfficial.com if you want to personally take Monroe Institute programs with me as the trainer. So
Beautiful and
Yeah.
awesome. We'll definitely have to have you back on for a full episode.
Sure.
To help promote that, man.
Yeah.
I'm all about that stuff.
Yeah.
So, thanks again.
Thank you, man.
Truly appreciate
Yeah.
it. Well, you are online, everybody, checking out everything from Ryan Bledsoe as well as Chris Bledsoe. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find out more about amazing events like Psi Games and see all of our on-site live coverage with speakers, researchers, everything else. Once again, everybody, stay tuned through this quick commercial break, and we will be right back with our continuing coverage of Psi Games 2026 right here in North Carolina, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final bit of coverage here at Psi Games 2026 in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have the great pleasure of being joined by our good friend David Tran, perceptionalist at Psi Games.
Chris, thanks for having me back, man.
It's so great to have you. Full disclosure, everybody. This is the third take. If you remember our coverage at IRVA in Virginia, there was a section where I was interviewing somebody and they were doing an outbounder remote viewing. That was the only bit of corrupted audio that I had in the entire 3 days of recording.
Dang.
Just during that session, it was wild. You just got done a little while ago doing your perception here at the games, and our audio just completely got destroyed. We tried, it went, it started stopping, Then we stopped it. We started it again. It went and started stopping. Then suddenly, my machine literally just froze.
3 in a row.
Stopped completely. Would do
3 in a
nothing.
row.
So this is a thing. It happens with whenever you are in that flow state. And,
yeah.
like you were saying, this is something that has kind of plagued you your whole life.
My whole life. It's been weird, you know. Growing up, I would walk by the old TVs, you know, like a CRT TV. Used to be big and bulky. It would start staticking and boom, crap out. And my parents would be like, what did you do? Do something again? It's like, I swear I didn't do anything, you know? Or walkie-talkies would like go nuts. Or back in the day, the early cell phones, oh man, I broke a lot of those. Yeah.
And, you know, it's interesting that you say that because the whole idea we have a whole kids room here. The whole idea of future of psioneering, things like that. Once again, you came by this naturally your whole life. You got to a point that you started doing perceptionalism, that you started doing things like Psi Games, but you've just kind of lived with this your whole life. What made you come out and start doing this stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I think back, so last year, right?
Yeah.
Last year I came here as a complete unknown, a nobody. Nobody knew who I was, and I still placed first. A lot of folks were like, oh, he's a natural. And in many respects, yeah, I'm a natural, but also we're all naturals. We're born with this thing, every single one of us, right? But thinking about my own journey, you know, in summary, 5 years ago, I had a Kundalini awakening and was given explicit instructions to come out, find people like myself, come out of hiding, start training, and get involved with the community.
Yeah.
Well, one podcast led to another, which led me to Hakeem. And he said, look, if you know that you've got psychic abilities, come and compete in the first ever inaugural Psi Games. And so I took a leap of faith. Okay. Didn't know what I was doing, but I didn't want to know what I was doing to make sure that this absolutely was a thing to do.
Sure.
And I came in, took first in precog and third in PK, or psychokinesis.
Yeah. Now, granted, before that day, before your Kundalini awakening, before the calling to go to Psi Games, before meeting Hakeem, was this a gift to you? Did you consider it a gift during that course of time of your life? Or was it something that, like, because I know a few people like yourself who are natural at this, but for them it was a stumbling block. It was never a gift for them. It was something that like got in their way of either sociability or jack things up so they couldn't work places, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think in retrospect, it is a gift. But living through it, I think the best analogy is kind of like, for those of us who are not colorblind, we see the full spectrum of color.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like talking to someone who is colorblind and saying, this is red, this is green, this is blue.
Yeah.
And they have no clue because their world is different, right? And no one's right and no one's wrong because we're both right. They see colors in their own way and I see colors my own way. So for me to say that anything was different, like, it's hard for people because, to your point, it wasn't in their reference of a world view.
Yeah.
So in that respect, I just kind of grew up with it. Yeah. Like it was another sense. I didn't think of like senses as just 5. It was 5+.
Yeah.
So that's how that was my journey.
I'm viewing this now and your story now through my experience of remote viewing. And I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Mask with
Jim
Eric
Carrey?
Stoltz.
Oh, that
Eric
one.
Stoltz.
Okay.
Look, a little more serious. But there's a moment in that movie where Eric Stoltz's character goes to a camp for the blind, falls in love with a girl. This girl has never experienced the world in the way he has. And he's trying to explain to her. She's like, what's it like outside right now? He's like, oh, it's a beautiful day. The sky's so blue. Yeah. The clouds are so fluffy.
Yeah.
And she's like, what do you mean blue and fluffy?
There you go.
And it wasn't until, and I always kind of got that. It was a beautiful moment in the movie. But it wasn't until I started studying remote viewing data where it's like, no, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. There's a smell to blue.
Yeah.
There's a feeling to blue. There are tactile things to this that we process in a different way, or that we go, oh, what's that weird thing about? But the idea that, like, yeah, in a remote viewing session, you might be getting red, but that's also acting other olfactory senses within you that if you can learn to tie into, that that red means something totally different.
Dude, you hit on something so important. So for example, that word that encapsulates all of that information was synesthesia, or is synesthesia.
Yeah.
But unless you know the word, you can't even describe it, right? It's indescribable to you. You can talk about it as it relates to your experience as a human being. So a lot of this stuff, I don't think it's new. I don't think we're inventing anything. I think we're reinventing. But what we are doing, we're definitely rediscovering, but we're also building our lexicon as to what it means today in our modern world, you know? Yeah. I think back in the day, they might have had different words, and it has been lost through time and century. Or maybe things mean different things today. Semantic drift.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well, and not just semantic drift, but also cultural difference. That's something that I love about the International Remote Viewing Association. And when we had Luciano, the new president, in, that is one of the missions of IRVA scientifically. And the analogy I make is we here in America use the standard system. The rest of the world in science uses metric. Those teams don't translate.
Absolutely.
They aren't the same. When you're talking remote viewing, when you're talking these communities, and specifically the science and the data of remote viewing, are things like analytic overlay and how we consider them here in America, where RV was developed in that, at least CRV was developed in that way here. The military protocol of remote viewing. The remote viewing from Stanford Research Institute, Ingo Swans, Hal Puthoff, Russell Targ, all that, is what they consider an analytic overlay, a cognate in Vietnamese, in Italian, in Russian. Does it mean the same thing universally? Because we need it to. We need terminology that means the same thing globally so that these things are not mistranslated.
100%. We need to standardize and normalize, right?
Exactly.
Like I come from data analytics and tech.
Yeah.
So if anything, we need like an abstraction layer or a global variable map, things to map ideas to a word. But if you think about just English, we can't even get it right now with English itself.
Yes.
Like, what is mindsight? You know, to some people, it's seeing as if I'm seeing with my eyes. But that's not the only flavor of mindsight.
Right.
There's a level, at least for me, I've discovered in the last year through intense training that there are at least two levels.
Yep.
One where I'm seeing as if I'm seeing with my eyes, and then one where I'm sort of intuiting stuff. But it's still labeled mindsight, and not everybody knows that. So there's confusion in language because language itself is imperfect.
Absolutely.
Right? So the Chinese call it qi, prana. Back in the day, we might have called it, I saw somebody's aura. Nowadays, I'm starting to hear things like, biofield PK.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So are they not the same thing? And if so, can we just slap a label that's universally understood so that everybody gets it?
Yeah.
Because communication already is so hard.
Sure. But at the same time, you have the struggle and quandary of, especially with the scientific study of it, science categorizes. Like, that's what it does. That's why we have kingdom, phylum, species. All those things. That it's so vitally important at the same time to have that clear division, because otherwise you end up with science the way it's been for the last 60, 70 years, where if you cram everything into the garbage bag that's called paranormal, nobody in science is going to look at it.
Nope.
Right? And the example I give is that UFO turned to UAP.
Boom. I got a theory about that.
Sneaky and creepy, don't get me wrong. It was so they could say, we don't look into UFOs anymore, because they're looking into UAPs. However, the fact that you put anomalous phenomenon in the name drags science in kicking and screaming. Because the job of science is to remove anomalous data from the data set.
Yep. And explain stuff through data-driven processes.
Exactly.
So look, a lot of people don't know, but I've been a VP of digital analytics at an ad agency for a long time. And it's clear that this UAP stuff is a rebranding campaign.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're not even psychics anymore, right? We're psionics.
Psionic, yeah.
So I think you make such a great point. But there's just so much more to it. But we got to wake up.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're on the cusp of something, a revolution, if you will. I don't mean to be so salacious or,
No.
you know, hyperbolic, right?
We're
but
on a wave right now.
the
waves
time
crash on the
is
shore,
right.
bro.
The time
it's
is
gonna
right.
crash, and when it does, it's gonna change the world.
And that's why those of us in front, we're kind of leading the charge, the vanguard, if you will.
Yeah.
We know that it's real, and we're actively practicing these things and cultivating within ourselves. The onus is on us to be good servants of it, good stewards of it.
Absolutely.
Coming back from like data analytics, we need governance and ethics. Like, for example, a guy like me, you want me on your team on the data side because I care about data privacy. I want to make sure that I don't bundle up your PII, sell it to some third-party ad agency.
What are we doing with
and
the
sell
email
shoes to you?
address that comes in?
Right.
Yeah.
Same thing. Now that I'm able to tap into my intuition, I mean, precog, I killed it on the first round. That's kind of crazy. That's something we can talk about later. But if I can tap into precog, combine that with remote viewing, you're going to want someone with ethics so that I'm not remote viewing you while you're showering.
Exactly. And you know, man, every time I have Lynn Buchanan on my show, he's one of my favorite humans in the world. Hey, Lynn. But I bring that up, and I bring it up to people all the time who get into, the government remote viewing program and Project Stargate. Trying to be, dude. Even in the military program, there were ethical protocols. You do not interfere. You do not influence. Like these, it wasn't like if this circumstance dictates you don't. It wasn't a line in the sand because a line in the sand shifts with the wind.
All the time.
It was driven into concrete. You do not do this.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like the same thing in ARV. I was talking with the Chase from Social RV, and he brought up that there was a lot of work done recently in the world of ARV with data, and especially paper trades. ARV, folks, associate of RV, being basically binary decision, coin flip, stock market, horse racing, things like which team's going to win the Super Bowl.
Classification model to me.
Absolutely, and all great on paper. And he was like, the data shows that when done on paper trade, fantastic results. The minute you put money down on the trade, the numbers change. The statistics change, and it goes down.
Wonky.
Ethics. Why you're a remote viewer? Why don't you have millions of dollars? Because ethically it's wrong, and it won't let me do it like that. Like, it's weird, but it won't let you do it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then a part of it is like, it has to be done. This talk about governance and ethics, right? Look, we're not going to get it right the first try. Absolutely. We're going to bump heads. We're not going to get to consensus in a day or even a decade. But at least let's self-organize before it's imposed on us.
Yeah.
But also let's do it in a way that's open and transparent. There has to be a platform for that. That's what Psi Games is. Absolutely. It's the start of that open dialogue.
Yeah, and that's just it, man. Even the fact of the kids' room, because the future starts with children. You want to change the future, start teaching kids different things, and it's beautiful for that. And it's beautiful for the fact that they have brought some of the laboratory work into this, not just in the way that the games are driven, participated in and protocoled in the rules, but also the tech net. Because this year was the first year that we integrated flow state. It's the first year that flow state was a part of it. And as someone who's wicked into brainwaves, binaural beats, and things like, oh my God, to see live brainwaves interacting with people, you could see the spikes in alpha and theta as you enter these states, as you begin to move an Eggly wheel, as you begin to guess what color and number we're going to come out of the lotto machine. It's incredible, incredible.
Bro, there's so many points in that. So I'm going to hit 2 points, and I want to circle back to that. I love what you said about, what we're starting here.
Yeah.
And about kids, because they're the future. I mean, cliche as it sounds, it's true.
Yeah.
The way I see it is, those of us that are here today, we're holding space for them.
Yeah.
Going back to my roots in tech, think about the internet. Today, we got Amazon, we got Apple, all that stuff. You hop on Amazon.com, you have something the next day. But back in the day, when the internet started, nobody knew what to do with it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it got to the point where, we were asking folks, hey, are you online? Do you use the internet? And folks are like, no. But then we would flip around the question and say, do you use Facebook? They say, yes, not knowing that they use the internet to get on the Facebook, for example, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying here is like, we are creating the infrastructure for the future, the kids. So we're building space and building a place to make it safe to cultivate that. And then that way they can Zoom.
Yeah.
We're building Internet 1.0 today in the consciousness space so that Gen Alpha and beyond can do Web 2.0 or 3.0. In the future, all of this stuff is going to be table stakes. All of these current modalities like PK, precog, kids in the future are going to open the door like this and say, remember back in 2027 when I had to open the door this way?
Remember when I had to touch a gross door handle?
Yeah. Or remember that event Psi game when they tried so hard to spin a wheel one way? We could do this like in our sleep,
Yeah, we can lift the wheel off the thing.
It's a new paradigm.
It is.
It's a new paradigm. But so fast forward, the other piece I want to touch on is the technology that we're using this year.
Yeah.
What a far cry from last year to this year alone.
Compare them as a contestant.
Look, I mean, so in tech, for me to build a predictive algorithm, I got to know what happened in the past. So you got to have a baseline. That's true with everything. If you don't know where you came from, anywhere could be right or good or bad. Last year, no tech. Everything was sort of like everybody's experiences. We tried our best to measure and give labels, right?
Yep.
Comparatively, last year, only one person was able to see through the blindfold. Dahlia, 20 out of 20. This year, that entire MindSight squad was seeing real time in a year. Last year, those of us who were competing in PK could barely get the thing to move and spin on command. This year, 2 out of 4, left and right, left and right. The velocity is picking up so fast. And from a technology perspective, to your point, we're now capturing brainwaves.
Yep.
So we can see what is internally happening in the person's brain as they're doing the stuff. And so I geek out on it like you do on the tech because I'm going back and I'm watching the replays of my own thing and my brain waves are zeroed out, especially when I did the lottery event. And I was like, dude, how do I tap back into that? How do I use that as a signal for me to repeat that again?
Yeah.
And be data-driven about my Psi abilities?
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the idea that last year was much more low tech. We also interestingly had a lot of new participants this year. So the idea that just within a year, a lot of this stuff has burgeoned online. A lot of this stuff, like telepathy tapes released just like a year and a half ago, just before this show.
Blowing up.
Last year, So there is a whole new consciousness about this. There's a whole new group of people that have come aboard. And I think that especially those people coming into it, becoming contestants, I think changes some of the energy of what's happening up on the stage. Like literally, it empowers the user in that kind of way. Which like that's why I think the Eggly wheel moved more than last year.
Totally.
The
one word that I kept on hearing this Psi Games was inspirational.
Yes.
So we're flipping minds.
Exactly.
It's a grassroots movement, one person at a time, and it's so powerful because it's so personal, so relatable. We're kind of seeing the snowball before the avalanche.
We are.
It's going to be crazy. People got to hang on to their seats because, I've been in tech and I think about my crypto days. And early on, they ignore you. Then they start making fun of you. Then they start hating you. And they want to fight you. And then finally they join you.
Yeah.
So listeners got to figure out, like, where am I on this curve?
Yeah.
And how flexible am I to having my whole reality just dismantled and recombined?
Well, that was even a conversation that, that was had. Was how do you onboard people to the topic of Psi? How do you bring people aboard to just the concept? And my example here is my ad last year for Psi Games. I put an ad out. Frequently, the shows I'm covering, I'll pay like $10 and put a boosted ad out for like a month, something like that. Sometimes even a little bit more. And anything I can do to help with ticket sales, to help with awareness. My ad had been out for about a month, and I'd forgotten to lock down commenting. My brother made a comment. I saw it on Facebook. He was like, Randy Jordan commented on your post. It's like, oh, what Randy said? His only comment was his comments thread is gold. I was like, oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
The hell have people been saying in my comments thread?
You already know.
Brother, it went from what are these Satanists trying to bring to society to one guy was like, just straight went into the book of Revelation.
Oh, man. Are you living in the Bible Belt?
Seminarian. I live in Austin, Texas. It Virgin's just under it.
Okay.
However,
a little bit of heat.
However, I was like, wait a minute. As a former seminarian, I just have to ask, are you throwing John the Revelator at me? Because it seems like he may have just remote viewed the end of time. But the threads on it, like everything from you're trying to gather people's data for the government, you're a government plant trying to train people for the government, you're trying to brainwash people's kids for the government, like, oh my sweet baby Jesus, man, the ways different communities view this and view these literal inherent talents that we all have.
In some respects, the measure of your life is made by the enemies you made.
Exactly.
Right?
Oh, no. It was one of those like, good job, guy.
Bro,
Good job.
I mean...
Like, you riled some people on some stuff.
We're hated by, for the lack of a better term, let's just say religious zealots.
Oh, sure.
We're hated probably by institutional government agencies, right? Because think about it. If we're living in a world where people can understand that they can manifest stuff, and maybe a new modality is I can make money by changing the elements, boom.
That Paul H. Smith can hop into your locked filing cabinet from 3,000 miles away and read stuff.
Talk about industry disruption, man.
Absolutely.
Oil and gas, pharmaceuticals. Like if I could just sit here and heal you, we're no longer piggy banks for them.
That's right.
And then even in the woo category.
I love the fact that wasn't woo for you.
Look, man. Look, we get it from our UFO buddies sometimes, right? They're like,
absolutely.
I believe there's aliens, but I don't believe that psychokinesis is real.
Yeah.
But what? Like, is it just technology that we have yet to understand? Is it inner technology?
I guess it's only alien species that can communicate telepathically.
I know, like God just made us so in a way that we're
So
completely
minuscule.
nerfed from all of our abilities. No, but then if we read all the old scriptures, we're one.
Yeah.
So if we're one and made in the image of one, we're creators.
That's right.
Why can't I think moving something with my hand, creating that action is no more profound than creating life.
Yeah.
Creating life is super profound.
Damn right.
And if we can join together, a sperm and an egg, creating a little baby cell, where is that energy coming from for it to split and split and split? Where does that stuff come from? Where is that divinity? And do we retain that even into adulthood where we can use that same energy to change things?
It certainly seems to be the case. And, as we talk about on the show all the time, it seems like come a certain age, everybody expects you to be in a box.
Yeah.
If it doesn't fit in that box, it's strange and awkward. It goes out here where we don't talk about it.
6 or 7 years old, I heard.
Yeah.
And guess what? That's when the default mode network gets created. And that's when we start to, I'm an individual.
Yep.
I'm not a collective.
Yep.
And then zoom, a wall comes up. So we got to do something about that, right?
Absolutely. And I think this is opening a lot of people. This event is opening a lot of people's minds to that concept, Dave, truly. Now, let's get into your experience as a perceptualist on stage.
Yeah.
Let's start getting into that synesthesia a little bit and how you are affected. Because my son, before the panel that he was on here, right after the intensive in Austin where we met for the first time in person, he started doing the Psi Games training. The game that
Awesome.
was premiered at that intensive.
Yeah.
I was like, before the panel, because they'd already asked him to be on the panel, I was like, I want you playing this game daily. I want you to go do your piano. I want you to go do Psi Games. He struggled a little bit at first. But then the second panel of games came out, and the full suite released, which was a lot of how people were qualified.
Yes.
And at that point, he took more interest because there were more games. And I was like, all right, we're going to scientifically gamify this for you now. We're going to make you a data sheet daily for each game, you know, where you put the game name and your results, like how many hits, how many misses. How did you feel emotionally while you were doing this? Were there any physiological symptoms?
Some good data collection going on there.
Did you start sweating? Did
Yeah.
you have rapid heartbeat? Did you feel panicked or scared? Anything like that? So the idea of like teaching him to gather data about himself while he's doing it, teaching him to get a deeper understanding of no. You may have been physically affected by something because of how you're synesthetically attaching to it or synesthetically connecting to it. Learning to realize that, like learning to realize, and the example I give is my anxiety. Learning to realize when I start sweating that anxiety is setting on. What is causing it? I need to step back. I need to focus on my breathing. I need to step back, and I'm breathing through my mouth right now, not through my nose. Things like that. It's so utterly important. So bad for remote viewing. Those things are vitally important to the process. So,
And you got to practice it to the point where it's muscle memory.
Yeah.
If I have to think, oh, I got to breathe through my nose, kind of lost a step, especially in competition, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I love those brainwaves, because now you can say, yeah, I was sweating when my brain was high in alpha.
Yeah.
Or I dipped into high beta, you know, so let me get back to that feeling. How can I recreate that feeling?
Yeah.
Tap into it again. Repeatability.
Yeah.
You know? But if we talk about synesthesia, in some ways, that's how I won second place on precog.
Yep.
So for those that don't know, precog this year was literally a lottery game.
Yeah. Precog being short for precognition.
Right. So they got a little toy, a lottery spinner. We had a bunch of ping pong balls in there, 5 colors, red, blue, green, white, yellow.
Yeah.
Every color had a number on it except for the white ball, 1 through 5. In order to score, we had to get the order right, we had to get the color right, and we had to get the number right. That's 3 dimensions, speaking from like data analytics, right? So you only score if you get the order right, the number right, the color right, some points. And if you get all of that right, you get bonus.
Okay.
So that's 3 dimensions I got to solve for. So I use breath work, to your point, so I can tap out, zero out, and then think about, what am I going to see in the next 5 minutes, right? Because that's how Psi abilities work. It sits on a hotbed of consciousness. You are aware that you're in control of this stuff, and you can change and manipulate things, and it has to be stronger than your self-limiting beliefs.
Yeah.
And then the question is, now that you've got that capability, where do you want to go? And that's your intention. So breath work, focus, and then the next dimension is like, hey, well, what are the numbers? And I kind of borrow a technique from Mindsight where I just close my eyes and I just wait for the static field to create a number, a number that I want to see. And the final dimension is color. So I kind of shortcutted that by mapping a color to a chakra point in my body. So red with my root chakra, green with my heart, blue was up here. And so having done that combination of synesthesia stuff, I got the highest score in that round. Everybody else got 8, I got 18.
Well, and I remember you answering the question after that, the idea of going somewhere and relaxing and just letting the number come to you in that kind of way. I like looking for the number. How does that process work for you? Is it because, you know, there's tons of intrusive thoughts during the day. And I try to tell people, when those intrusive thoughts are not self-conscious, when those intrusive thoughts are not angry, when those intrusive thoughts are not you creating a conversation on the way to the table.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pay attention to it. Pay attention, because our brains are just big old bioreceivers inside of a resonant chamber. They are receiving data all the time that we have taught ourselves mechanically as machines to filter out.
Yep.
To filter out, and actually that is usable data.
100%. And you know, our brain is a filtering machine.
It's made filtered and pattern recognition.
100%.
Is what it does and what it's made for.
It has to downsample all of the stimuli in space.
Great.
But going back to your question, right? Like breath work.
Yeah.
Get yourself to baseline where you can feel, this is what I feel like normally. So that any other tingling in my forearm, the back of my head, that's a data point that I could use.
Yeah.
But also you gotta like pay attention to when I get a tingle in my arm, this is what it means.
Yeah.
You gotta track that, right? But what people have to do in order to get to that space, they need to create an abstraction layer. They need to get away from their thoughts, meaning they are not their thoughts.
Well, and the abstraction layer, dig into that deeper for us.
Yeah.
How does that work? How do you begin to create an abstraction layer, David?
Absolutely. So for those that don't know, abstraction layer is basically in tech, something you put in between the thing and the thing above it. So that if this thing breaks, it doesn't break this thing, right? So think about thoughts. You got a thought at night. All you have to do to flip the switch and say, isn't it interesting that I'm having this thought right now?
Yep.
And you let it be. I think where people screw up is they go, oh, I got to squash the thought.
Yeah.
Right? So, but your subconscious in some ways is kind of like a kid. The more you tell it no, the more it's going to fight you. But also you start to bifurcate yourself, and that's what you don't want to do. A lot of people say stuff like, hey, you need to shut off your intellectual mind. I don't agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
I think you need to integrate your left and your right.
Yeah.
Give your analytical mind a thing to do. Let it play. It wants to play. So give it a task. Hey, left brain, number this for me right now.
Yeah.
And then right brain, go play.
Yeah.
So anyhow, isn't it funny that I'm thinking about this thought right now? Let it play. Next thought. Isn't it funny that I'm thinking about coffee at 2 a.m. right now? Next thought. Pretty soon you do that to the point where it's muscle memory, and then you squeeze yourself in between the thoughts. You find yourself in that space between the thoughts. And that's when you really realize that I'm not my thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? You keep on doing that, you'll find naturally that all the thoughts have filtered away, and you're just kind of left with the clarity, and that is meditation.
That's a beautiful way to put that, because it's hard to get there. It's not easy.
Practice.
You know, and for years, during the seminary and after, it was very easy for me to fall into a state of static prayer, to hit a level where data just came in unfiltered, and I was able to take it in, process it. I purposefully moved away from that because I felt other people in rooms whenever I went in. And I was tired of feeling the compunction to help other people. I was just so tired of it, David. Cutting that off. I cut it off through horrible means, like addiction and use. It wasn't pretty. Trying to regain that connection, trying to rewire that and rebuild that circuit, like fix the nasty flux that's all over it, and that it's not easy. It's not easy to get reconnected in that kind of way. It's not easy to allow the mind to go. And like I've tried to explain to people, this is my analogy for remote viewing, as opposed to most hard meditation, ecstatic prayer, things like that, where you are trying to silence everything and just be still in there. Remote viewing, instead of trying to silence that mind, you're trying to give that mind a typewriter. Just write it all down. Write everything down. Write it all down. Don't filter it. Don't think about it. When you start thinking about it, that's where you get into trouble.
Absolutely. It's kind of like dealing with kids.
Yeah.
You might get a kid who's super rambunctious, and the last thing you want to do is say, sit down.
That's right.
Let them go outside and play and
Run it out of
wear it
Run it
out,
out of
and then come back.
Yeah.
And then now you can have a conversation, you know?
Exactly.
I think that's the key. It's contextual, but I think people are looking for like the silver bullet to everything. It's not a one size fit all.
Exactly. And that's something that I bring up all the time on the show. And we were just talking with Kimla about that. We've talked with Luciano, we talked with about that. Even though there are protocols to many of these disciplines, even though there are modalities and various modalities of these different disciplines, the use case for everybody is individual. It's so individual and so personal. The way you tie these things together, the way you utilize them. I went through Lynn Buchanan's course in my first stuff. I love his work. I was very much into the protocol remote viewing, into CRV. And then I took another course. And Carl McClellan, thank you, opened me up to a little bit of dimensional mapping, things like that.
What is that?
It's a different form, but it's very interesting because you start using colors.
Oh.
And what you're doing, you start color coding different forms of data.
Okay.
And you really start, like with the colors, you really start getting an idea of what you're good at. Things like that, and the way that different information comes in. So you'll start doing things like physical objects, let's do in blue. People in faces, let's do in yellow.
Genius.
Places, let's do in green. Stuff like that. And it gives you a totally different realm. And even at that point, because I initially had a real hard problem with the ideogram. I was getting, and a lot of people get stuck. I got to do this. No, the ideogram is you just go. To the point that I had symbols for each gestalt that I drew because it was easier for my brain to process. It took me forever to get to just the free form ideogram.
Yeah.
And then dowsing it and feeling it and touching it and feeling that synesthesia come through. I smell salt air. Things like that. So
what has been the most interesting thing you've remote viewed?
Those, for me, it was during a class that I took with Michelle Freed and Carl when they came to Austin, and we did a health reading. I'd never done a health reading, and I mean, I started crying, David.
What?
I started crying in this health reading. Didn't know why. I started feeling somebody with a very sharp pain in their neck. Things like that. That there was horrible stuff that had gone on. Didn't know what it was, but it definitely wasn't happy. Come to find out, it was Sharon Tate. My target was Sharon Tate from the Manson murder. She had been killed while pregnant.
Holy smokes.
And she had been hung from the rafter.
Damn, brother.
That's what I connected to. And we were outside just having a cigarette. And Carl was like, keep that in mind as we go over results. Keep that in mind. Keep those feelings in mind. He's like, I was crying like while we were talking. He was like, I know you're feeling it. Like I feel it from you. He's like, and I'm getting choked up right now just thinking about it because it's all coming back.
Man.
And it brought me back to that point that I used to be at with emotional connection, where I could walk into a room with 30 kids on a retreat and go, that one, he needs help. And that hadn't been there in so long. And it's gotten to a point now where like, dude, even driving down the road and seeing people who need help, I break down in tears again. This beautiful point of emotional connection has come flooding back to me because of things like remote viewing.
See, this is why we got to do what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
That, what you just said right there, that story right there, a lot of people say...
It's twice today that I've been moved to tears on my show, David. Twice.
What you're seeing is authentic right now. So enjoy it and revel in it. But a lot of people ask me the question of like, so what? So what, you can see through a mask, so what, you can move a thing, but they're missing the point. What you just said, that was the point. That's the heart of it all. Because moving stuff and seeing through things are just different techniques or modalities to practice the underlying thing, or to strengthen the underlying thing, right? Yeah. Because as we get stronger in our capabilities, we want to get stronger with our ethics and morality and self-awareness. Think about this current world we're living in, where the tech has outstripped our maturity.
Yeah.
You know, our spiritual maturity is nerfed. Same thing here. We go this route where we're just training up skills, but not training up the other side. We're doing the same thing on the spiritual end. We're no better. But if we're able to make it concurrent, skills are up, spiritual maturity is up, and they're integrated, holistic, can we not just help folks who really need it the most? Can't we help that missing kid? Can we help that person who is about to, you know, be in a terrible situation? The world, even if by 5 lives, would be a better place, and is 5 lives not even worth it?
No,
You know?
and that's just it, man. All these disciplines, all these modalities, it's fascinating to explore them. It really is. It's interesting to talk to the people who experience them on the level that you do for your whole life. You know, so many of us are just coming to the point of, like, I accepted my connection with God the day I had my religious experience and sent me to the seminary. I realized that there was something else that I was a part of. Something else. I am a greasy cog in some machine that's moving things in the universe. Whatever it is, man, I don't know what it is, but I'm a part of it, and I know that intrinsically. And even just to realize that, even just to realize the fact that you are a part of something greater, that without you, the universe doesn't sing in the same way, is a beautiful and amazing thing. If you had a message to give, to people like you out there that have suppressed these, I'm not going to say that have had these gifts, because we all have these gifts, that have purposefully suppressed these gifts, that have trained themselves to suppress them so that they just blend in and aren't strange to other people. What would you say? And what would you say to the disbelievers out there? What would you say to those that have not come to this universal truth yet? Those 2 questions.
Yeah. Well, for those who are already walking that path or have lived that life of knowing, I guess just know that you have a community here that's burgeoning, that's growing. It's not perfect by any means. Nothing in life is. But we're here holding space for you. Come on out and find like-minded individuals. You know, I can't promise that it's all sunshines and rainbows.
It isn't.
But it's a starting place.
Well, hey, man, just like going to therapy. You're going to rip off doing this work, folks, you will rip off some Band-Aids.
Yes.
You will tear off some scabs you've had for a while. But you will be a better person, just like therapy. Like, the hard truths ain't easy.
Yeah.
But they make you a better person.
Yeah. The way I see it is, you can be a lone wolf.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, but you're going to be easy pickings, right? You know, the ancient Chinese, we've got a proverb where if you take one stick, easy to snap. Put 10 sticks together.
Right. That's right.
A little bit tougher.
Yeah.
You know, that's the point. Like, in community, we grow.
Yeah.
But also, I've noticed in the last year, there is some effect, additive effect, where when you put a bunch of strong psychics in a room, we amplify one another in many ways. It's like a synergistic effect.
Yeah.
So don't discount that, but also don't act out of fear.
Yep.
Right? Because they don't want to join because there's some fear.
Yeah.
Basic human needs. We either run away from fear or run towards pleasure.
Yeah. Maslow's
But if you
pyramid.
know, and you got the power, you know that you're bigger than that.
Yeah.
You're here for bigger reasons, right? So don't act out of fear. In fact, act out of love.
Yeah.
Love should be stronger than your fear.
Learn to love your fear.
Love yourself, love the next person.
That's right.
So that's for those people. I say for the people who are disbelievers, I'll tackle this point because I think this is the one that is easy, but not a lot of people tackle. Everybody gets to slam Psi abilities because they say, well, shoot, where's the big thing? Where's the grand thing?
Yeah.
Like they're expecting a grand slam every single time.
Yeah.
I want to see you move that table.
Yep.
I want to see you look through this wall. It is so hyperbolic in that sense, right?
Yes.
They're looking for the grand slam every single time. But Psi abilities is nuanced. It's in the day to day. It's even in the second to the minute.
Yep.
Like that small little feeling you get in your chest out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then someone calls you and
Yeah.
you know it's bad news.
Yeah.
Or, you applied for 10 jobs, you get a phone call, and you start to get the buzzing feeling because you know you're going to get the job that you wanted.
Yeah.
But also maybe because you manifested it too.
Yeah. And you may have manifested the negative side too.
Absolutely. But so don't always look for the grand slam if you're a skeptic. And by the way, it's okay to be a skeptic.
Skeptic's great.
But
I'm a
not
skeptic.
cynic.
I am a skeptic. Exactly.
It's a different flavor, man.
I carefully distinguish that to people all the time
Yeah.
whenever we have conversations. Because a lot of people have had these conversations with me, and then I tell them, I'm a skeptic. And they're like, what? I'm like, I am fully a skeptic.
Yeah.
I have come to the decisions I've come to through education, through seeing things, learning things, researching things. I have an educated opinion. But I am always looking for the data that changes my mind, either positively or negatively. It doesn't matter. It's my job as a skeptic. It's my job as somebody who's scientifically based
Yep.
to be looking for the data that changes my mind. And if I'm not willing to have my mind changed, that's the first point of data you need to be considering.
Yeah.
Is that you don't even consider having your mind changed.
Look, man, I came from a history where I remember when days where skeptics really meant someone who was critically thinking.
That's right.
I feel like today they use skeptics as a shield to say, I can bash on anyone.
That's right.
And you need to prove it to me.
Yeah.
Prove it to me.
Yeah.
That's not the right
I have
flavor.
no need to prove anything to you.
That's
no
the
need.
point. That's the point.
It's like telling you I have to prove my faith to you.
Yeah.
No, my faith is just faith.
Exactly. So I slap on this label that I'm a skeptic, and all of a sudden there's a hierarchy where I'm higher than you.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a holier than thou attitude.
bit.
Come on up to my level.
Yeah.
But it's not about that. It's about meeting each other and then engaging and having discourse like we are now, right? So then it's like
And we've even disagreed on it.
100%. And it's okay
Yeah,
because we're both learning.
that's right.
But so for the skeptics, if you're a true skeptic, you should be critically thinking.
Yeah.
And if you're critically thinking about psi abilities, you should see that it's an asymmetrical risk,
Yeah.
Because if you shun it, you'll never see this dimension of life. And that means maybe you'll never see the fact that people can move stuff or see through stuff or see the future. But if you were just a little bit flexible, stay open-minded, you might find yourself on a new path of reality where, oh, holy crap, this stuff is real. And then I could do it too. It's an outsized game. Small price of admission is let go of your ego.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep. Absolutely. David, man, I love our conversations. Truly.
I love it too, man.
We need to have these so much more often. And you're working on all kinds of stuff. You're working on some meditation things, stuff like
Absolutely.
that. So hopefully we can have you on soon to talk about that stuff.
I want to start teaching people. I'm trying to go through and get a protocol for repeatability.
Yeah.
I'm kind of taking the approach of like the MMA of psi abilities,
Excellent.
taking the best pieces and the parts that are battle tested,
Yeah.
one protocol.
Exactly. Well, let everybody know where they can go to follow you, where they can go to keep up with everything that is David Tran, so that they know when these protocols come around. Of course,
sure.
Other than my show, because you'll come on and announce it. Let them know.
You got to come on the show for sure. But for now, follow me on Instagram, Intuitive David, and that's where I post all the latest stuff. And maybe in the future we'll have a website, but I'll let him know first.
Awesome, David. Again,
Brother, thank
my
you so
friend.
much.
Great seeing you. Great seeing you.
Take care, y'all.
Beautiful energy as always. While you are online, everybody, checking out everything from David Tran on Insta, make sure to stop on by our Insta, Curious Realm, as well as Facebook and our website, curiousrealm.com. That's where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find the video channels from all of our guests embedded on their YouTube. That's where you can find events like Psi Games. Stay tuned, everybody, because we'll always be bringing you great content. It's always great having you here. It's always great when you take the time to be with us. It is the open hearts, the open minds that make the conversation. Without the conversation, humanity does not march forward. So, with the wrapping of this year's Psi Games, thank you so much. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning into this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. To download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault, or become a sponsor of Curious Realm, visit our website at curiousrealm.com. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast and video services, curiousrealm.com, as well as KGRA Radio, APR TV, and the official Curious Realm app for Roku devices. Curious Realm is a proud member of the Ground Zero Media family of podcasts. For more shows and members-only content, visit groundzeroplus.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious, and remember, the other side is always watching.